the introduction.
Bonjour.
Hello.
Grand risings. Good day.
Sunday.
Happy Sunday. Sunday. Happy Sunday, Sarah.
Happy Sunday, Richie.
How are you?
Man, I'm still pumped from Thursday.
Friday. Amanda, yeah.
I've had a weird week, and so we had this thing at work, and it's been like way more intense than normal, so I'm a little thrown off. But yeah, on Friday with our interview, because that was really special.
Yeah, I'm still getting messages from people saying like, "Oh, I'm just watching it. Like, I watched the first hour, now I'm watching the second hour," and everybody seemed to really appreciate it. And I know that we definitely did. It was brilliant talking to her. I think
it's pretty obvious.
But the thing is, she just seems really real, you know?
Yeah.
There's nothing pretentious or
her energy was just like it was
calm.
But it was like it was encompassing too, and it was like it was I don't really know what else to say. I think I'm almost a little speechless about the whole thing. But it's one of the things is that what she's trying to do with her courses is the exact kind of thing that I really want to hear, because this is, something that even like with Alpha Vedic, Dr. Lando should consider doing. Oh, sorry. I think he is actually doing that now that I just said that. I think they have done classes before. And it's, as soon as I have the ability to travel, because having my 18-year-old dog, it's, a lot to ask other people to help me with her. But I gotta go. It's like I gotta go take classes, and I'll film the whole thing. That would be pretty amazing. But
yeah, man, that would be cool.
Like, I got work to do. That's where my mindset is. Like, we got, but I can feel that I'm not gonna have to put a lot of pressure into it. That this was part of it. Just doing that interview with her was part of things getting into the right streamline for us.
Yeah, definitely. So hello to the chat room, to those people watching. How you doing, guys? Great to see you. I'm going to jump in right now because we've been really bad with the chat room. And
and today we were gonna
Lizzo, you've been here since the beginning. Love you,
Lizzo.
I hope you've got your. Actually, it's probably either drunk or gone cold by now. Nathan, if you're here, Pen Pen, how you doing? And hey, Pen Pen, how you doing, gorgeous? I saw you on the monkey bars, right? You're a proper little monkey. Who else do we got? Squirrel Sniper. All right, son, how you doing? I can still, you still look like. I've just got the picture of you in that because I hadn't seen you before. So when I saw you on that video when you came on the stream, and like I've got that picture in my mind now. You got the coolest hair and beard, man. You definitely look like oh God, what's his name? American singer, country singer, man. Definitely.
I was gonna say when we were doing the show with Amanda and she started talking about chasing squirrels, I wanted to be like, squirrel sniper.
Andrea, how you doing, babe? Great to see you. Thank you for being here.
Gotta grab my water.
And DN, always good, mate. DN, actually, do you know, I think, right, I'll be honest. I think DN's a bloke, but I don't know, because it's DN. I had a friend called Danielle, so you could be Danielle rather than Daniel, but I'm pretty sure you're a bloke. Truth Seeker in Oz, how you doing, man? A newbie, nice. We like newbies. I bet you're not a newbie though. How much of a newbie are you? I mean,
Are you a newbie on my channel, maybe? Because my channel is brand spanking new.
and are you a newbie to the, or are you a newbie to the truth? Are you a newbie to the channel or a newbie to the truth?
I would say that means they're.
How long have you been on this journey? Is what we're trying to inquire.
Get on the journey. I like that. I got one watching. It's me. It's okay. I'm not offended anybody. Well, you know, one thing is I actually I have one person watching my live right now. It's all good. Because one thing I wanted to talk about today, because I just thought everybody would find this really interesting, is how many views I had on our
that was awesome.
I'm at 966 views.
Are you shitting me?
I just looked right now. That's the first time I've looked I looked yesterday, like in the morning, but.
Right. What are mine? What are my views?
Yeah, that's why I was like, ooh, ooh, ooh. Hold on, everybody.
It's going to be less. It's going to be less than yours.
Okay, so I have.
Share the screen. Share the screen.
I have 63 subscribers, everybody.
Share the screen.
I had 966 views on our video on Friday.
Share the screen.
Oh, sorry. All right, old man. I didn't know what you were saying. You were kind of half screaming gibberish.
Sure. Does that? I mean, is that not clear? Sure. The screen.
Sorry, one second. I was just getting it set up.
That was long before me, Squirrel Sniper. That was long before me. That was. I
was bitten by the truth.
That was like 6 years before me. Although, I mean, to be fair, I down to a personal experience because of my car accident in 2000. I put it down to like I was in a different universe because I died in my car accident and I was in this parallel universe, right? So, and I didn't bother pursuing it, you know? I just kind of accepted everything that was different. It wasn't always easy, but I just accepted it. It was just like, yeah, man, this, you know, this is different because this is a different universe. But I didn't think that there was going to be anybody else that would ever experience that. And then in 2013, when I went down into the rabbit holes, then I started finding other people that were like, yeah, man, this is all work. And it was like, oh, it's not just me. So what are we saying? 273. Okay.
273 views.
No, that's
you. That's you. That doesn't even make sense.
No, and 610 subscribers.
And then somehow I have 966.
Well,
get ready for me to be
brilliant. Listen, I think that's brilliant.
I do too, because it means we just, and hopefully we did get some new subscribers from all of that. And
I got new subscribers because I didn't have 600 subscribers before.
Well, and I have 60 something now when I had 20 when we started that day, I think. Maybe a little over 20, and now I have 63. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. To be honest, you guys, I really don't care. That's not what I'm here for. Part of the reason I'm really happy that Richie and Rox had asked me to be on their shows, because to make a voice, I feel like they've already gathered all these people. So I feel very fortunate to be able to speak my voice to the people that you've already brought together. Because I think that was part of who's ever going to find me was going to be through you guys in a way, you know? So,
I mean, it won't just, I mean,
now it just more makes sense that we are intertwined, whether, you know, you're going to always do your little things. I think I want to start doing little videos too.
Yeah.
But regardless, like, I feel very thankful that this is, I just like the connections, like it's amazing the connections you've already made. And now that I'm getting into this community more and realizing that, it's like, feel very fortunate. So it's cool.
Well,
sorry, I'm talking a lot this morning. You think I'd be like all sleepy? It's because Richie gave me a little extra time. I got up in preparation for 4 a.m. Then he sets it to 4:30. And then we're like, no, let's, you know, push it out to like 5. And I was like, you know, that sounds really nice, because I've just had I had a really long week. And I get tomorrow off because in the States, I don't know if anybody in here is in the States right now. Is Andrea? No, Andrea's in UK,
in England,
right?
Yeah.
In England? Yeah, that's what I thought. No, yeah, right? Okay, anyway.
Where's Mighty Atom? Hey, Mighty Atom, how you doing, man? Sorry, dude.
Hey guys, I want to say hi to everybody too. Hey Deanne, hey Lizzo. When I saw you were in the chat when I first popped in when we were trying to get ready. I had to go make coffee, but it was like I thought you were in here, and I was like Lizzo.
Should we go and see if anybody's in? I'm just going to go and have a look and see if anybody's in the Odyssey chat.
Oh yeah, go do that.
That would be no.
Anyway, let me say hi to everybody else. Hey Nathan, hey Nath. I don't know if you like either or, and Penny, and sorry, a little backed up here. Officially, hi Squirrel Sniper. Hope you're doing well. And Andrea, hello Goonie. Oh, it's that kind of a day. Get the sound queued up. You see my message on the bottom? Should get the woo!
Oh God, yeah. No, hang on. Sorry. See, this is how organized we are, right? This is how organized we are.
We're trying to be. We were really guys trying to be really good for Andrea. Hey DN, hey Indigo Day. I'm so glad you're here, Indigo. And Truth Seeker in Oz. That's a cool name. Obviously, that movie has so many truth drops. Woo! Yeah, Andrea. And hey, Bill Bacon. You're gonna love that name. I'm gonna make bacon later today. Kevin's here. Hey, Kevin.
Ooh,
did I say hi, Mighty Adam, too? I don't know if I did, and Deanna and everybody. I'm like probably repeating myself. Sorry, guys.
I'm trying to find.
We did want to make sure we took more time to like do a little more chat talk today. Probably. Oh, hey, Sonia's here. Hey, good morning. Or
yeah.
oops, Grand Rising. I'm trying to be better. Doesn't matter. It's all with good intention. And that's like what Sonia said. It's all about the power of intent. And Sven's here, and Brian,
as well.
And the crew.
Awesome. And we've got actually in London at Speaker's Corner again today. We've got Trinity 4.
Yeah.
He's down at Speaker's Corner today.
Did you watch his thing with the Muslims yesterday? That was good.
Oh no, I missed that. I haven't seen that yet.
Put it up in the queue. It was funny because I almost said something and I got distracted. I ended up having I have it open to comment on. That's what's up. It's in the queue, but he said he got triggered, and I thought I didn't really feel that. I mean, I guess it may be a little bit for a second I felt him, but the conversation I thought was good. It was just another good example of why we need to open up the doors and talk to people more about. Because like this one guy was getting all in the research. He's like, "Well, I'm a scientist," but it was like they were really respecting what he had to say, and that's the most important thing. Is like just stop and listen, and that's where you're going to get those truth drops.
Yeah. I'm just doing the old...
Oh, he's got one from today, I think what Squirrel Sniper saying. And I just got up and jumped on here, so I haven't gotten to really look at... I'm wondering if Burn Eye did a stream last night, too. You getting that video queued up?
Actually, no, I was just handing out some wrenches.
Going live. Oh, no, that... Oh, okay. Do
you mean Trinity?
Yeah. I don't see... I see him saying they're going live today. Oh, wait. Here, what is this? The warm-up? Is it the warm-up, Squirrel Snipe?
No, he... I don't know, actually.
Hey, Campbell.
I'm not sure. It's Cam here.
Yeah.
Yes. How you doing, buddy? Sort that.
So, as we're kind of getting some things together, I think we're just going to have like a general talk today about why I labeled it Independence, because tomorrow in the U.S. it's obviously our Independence Day. We can talk about the hypocrisy and all that stuff too. But really, I just wanted to turn it more into like, more talk about self-sovereignty and all that. What little things you can do every day to, which we talk about all the time, but little things you can do all the time to become more sovereign.
This is the video you're talking about, I think. Yeah.
That's when I was, that I watched.
What you believe is true.
Thank you.
And thank you for all the service you gave to all the countries.
Thank you. Just pointed out, yeah. That's fair bit.
The edge of the earth. And there's some
That is irrational.
like airborne diseases.
Okay. So you're
They
a
kind of
believer.
like first, but
I like talking to believers. Can you tell me what the total death toll was in the UK for?
No.
And if not, you'll be interested to know that the death rate was pretty much the same that year as the year before. So you your flu. See, because back in the old days, in the flu or cold.
He's had to
That's what
edit it all, hasn't he?
My name is Dave.
Oh, sorry, Dave. We only wear masks just so we
Yeah.
don't on cameras.
Oh, okay.
We don't
he
count.
cuts out.
Okay,
We can't just talk about
you
I mean, I would just.
I mean, yeah.
What?
I think that's why I didn't watch it, was because I saw these guys with the thing, and I just thought I sort of figured it wasn't going to be a conversation, or it would be a conversation that would trigger me, because they're there in their masks, and I just sort of stayed away
I
from it.
thought so too, man. The minute he said what he just said right there, where he was like, well, it's an irrational fear that you're going to fall off the edge of the earth. And you can see this guy laughing, right? Like, they think they're so funny because that's the mainstream thing that everybody keeps saying, that,
Yeah.
And like I used a meme. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Like, it was that whole, if the earth was flat, cats would have knocked everything off of it already. Because that's to me.
Oh yeah. I got sent that by so many people, and it's actually quite a funny one. It's like, yeah, that's so true, man. Anybody that's got a cat will know, won't they?
Especially when they look at you as they do it, you're like, no, and then
oh god, yeah. When they're looking straight at you, and they're not looking at what they're doing. They're looking at you to see your reaction. They tap it a little bit, and they tap it a little bit more, and then they just knock it off and just look away, like, what are you going to do? Oh shit, is that me? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. That's why we love cats, man. My cat right now, Ruby, is upside down, stretched out, proper stretched out on my bed, amongst my dirty washing that's piled up on the, because I don't have a wash basket, so I just kind of sling it up on the edge of the bed where I don't, on the side that I don't sleep on, up against the wall, and he's just laid right up, like enjoying himself there. Sven, dude, everybody, like pretty much everybody gets a wrench, because I think, I don't know, I just don't like, you can't not have wrenches, right? You can't have people just, we have to be able to kick trolls out. So anybody that's been in for longer than a certain method, names that I recognize. I mean, Bill Bacon is fairly new, I think, from Massachusetts. I think he's fairly new, but I just made a call with that one and said, yeah, he'll be all right. And the Truth Seeker in Oz as well. I think I've actually seen Truth Seeker in Oz in other.
I have too.
Flats. So everyone's pretty cool, man. We really don't get. The thing is, trolls come in and let themselves know. They expose themselves almost instantly. It's like walking into a party with your cock out. It's fucking ridiculous what they do. So yeah, we're all equal. We are all equal, and we're all we're all sovereign. We're all responsible. We're responsible for ourselves, Anyways, yeah. So today, Independence Day tomorrow. What does that mean to you, Sarah?
nothing anymore. It means that I have to cradle my dog for the next 72 hours,
fireworks.
rocking her nonstop so that she doesn't, she
They
just.
don't understand, do they?
Well,
They
you know
don't-
what? What I'm almost positive. When I first got my dog,
Yeah.
they told me she was. I don't know if I've told this story, but so I have this 18-year-old dog that just turned 18, and she's a retired sled dog, and then I have a smaller dog. They're both rescues, and she's actually going to be 13 this fall. So was supposedly a street dog in Los Angeles, and very food motivated when I first got her too, especially. But when I first got her, actually, the sound of flicking of a lighter, she used to flinch. So I'm pretty sure she was like burned. And I think she was taken in by a gang or something at one point and then ran away from them. But she's very sensitive to fireworks, and I think that has to do with gunshots. Any kind of sound that a car makes like that will make her she'll fly sometimes. Like I'm like, whoa, I didn't even know that you could get that high.
And that makes me wonder, do our souls, or does our consciousness get to experience different incarnations, or like, what if because dogs are they have such human-like traits. Dogs and cats, is that just purely us that say that these traits are human-like, or do they actually have?
No,
there are dogs that have.
My dog is too smart. Like the way she looks at my
use the toilet. The ones that use the toilets.
Yeah. Oh, that's easy to train them. I just don't want to because it kind of grosses me out. But at the same time, I don't know why. Like I'm not grossed out by so many things. I don't know why I'm grossed out by it. It's just a construct. But
I know of a cat that started doing it by itself. Wasn't taught how to do it. And just for the benefit of those people, no, this is not a camera glitch. I'm just going to be straightforward, open, and honest with you. I've turned the camera off so that I can have a smoke, but I've decided not to do it on camera because I don't know.
We're trying to be more professional, so we're trying to be more
professional, man.
Do stuff like that. One of the things is I'm trying to change my habits too, and I want to document. Like actually, that was part of me starting this channel. Is I had already planned for this, and I I thought it'd be good to share my journey on changing my career. And I've already been working on my lifestyle a lot, but and it's not like I want to like I'm not about giving this stuff up. I'm about balance.
Yeah.
I really believe that we can have little things here and there, but it's really truly about balance. And once you give up certain things, you just don't want other things anymore. So
yeah, it's true.
I'm curious here. I want to see. Did you look at Sonia said, I've actually looked into animals, and it looks like from where we are projected in, it's the children who come in as animals. Oh, we've all been animals at one point in another learning experience. See, I really do feel that way too. Like I was wondering I was just thinking about this the other day because I was like, is there any chance that like you are put into an animal body if you don't do well in your human life? Because you really.
If you're cruel to animals, say.
Yeah. Like you're really cruel to animals. Is there a chance that you're reincarnated? You have to live as an animal again, like you have to revert, or maybe not. It's not reverting. It's just like it is a little more wax and wane, or you know what I mean? Like you're human, then you're an animal. You're human, you're an animal. That kind of, or an alien. I don't know. Because I just watched on Leak Project.
I like that. Sorry, I like that little moon reference with your T-shirt on as well.
Right. And here's the other thing. On Leak Project with Bernai and I'm so sorry, I can't think of his name, but it was the man. He was just the gentleman he was interviewing. He was like showing the clip on Campbell's channel. Oh yeah. Hey, has everyone seen Richie as Sparrow, as Captain Henry Sparrow?
Jack. Oh, Henry, yeah. That one is a couple of years old. I used to put those clips into all of my intros.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then I stopped, and then I found it again the other day, and I was like, oh yeah, I quite like that one actually. That was quite funny. I like what Morgan's doing though, because I think Morgan's actually paid for it, so that he's able to actually do, you know, like do his own. He's able to speak and have the face actually make, you know, look like it's speaking. Whereas with the free version, all you can do is put your face onto the.
Yeah.
You can't
I know.
do it
I
the other
had
way.
somebody who paid for that, and like all you would see for a good 2 weeks was just them putting their face in, you know, different movies.
I
Like,
like, right, because I like what's his name, Andreas Zertus.
oh, I just started watching him, and what I
He does
found him.
it with all of the movies that he shows. He puts his face on the main character of all of them, man,
Oh,
and it's brilliant.
I haven't watched him that much, but it looks like he's just kind of more new awake to the Tartaria. So he's probably watching your channel now, Campbell.
Andreas, I think Andreas has been on it for a little while, and I'll tell you what, he's smart.
Yes,
He's
I
very
know.
well read. He's very well read, and he's very
Yes.
smart.
Yes, I started watching an episode and got out. You know, I'm really getting into science more again, because the evidence is there. You know, like how, and I say quote unquote science all the time because of how it's propagated, but it's amazing how if you just keep looking, the evidence is there. And this is something I knew as a kid because I was getting books, and I think I've told you about this, that had like historical evidence of poltergeist type scenarios and seances, and had like the science, quote unquote, that you could gather at that time documented in these books, giving it, you know, reverence. And I kept saying, why aren't we, you know, looking at this? Why aren't we studying this? Like, I don't understand why it's just kind of considered poo-poo and not real, you know, because it's clearly real, like Sasquatch.
I mean, that's why it's not studied, really. That's exactly why it's considered poo-poo. It's put out as woo-woo, wacky, la land, and not worth serious investigation, because we know that the CIA and all the other, you know, the Mossad and the USSR all did very extensive research into psychic powers and stuff, and that's why they use remote viewers. That's why they've I think they've learned, they know what we're capable of. They know absolutely what we're capable of, and that's why they're so focused on telling us that we're not.
Well, and that's all I was saying, like, you know, at a young age, how I was able to wake up early on, or just start questioning things early on. And that started with religion too, because I had friends who got into religion, and then I started researching it. It had a lot to do with my parents, because my dad had really been into Buddhism and Taoism, and he had a friend. He still does have a friend. He actually edits videos on YouTube. And speaking of which, I did follow him. I could share it, but my dad, does all these edits for him that way. It's really sweet. And that's how I know how to do all my video editing and all my photography, by the way, is my dad. We have a really close relationship.
Your dad's an awesome, he's a really good photographer as well. You were showing me those pictures that he did, and I tell you what, I bloody love them. I would have them, you know, that's the sort of artwork that I would put up in my place, you know.
Well, this is a perfect segue, actually, and now it makes me want to share it, because he's got all this new. So part of it too is my dad is. So I'm really into rocks. Obviously, I've told you guys this like a million times. This is my labradorite. I have 2 of these wire wraps where they did like a tree with it. Richie, you'll probably love this necklace. But labradorite is just gorgeous. If you've probably heard of it, right? It's very
Hang on.
Let me see if I can get it to focus.
That's pretty.
See my hair stuck to it. It's very like I can't get it to quite, but I have a crappy camera, guys. I'm gonna get a better camera and a mic, but
well, hang on a sec. Have you gone into settings and make sure that you're on HD?
No, my camera does look kind of crappy right now. Like
go into camera settings and make sure that you're on HD.
you know what sucks is that I have done this. I've done this before, and it like keeps reverting me back. So you guys don't need to see my like little cart there with paper towel in it. Not that I really care. Anyway, this labradorite, they actually make countertops out of this, but it's very shiny when you get it in the light a certain way. Like if I can kind of get it to shimmer, you can see that blue, right, Richie? When I do that, you can see
yeah. It's like a sort of pearlescent kind of.
That's really what I wanted to try to show you is that it's got like that when you get it in the light. Anyway, it's not doing it justice, but
it reminds me of oh God, what's it called? I can't remember. I've got it's right on the tip of my tongue. The name of it. It's like green, but it's not. It's got browns in it and stuff. Obviously, it's not emerald. It's
shit.
Oh, I can't remember. Labradorite is a good stone.
Oh, I see. Oh my God. Yeah. Okay. I want to show you my dad has been doing photography forever, and our styles are totally different. So if you guys have never checked out my work, I'm not asking you to. I mostly just put it on my Instagram. I don't really update my website anymore. But I do like mostly all landscape shots, and that's pretty, and I do like a little bit of wildlife. Anyway, so he does abstract. He's totally changed. He used to do landscape too and all kinds of stuff, but he mostly does abstract now. And he really has actually been playing around and doing digital art. So he's been taking his photos of some of these rocks and doing all kinds of different abstracts. But what Richie saw was my dad took shots of crazy lace agate because like that was our idea. Actually, me and my ex had this idea, and we were going to try to sell it and like go to rock shows because we would go to rock shows like all the time. And
Manny.
Hey Manny, good morning. Hey Fallon Blue.
Fallon Blue. Valiant Blue.
Valiant Blue. I'm sorry.
Valiant Blue.
Did I say Fallen Blue?
No, well, Fallon Blue. I don't know. How do you pronounce it? How are you going to tell us how to pronounce your name?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
In type. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Anyway, hi, Fally. I'll just call you Fally.
Okay, I'm going to pull up some of my dad's work. So actually, this is a really good segue really quick to get into something I was going to talk about. I don't know if you guys have seen.
Is this a segue? Because if it's a segue, we should play a little segue video.
Do I have an appropriate?
Look, 33 minutes as well.
I do have an appropriate segue video. You ready? So this is the segue, and it's all about, can I do something for you in exchange for maybe some donations for the Healing Center, which will turn around and help you in anyway. So, with that being said, here's a little video I just put together for our Wide Awake. I did the logo, I did the shooting, but I did take some stock imagery to get a little bit of an effect. So there you go. Segue video. I feel like being cheesy this morning. I hope that's okay with you guys. Okay, so with that being said, let me show you a little bit of my work, which you guys have really already seen. And I want to show you my dad's work because that I can't necessarily, I haven't actually asked him if I could use that for donation purposes. But actually, now that I say that, I probably can because he already has a lot of stuff already printed. So, yeah, anyway. So what I'm saying is that I can offer video services, Photoshop services, and photography services
What else can I offer? I could offer a little bit of like a portfolio thing. Anyway, so I'm trying to say that I can put up my services in order to potentially get some donations, because I'll just go by donation. I won't ask for a specific charge of anything. And but like if you guys have seen like my logo and Richie's logo, you know, I should have probably put these together a little bit. Let me show you the newest ones I've made. I won't take too long, guys, of this too, because you're probably like, I don't really need to see all that.
Well, this is one.
Oh, yep.
Hang on.
That is one of mine.
There's one. And this is one.
And that one you guys just saw in the video too.
And obviously this was like, they're all in, it's all in the same sort of shape, because I'd said, yeah, I like that. And so we just did different designs around that shape, that geometric pattern there, because I really like that pattern. And it also, because of the, you know, it's 4 words in the title. So
yeah,
you know, it makes it just makes sense. You know, to be able to split it up like this. That's why I thought the shape was good.
Oh, I know what I did. Sorry, I was trying to show something else and it wasn't letting me, because you can't have it in full screen. No, it still won't show up. That's annoying. Yeah, that's actually the one I was just about to show large. The one that Richie just put up in the corner.
Oh, I thought I was putting that up as an overlay.
And I'm going to do one for Tet. I'm going to do, show. I guess I can just show you guys this. I didn't really. No, I should just show you. Why won't it let me? All right. This is where I didn't want to take too long on this. It's just, you know how like when you go to share and then you're like, you know what? I don't want to show that. I want to click out and I want to do it again. It like, you know, it won't let me right now. It keeps like, it's keeping this thing open. I want to close this little screen so I can do it again. Anyway, that's my life. So let's just forget that. You guys kind of saw the gist of it. I think you've seen some little videos, and you can check out my it's always in the description. My Instagram has my photography on it. So if there's anything that I can offer with that, and that, you know, especially for other channels. So just throwing that out there, you know, especially because there's some bigger names in here. I'd be happy to do that for you. And I'm going to make one for Roxanne YT so you can see Richie's logo, his 007 one. I did a little something for him. And I was just trying to already take what he had, because Richie had this thing where it was like a silhouette shape and it had like this big kind of burst of light coming from behind in the front. It was, you know, just like, it was good. It was just like this kind of stance. Anyway, so I took that and I added his name to it. And then you guys probably saw the work I did for the show. Didn't I do that as, yeah, right here.
And it's, I mean, I love it, man. I love that. Like, because obviously I was doing, I was having to do all the videos and stuff. It's really nice to have somebody else creative with the tools and the time to be able to bounce off of and, you know, and work with. Like this, we did this one, we sort of,
we did it together.
You gave me an idea, I laid it out, and then you turned it into this. You created the final piece.
I have Photoshop and Richie does it. Richie has the capability to do this, but he's never had the right software to put it together this way. So he came up with the idea. And then what was great was we had a little working meeting where I pulled it up and I was altering it live so he could see the little changes I was making to decide if that was what we wanted to go. Because I actually started off with a totally different color scheme and we decided we wanted to to do something else.
That was cool as well, man. It was like the longest I've ever taken to make a thumbnail. You know, thumbnails I just do really quickly, and so it was really not because I look at other thumbnails and I'm like, wow, it's a lot of work's gone into that, man. And you know, like Luke Radowski's thumbnails are always quite good, and Jacob Israel's thumbnails always good. I just think, yeah, I just know, like you say, though, it's not having the tools in it. It's the
it impressed me because so you guys know I have more recent ability to use Photoshop, and I don't have anything added. I don't have any added plugins or anything like that.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. You could whack a load of plugins into it and really
I haven't really messed with any 3D stuff. Same thing with editing. So just FYI on that, I can kind of do like a 3D-esque look where I can have it kind of fly in and I can have it transparent, have it have like a shape, but I can't really like do, you know, where with the like the Leaks projects new, he's got like flames kind of that make the shape and
Leak Project's intro is pretty good, man. That's
I could probably get that, but that's like a little more in the future. And my thing is like, if I can get a little extra money, if this was something like I could get regularly paid for, then hell yeah, I would invest into those things. Because that would be a dream to be that kind of resource for the truther community. And again, my whole purpose is to just be sustained. I know when I talk about making a lot of money, I don't mean a lot of money. I mean just enough to sustain, you know, to get the little things here and there. Anyway, I'm all about.
This is the thing, isn't it? This is the thing. Like, you know, we were talking about it. I've spoken about it with you. I've spoken about it with Roxanne. We don't.
I want to show this.
All we want is to be able to exist, and you know, not feel. We just want to know that we just want to feel secure, and have the little simple things provide so much pleasure, you know, like just being able to go to the cupboard and there be food there, you know, and drink and refreshments, and to have to know that you've got a nice bed to sleep in and a nice bathroom to do your ablutions in, and other than that, all I want other than that is a bit of transport that I've, you know, a car so that I can be independent transport. I mean, I've already got the equipment, really. There's some extra little things that would be nice, but I've got the computer and I've got the camera and I've got the microphone. I've got everything I need to be able to produce videos. There's just software on top of that. But that's all it's like it's for me, but it's not for me. It's so that I can produce things for everyone else, you know, so I can use my creativeness to produce things that give other people pleasure to watch or listen to or whatever. Yes, nice one.
Yes.
Also. Thanks, Cam.
Campbell, yes, please.
We have to know. We have to think about. It's all about time scale. I was thinking about it's like, because I was thinking about me and my thumbnail, the way I am, because I'm so disorganized. I don't think about the thumbnail until after I've done the video and edited it and I'm uploading it. And then I think, oh shit, thumbnail, and do it quickly. You know, there's not that much. Whereas with Amanda, because we spent a week or 2 weeks or whatever it was, we spent, you know, planning that.
Yeah.
Researching and really planning it. So it was, the thumbnail got more attention. Thumbnails,
you know, that's a good point, because I didn't think about that, but because we did put it up like 2 days in advance and because it was so eye-catching, that turned out really good, actually. I really enjoyed working with you on that, especially because when you suggested the brown and the green and then we did that effect and it made that whole background pop, that's still my favorite part of that. Oh, shout out to Mish, who helped collaborate with that, because that's actually her. Let me show that really quick.
That's the background, isn't it?
In the background, and I want to share her photography because it's really good. She's actually in Greece and she's been taking some amazing shots and like little videos, and I'm like, so, and she'll sometimes leave a voice message, and I was telling her, it's like, I can close my eyes and I can see myself there. And like right now I could just, yeah, it's beautiful.
Because I had I was out in Greece for 6 months or something, traveling around the islands, and so looking at her pictures and her videos, and it's like, I know how warm it is. I know how warm the ocean is, because the ocean out there is really warm. It's beautiful. Man, yeah, she's great, and she's really.
This is actually, I took this from 2 different shots, so you can actually, if you look closely, you'll see it repeats itself just a little bit. Can you tell over here?
Yeah. That's the background. It's like one on top of the other.
And I made it where this was a different. I can't remember if this actually had any graffiti on it, but then it, there was like a wall type, or no, actually, no, I made this. Sorry, there was no wall here. The shot was actually this wall right here and then a wall right here. So actually, this is the shot. Take it back. See this on this whole right side? That's actually the original. I took a different graffiti shot she took, and I made it look like it's like a trifecta wall kind of.
I love
right?
that. Shit happens when you party naked, man. Shit happens when you party naked.
And so that's the background to our shot. And then I put this love overlay, which actually in the last shot, I ended up photoshopping it so that so that love is completely cut out. But yeah. Because,
right.
It's all about love here.
It's all about love. And saying that, having said that,
I'm going to write myself a note that I need to email Campbell right after the show. So anyway, yeah, I want to offer type services like that to help everybody, help each other out. That's kind of, when I came into the Goonies, that's still something I want to do. And we could even do that potentially as like a Sunday show. I don't know if there's, I actually don't know if there's liability to showing Photoshop on the screen. Is there a copyright with that? No, because it's just like a tutorial, right? So it's all free.
Yeah, it's
I was thinking I could show you guys what I do, because it's really like, I say this a lot, but like I think like it's like singing. Like people don't think that you have the ability to do these things when it's like you actually do. And singing for me, I've had like such a stage with it in my life. It has to do with stage fright too. And yeah, I already have like a loud, deep voice, so that helped with it. But if you practice, my brother is a perfect example, because he was in a band and his voice was so meek, and I would tell Andy, I'm like, I can't quite hear you when you're singing, and like, I don't want to sound rude, but I don't feel like you sound very good, because I don't feel like you're really truly using your voice. And then he found his voice, and it was like, there it is, and he sounds great, Anyway.
Yeah. And it's also, like with singing, it's just, all it is it's a muscle. Your creativity is like a muscle.
Yep.
If you just keep playing with it,
it's like playing an instrument.
Playing with it, it'll develop, and it will get stronger. And it's the same with art, with drawing, with painting, with playing an instrument, with singing. Because at the end of the day, singing really is sort of, I used to think that you had strings in your throat. That's what vocal cords were. They were like little strings in your throat. That's what I used to think. So singing was like your string instrument, but actually it's more like a reed. It's more like a reed instrument, isn't it? The way your vocal cords works more like the reed works on like an oboe or a clarinet or a saxophone.
Yeah. Now, I'm sorry, I didn't see that Kevin said this, but if it's your birthday, happy birthday.
Oh yeah, dude. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. There you go. That's my birthday song.
I love that song. Richie, you sang that for my birthday and it made me so happy.
I sing it to everybody on their birthday because it's the best birthday song that's ever existed, man. Stevie
It's
Wonder
Richie,
just smashed that.
good voice.
It's
Oh,
actually
I love it.
it's his birthday song to Martin Luther King, isn't it? He's singing to Martin Luther King. But
Is he?
yeah,
I don't know. Okay, so anyway, now that we did my little deal here, should we
it's at the end of the segment.
yeah, and we've been going for 51 minutes.
Oh,
I don't
that's
know
almost half an hour.
Other than getting into, you know, our usual talk, but we can always bring someone on too if somebody else wants to.
Yeah, dude, Cam, you should pop on,
What's
sir.
on? I think Cam, you want to just be our regular Sunday guest?
Yeah, man, I'm up for that.
You don't have to stay on long if you can't. We could have asked you to come on sooner. Sorry.
I'll send. Right, I'll send Cam a link first in Skype. I'll just send him a link, and if you want to join us, Cam, that would be fucking awesome. And if you don't, that's totally cool as well, man.
Exactly.
And if you don't, then I'll put the link in the chat. We'll just give Cam a chance to get on before, if there's anybody else that wants to come on.
Yes.
Luby Lou, how you doing?
Hey, Luby Lou. Hey, Emma.
Emma, how you doing? I don't know if I recognise Emma. I think you're new, aren't you? Are you on my channel or are you? No, yes, you are. You're on my channel. How you doing, Emma?
I was gonna say, I think I'm still the only one watching my own channel. I'm just in there. I don't even know why, because I was thinking I had to check it for the chat, but I don't. So I'm leaving. So nobody's watching my live, but that's okay. It's not going to hurt my feelings, and people might watch it later, but it's not, again, that's not why I'm here. I'm here for education, and I'm here for connections, and I've already made so many good connections. I'm like all about being thankful this morning, so I'm going to just shut up now.
Gratitude, man. That's what it's all about.
Way to start your day, right?
Right. I'll tell you what, I'm just going to go with feeling here, because she's had her channel since 2011. So I'm just gonna go on. You can have a wrench. I don't recognize you, but you can have one anyway.
I don't think
I just feel bad. I just given Luby Lou one, and everybody. It's like it's a blue army. We are the blue army, which is quite kind of cool, because although the Democrats they are blue, the original story of the Matrix, the red pill was actually the blue pill. It was the other way around. The blue pill, because according to Tom Althouse, who wrote it, it's about blue eyes. It was something to do with blue eyes. That's why it was like there was a connection between the blue pill and blue eyes. So I don't know, because I've got blue eyes, I guess. I like that. And it makes more sense. Blue is always, didn't make sense to me that it was red, because red always means danger. But we've been programmed. We've been programmed to believe that red means danger, though. Oh, no.
Yeah. Well, and this is why I have so much, like, I'm the whole green thing, and now that, sorry.
Oh, I've just seen somebody's mentioned squirrel sniper, not squirrel sniper. Well, lawful debts, lawful rebellion and debts, right? Yes. Good, nice one, good man. That's actually not what he's going to be talking about. It's not. I don't think he's going to be talking about the Postmaster General stuff. What he's talking about has got something to do with banking and the banks. It's something new that he's spent the last couple of weeks learning, being taught by the guy that he's going to be on with at 6 o'clock. But yeah, I'm going to be watching that as well.
Is that? Oh, that is Law and Rebellion. Is the one I get.
Lawful Rebellion and Death.
I already have it tagged. I had to jump into chat. I had to jump into your chat because I was, we can't copy and paste from here, which is really annoying. You should let me click links from here.
Yeah, all you can do is show it. It's a bit.
Yeah. So anyway, yep, I have it on. Okay, good. So, and then also Sven asked us to talk about a 7 p.m. So are you going live, Sven? I'm sorry. I don't know if I didn't see that. And let me get that up if that's the case.
Yeah, you
up here too. I'm working on that right now. I'm sorry, guys, because I actually saw your names pop up and I thought, I should pull up everyone's channels, the Cams and Sonia.
Hippie Shake's brilliant at sharing.
Yeah, where's Hippie Shake? I haven't seen her lately. Where's my friend? You know what? It might be too early for her or something where she's at.
Hippie Shake's in the UK, I think.
Or maybe Sunday afternoons are, like her sons or something. She might her day might be taken up with that.
Maybe she's just not subscribed yet. I don't know.
The other thing is, real quick, everybody, Bernie's back. You sent Cam a link, right?
I sent Cam a link. Haven't heard back from him.
It's all good. He was grabbing coffee. He wanted to go grab a coffee. Okay, so this is Bernie's new channel, everybody. Sending that in chat right now. I just wanted to pop it up. But what I was supposed to be focused on was Sven's channel. So that's being posted right now. And
yes, Hippie has a channel, Emma.
Jason's channel, Jason of Disparate. I don't think I have that. Do you have that link?
Jason of the Disparate? No, I don't.
Ben, you have a red dog. Can you post it, please, for us? That would be awesome. But in the meantime, here's Sven's channel, which is definitely worth checking out. Sven is a great person. He was on our Sunday show last week. Did a really good one. You should go back and watch it. It was a really good discussion. Campbell came on too. If you guys haven't seen it, I bet all of you were there. Hippie has a channel and she is in the UK. That's right, because she has footage of the last.
She went to Martin Leaker's tour.
Yes.
This is Jason's channel.
Thank you for your help. If everybody wants to share their channels, let's go ahead and do that.
Yeah, that's another thing about wrenches. It means that you can share channels.
We had a day like that where we were sharing everybody's channel. So let me get Hippie Shake. Sonia, I'll post yours too. And Hippie Shake is an amazing soul. If anybody in here has not spoken to her, but I'm pretty sure we all have.
Everybody in here's got Cam's channel, haven't they?
Okay. I was gonna say let me post Sonia's though.
Right. Just checked in on Trinity, but he's not streaming.
Oh, I already posted Trinity's link earlier.
Yeah, he's not. I just had a look on his channel to see if he's streaming live again yet, but he's not. So
I need to do this. Sonia, you see how Sonia has her you have one like this too. How do you make it so it's like youtube.com/blah or c/the name of your channel instead of it?
So you have to go into the content, to the channel creator studio. Go into the creator studio, and it's in somewhere in settings or somewhere. you can set your brand and you turn it into a brand.
Gotcha. Did I post Campbell's channel? I'm just gonna do that for fun. But make sure you get on Bernie's channel because he's got so much good content.
And they're on it as well. They're on him. Like, they just deleted his last channel. He didn't even, it's like he didn't even say anything in there. All he talked about, you know why?
No, they did. They did. It had to do with him clipping stuff from Alien Scientist's channel. And then he's going back at them saying, I don't understand because my videos are up on like 3 different channels right now and you haven't touched any of these.
Yeah,
So
that's what they said the reason was.
Because he was clipping footage from Alien Scientist's channel.
Yeah, but all they do with that is they block it. All they do is block it.
But he's got the same videos up. They said he did it too many times. He's got the same videos up on like multiple people's different channels, and those aren't blocked, and nothing's wrong with those.
Yeah.
I thought I had Campbell's up.
You have to have 100 subs to change the URL. Oh, thank you, Manny. Right, can everybody please make sure you go over to we'll share a link to your channel. Hang on. Please make sure that you subscribe to Mindful Exposures.
Oh, good to know.
Because she needs.
I got a lot. I had 63 exposures. Oh, good to know.
You got 64.
But I heard you play, Lizzo. I heard you play on your channel, and it was really good. He was playing the guitar. It was really good.
Lizzo creates.
Lizzo creates.
I didn't even know that.
I was trying to follow everybody's channels because I figured every once in a while you guys are going to drop little gems. I shouldn't say every once in a while. I'm just saying when you do. Okay, what am I looking for and why can't I find it? Because I don't know what I'm looking for.
No, there's your channel though.
Okay. No, don't worry about mine. It'll happen.
I'm gonna go and look
I got part of it was that I tagged Amanda on Instagram, and I gained it was really cool. I gained a new interaction where like she was like, me and my husband are gonna watch you guys later this evening. Like reached out to let me know that, and I thought, I don't even know this person. They just started following me, and
that's cool, man. Lizzo, you got 6 subscribers now.
That's what it's about those connections.
Right. There was other stuff I wanted to talk about today.
Where's the Reverend? I thought about my pastor. Well, just so he knows he's missed today. He or she or whatever. I'm pretty sure it's a he. And I hope you guys don't mind if I'm fucking it all up and you're all days. Okay, what are you doing right now? Sorry,
I'm just.
No, you're okay.
I'm trying to remember what it is that I was wanted to talk. Oh, well, I tell you what I did do. It's just I don't know how we're gonna. A bit of a transition, talking about Carl Schwab and his.
Oh, you're good.
His ESG crap. But yeah, it's not just Carl Schwab, is it? Oh crap! I've lost her. Oh, there you are. Yes. So, how is everybody doing? Auto, I don't know where. Dude, Cam, you going to join us, or should I put the invite in the chat and anyone can?
Let's talk more about sovereignty, because we know Cam's good, and this is this way we have good clip footage for later too. I'm just kidding. Kinda.
I sent you the link on Skype, buddy. I Skyped it to you.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for subbing. I appreciate that. And yeah. Oh, I need to sub to that one. The Brian Lizor. Is that? Did I just say that right? You posted that, right?
What's that?
That the one that Sven was talking about.
The one that who was talking about?
Is this it? Jason's channel. Got it.
Oh yeah. I posted that. I posted the
That's
link.
the one. Postmaster General. Yeah. I gotta watch this shit.
I do have a question. I was looking at Pioneer Foundation. Are they a cult? Am I seeing them in a distorted way? I don't know. It's Cam.
Want to see what I got? Hey, Cam.
You all right, buddy?
G'day. Can you hear me
You in your
okay?
bus?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got really bad lighting in here. Sorry.
Nah, it's all right. We can see you, dude. We can see you. We can hear
Look at my hair. Haven't had my hair and makeup done. Gosh.
you.
What's that?
Well, hang on.
I got this sweet little book. It was
That's
real.
a blank page.
Yeah. All about the feel that. But I think isn't this from the Manly? Yeah, this is from Manly Hall's book. This is in a little excerpt just about the pineal gland.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah, I haven't
Eye
actually
of Horus.
on my, even though it's a quick read, I had it on my, because I'm trying to get through my Reiki book. I've been
Turn my camera back on.
I've been working on, I think I've shared this one already, but I've been working on this book. It's really good.
Yeah.
Oh, Reiki. Yeah, right. Nice.
And the whole I'm like stuck on the last part because she starts to get into the science of it. And she's citing all these books. So I have so many bookmarked and highlighted parts of this that I want to break down, you know?
No.
Do you know how the reason how I know that Reiki is absolutely 100% real? I had it done to me when I was about 19 or 20. No, I was about 20, 19 and a half, 20 years old. I had it done by this old lady. She came around, I laid on the bed. She started massaging my right foot, and then I had felt this thing go up around my body, up into my head, down the left side, and then she drew it out of the left-hand side, and I went to sleep for about 3 hours afterwards. And then I didn't have it again until I met. Well, I mean, technically, I sort of haven't had hands-on Reiki. I haven't had hands-on Reiki. The Reiki that I've had since then has been distance Reiki, and
I've done it.
I've had it. I've experienced it from you, and also Janine.
It's exciting for me because it's been validation.
Yeah.
Because I already knew I was benefiting my animals and it was more hands-on. But I did actually, because both my animals were kind of sensitive to certain things, like my dog especially, I do a lot of distance, just nearby distance Reiki, but I wasn't really sure the effects. And when I we're helping with Lee's daughter and you and Rox, it's like, yeah, it's exciting. Yeah. I was thinking about you two, and I haven't asked for your permission, Campbell, but do I have permission to try to heal your arm, your hand and your arm?
Oh, yeah, right. Of course. Yeah. I got some cool Reiki when I was in Melbourne. And one lady was doing it. My hand actually was like cracked, like it was like going crack. It was bizarre. And someone gave me this.
Ooh, oh, wow. Yes.
And like literally, you can when I put it on my hand, you can feel it, like all the energy just going.
Is it copper?
Yeah. One winding. It's like
yeah. I want to make a ton of copper jewelry, like the wire style. You know, like I have this is like a tree, but I want to make it with copper. I want to make a bunch of that. But I want to make
geometry
Copper
shape
on it,
too. Yeah, yeah,
needles
Dolly-
and stuff.
yeah.
So Dolly Daydream, Janine, she does Reiki. She's been studying Reiki for the last probably a year or so, I think. Going to actually going to classes, and it's really noticeable. Like I've really noticed it more than once. Just it's like me and Janine have got a funny relationship. We don't agree with each other. You know, we disagree with each other about stuff all the time. When I know that there's a couple of things we just disagree on, right? But when I talk to her, every time when I've had a really bad headache and I've spoken to her, by the time I've finished speaking to her, my headache's gone and I feel really good. Even if we've been disagreeing, it's like she's just got this. There's something about her that just automatically, she's an automatic Reiki. Like she was doing it before I experienced it, before she actually started studying Reiki. So when she said she was doing Reiki, it was like, oh yeah, man, that makes sense. Because just, you know, just talking to her would take away. I get really bad headaches. You know, Sarah, I get really bad headaches, man. And she's just talking to her a few times has just completely taken the headache's gone. I haven't even thought about it. It's just like at the end of the conversation, it's like, oh wow, my head's not hurting anymore. You know, it's nice. It's nice. How have you been, Cam?
Yeah, Cam, how you doing?
Yeah, good. Still kind of tired, but yep, getting there. It's a very big week, but no, I'm feeling pretty well.
Good.
What day is it? Is it
Sunday.
Sunday?
Well, it's actually not for you.
Man, I've already been back like 3 days. It's shocking.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. No, you're 8 hours ahead, aren't you?
It's like 9 p.m. here, so
Still coming down from all that hyped energy, probably. Must have been amazing.
Yeah, and like we were doing, like literally, well, the event day was about 18 hours, and then every other day was about 12 to 14, and like a lot of those was just walking around Melbourne, like just. So yeah, it was pretty full on, but it was good. Trying to remember what happened now, so it was a bit of a
oh, mate, that
Right, because it's
I
really
think
so
that's a
much.
common- That's a common
Oh,
thing, isn't it?
we just fit so much into it because the first time Kelly and I, ever met, and
Yeah.
so yeah, and then we were making videos and then talking, business and all that kind of stuff. So, it was good though, very good.
I
Now we're
gotta
going to do
say,
it all again.
It's because things are ramping up, right? It's like we've known that this needed to happen, but because I'm not feeling, I can't quite compare, obviously, to what you're going through, but I'm feeling it with Richie. After we had our interview with Amanda, it was like, okay, things are ramping up, and
Nice. Yeah, I saw that.
it feels like this healing center is going to happen, and it might, still be a ways away, but it just, you can feel like, and I know I need this kick in my ass, but on certain things, but it's like it's good. It's time for us to get some stuff done.
Yeah, well,
right.
heaps of people are doing, meetups and events and just talking about, connecting people up. So that's really what we would, we didn't know, we didn't know what we were doing, but we, just did it anyway, kind of thing. So
And it was
it all went our way,
Can I ask a question, Cam?
You can.
Are you in a relationship?
Am I in a relationship? Why is
Yeah.
that?
Because
you can ask. I'd answer.
I thought, well, if you're in a relationship, then
Look
this
at
is
all these
completely
photos.
sweet.
I know,
But
right?
you and JC, man, you look so cute together. I don't say, and I thought, did they hook up, man? Did they hook up?
In a relationship.
No, it's dude. It's a very sweet picture.
Yeah. No, that was first time to meet JC, and it was great.
Yeah, the energy between the three of you is obviously there.
Yeah, yeah. You'll probably see. Like, I'm still editing it. Will come out this week. The latest Tartaria Australia. It's just me and Kelly walking around Melbourne, like just filming buildings and talking, and we just keep talking over each other because we get so excited. So I hope it's not too bad. But
Yeah.
no, awesome. Yeah.
That's why I talk over you because I get so excited. It's like, yes, let's do it.
That's
Yeah.
what I love about. That's what I love about Kelly. Is she's always got a smile on her face, and she's always got so much energy. Sometimes it's a bit too much for me, you know. But it's always good energy coming out of her, you know. She's always
Oh,
she's
it is.
full of.
Sorry.
You know, to come through like the last 2 years, like, I mean, she had a lot of other stuff going on as well, but just the whole Melbourne thing, you know. She did 2 years in Melbourne, like, yeah, and she was telling me, you know, she was just walking around and, like, you know, she didn't want to wear the nappy, and she said she just, like, every time she gets surrounded by like 10 cops and stuff. And so but she said by the end of it, she was just like, yeah. She was literally saying, "I don't believe in you, so just go away." And
yeah, I remember her saying that. I remember her saying that, man.
It was pretty full on. Like, you get into Melbourne, and yeah, like the majority of people are just the
Melbourne was the strictest.
people.
Like, they had some of the worst, because that's what's his name, isn't it? But Melbourne.
Dan Andrews.
Andrew, yeah.
Call me Dan. Yeah. And they also, during lockdown, they smashed down a ton of old buildings, and they were doing heaps of renovations, and all at night time, and it's all covered up and stuff, and now there's just like 5G towers everywhere, and it's turning into a real smart city. So
do they make them look like obelisks? The 5G towers there?
No, they chuck them on the buildings.
They did that before. I think they did that in Egypt. Anyway, sorry.
Sorry, no, you're all right. It looks like mini China. Like, there's so many apartment buildings. It's unbelievable. It literally looks like China now. Like, you know, where the apartment buildings face each other. You know, when you look out the window, like there's someone else's window there, kind of thing.
Yeah, just stacked one on top of the other.
Yeah, so it's 6 million people now apparently in Melbourne.
Wow. And what's the size of it in comparison? Like, how big is it? Can you compare it to England, to a British city? It's probably like the size of England, isn't it?
Victoria would be, but Melbourne City is it's not a big city, you know. It's Australian, so it's got a lot of suburb sort of space, but I think because of all the apartments, I think, you know, like half the people live in or around the city, you know, like literally a couple of million. So it's kind of good because the city's always alive and there's stuff everywhere to do on that. Like, you go into Perth City and there's nothing there because no one lives there unless people are going to work. It's just like dead. So
interesting.
But I mean, that's the thing. I'm I felt like a small town country boy.
So that's how I am.
That's
I've never been to New York or LA, and people are shocked because I'm like, if I never see them in my life, I will be happy. I grew up. I was born at home in 1985, mind you. You know, because most people aren't even born at home anymore. In this really small little town, you know. So I actually moved. I was living in Portland for a while, mainly because of work at the time, and I was like, I'm finding another job and I'm getting out of here as soon as possible because I could not. And the city was just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. That was the other thing. And then it's obviously as crazy as it is today.
I remember when I went to America in '97. I went to San Diego, and then I traveled up to Los Angeles and Orange County. I remember San Diego, I thought, was the cleanest city I'd ever seen in my life. Like,
it's very cool.
It even smelled like the air. The air smelled. There was a funny smell in the air, but it wasn't a dirty smell.
It's one of the biggest military base cities. Like, Marines are there, the Navy's there. It's heavy military there.
But I remember when I went up to Los Angeles, and it was just disgusting, man. It was, you know, walking around Los Angeles was just litter everywhere. It was dirty, and I'm like, this. I thought this was Hollywood. I thought basically it was meant to be sparkly and, really nice, and it wasn't at all. It was a shithole. But the trouble is, it's all
What's-
Democrat. All
Yeah,
Democrat
yeah.
states.
What's like? Is there a lot of like filth in Australia, or is it generally like pretty clean?
A lot of filth. Wow. It's pretty clean. No, we don't have we no. And I mean we don't have cities the size of LA. Like Sydney's, I think, it's probably 8 million, but that's also like suburbs, so probably 4 million in the city or 3 million.
Oh, okay.
But that's not, we don't have cities like New York where they're like literally people, all live in the city.
No,
but
it's
pretty,
like
but, I saw some homeless people in Melbourne, which was a bit sad, but not heaps. But because we don't have any like really here at all. Well, I guess we got a couple, but no, it's pretty lucky down here still, But even if it's minus, but yeah.
It would be cool too if the center of Australia, like the prophecies, and it seems like what I've heard is that it is getting greener in the desert there. Is that correct?
I haven't had a look.
You didn't run out there? Come on, let's go.
Right.
I'm getting
there's a synchronicity there for me.
A working bee for my bus and get it sorted well. Hopefully get lovely people to come and sort it for me.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to see if I can convert it to an auto, because it's got to be auto, right?
Yeah.
And then I can drive it. Hopefully,
or semi-auto. Get shifts on the gear. Get paddles, man. Like.
Well, I only have one.
You could have a Colin McRae. Get a Colin McRae steering wheel.
I have the chain link steering wheel with the in my El Camino with the Mexican balls, along the
you had an El Camino.
That was my dream car. Yeah.
El Camino.
I'd rather have a bus. That's actually what I want right now. I already kind of told you that, but like if it wasn't for my dog, I want to buy a little piece of land, like an acre, and I want to buy a bus, and I want to I want to go live on somebody else's land, or I want to become self-sustainable, and I want to travel. But my dog is kind of keeping me grounded at the moment. So if I could find land, then I could, get a setup for her so that she's all set there while we're there. And honestly, I just need internet and I don't need to shower every day.
Well, I was looking at actual buses, like, school buses and that, but like unregistered ones and stuff, or ones that weren't working. And you can get them pretty cheap and only cost a couple $100 to move them, and they're literally the size of like an apartment. You just fit them out and they're like a little apartment.
And you can get solar panels. Like the solar panels that you can get now are pretty good. You can get some pretty good solar panels that actually store quite a lot of energy. And there's when I went up around the caves here, those hidden caves, a couple of the people living up there, they've got the solar panels set up outside, and because they've got a fridge running or something. Or I remember watching these guys that went off grid in America, and they built their little wooden house, it was beautiful little wooden house. They were just talking about how they went off grid, and it was like, it wasn't like in the winter, the solar panels don't work so well. So they really need a generator, because they like to have a fridge to be able to keep fresh food in. And, and they've got a TV as well, and they've got internet. They've got the niceties, the nice little luxuries like internet and TV and stuff. And it's run off this really nice little, in the winter, it's run off this really nice little generator, really quiet little generator. Because you can get, I know generators are expensive, but you can get really bloody good, really quiet ones. And in the summer, it was, they didn't, the solar panels were enough to run the electricity they were using. And so they didn't have to use candles at night as well. They could have lights on,
And you can do 12 as well, which is really cheap to run.
I
So,
do like candlelight.
No, you're okay, Campbell, because we're talking a lot. We should probably let you talk more. But one thing I was curious about is like, is that something you and Kelly have talked about? Is the power setup for not only for yourself, and because right now, you know, we're kind of limited to what's available, but like, you know, for future sake, because I'm really thinking like future energy sources, you know, and there's like a lot of homesteaders do hydrogen. They usually get like some kind of setup in a stream in a creek, you know, and they're able to like run
yeah.
pumping water coming through, and
there's so many, like there's so like as
right?
far as free energy, like you know, we've already got it, because like getting, you know, hydroelectric from a stream is free energy, man. Like, come on. But yeah, there's heaps of those, because you can get little generators and stuff now, and you know, the parts off Amazon really cheap. And I mean, there's heaps. You can even get like generators in down pipes and things in your water, like, you know, the cup running off your house. There's solar. There's like that you can they got like these toilet things now, basically, and it's like a sewer system, but it composts all the stuff and like gives you like methane, and you can run like generators and things off that.
Yes.
Like there's like so much out there.
I gotta get that.
You know, wind power, of course, and you know, like with just little wind turbines. And then just all the free energy devices, like, you know, step up, you know, sort of generator motors, HHO motors, these all these like they're making free energy motors off alternators, turning them into basically a generator. Well, an alternator basically is a generator if you rewire it in a certain way. So I mean, if you look into it, and it's all on YouTube, so you know, all anyone needs to do is find one thing, and just build it, and you know, and there you go.
Yeah, and you know, one of the reasons I got so into Bernie's channel, and now it's just opened up this whole world. I didn't realize that all these people are creating. I'm so excited, because I don't think, like, you know, they tried to kill the guy in Buffalo who went public with his water hydrogen fuel cell for his car, and it's like they can't stop us, because now that information's it's too many people are catching on, so we're all starting to just like I took that video and I saved it so that I could have it on my hard drive. So you know, and I'm sending it to everybody, like people who aren't awake. I'm like, do you know about this? You know, and my parents' first thing was,
have more than one copy. Just have
that.
more than one copy of it. I'll just say that. I had 0.5 terabyte of stuff saved on an external hard drive, all very, very relevant and specific to what's going on now. Really, really good research, and it's all been deleted. Because I put it in one folder. I put it in one folder on my fucking hard drive, external hard drive, and I left the hard drive plugged in as well.
It's okay. Don't focus on what already happened, because we're going to keep finding that.
No, I know it doesn't matter. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. I know that. I'm not stressing out about it. It's just something came up recently, and I was like, actually, I mean, the CERN, the stuff about CERN.
Oh yeah.
So much stuff about CERN in there. It was unreal. And it all basically proved that CERN is a big old load of bullshit.
That they openly said they were staging a human sacrifice. Like, that's still fucked up.
Yeah, you know, everyone who works at CERN comes from the Unicorn University. I'm serious.
Where they bottle farts.
Like, it's literally called Unicorn University, and everyone who works at CERN graduated from that university.
That's creepy. So they all got it up their arse? Is that how you graduate?
I don't know, right? Yeah. I don't know.
Oh.
Unicorn hole. It's a unicorn hole, I tell you.
Uni is a con.
I started getting
It's not the unicorn.
I was manifesting. Actually, something kind of scary happened to my dog, and I felt really powerful afterwards because I was able to bring her back really quick. I took her out.
much heat. I took her out on a walk. I soaked her, in advancement, knowing that we were going out in the heat a little bit. She can't even tolerate 80 degrees, which is, I don't know, do the calculation, Richie. It was like 96 that one day.
80 is 25.
25 Celsius. Nice. Campbell, that's
Yeah.
impressive. Okay, anyway, so she can't, because she's full coat. She's got a full coat of husky hair. Okay, so she can't tolerate the heat at all. So she, I all of a sudden saw her starting to do this weird, kind of angled thing, and then all of a sudden she just lost all control and she just collapsed. So I immediately picked her up and I took her over into the shade and I put my hand on her heart right away, and my other hand on her head, and I just started, because she was like, you could actually see she was fading. So like what was happening was her heart was just going too fast. It was like she was overheating, you know what I mean? So I just did that, and it was pretty quick. She came back and I tested her legs. I started moving her legs. She responded, everything responded, and she got up within 5 minutes, less than that, maybe. It was actually pretty fast. So I was feeling really good, because she was like, actually, she was better than normal after that. It was weird. It was like, I actually carried her because I just didn't want her getting overheated again, but then she was walking fine, like she was doing really good. Anyway, so I come back, and the whole point of the story was that I was all like, I'm going to manifest a unicorn right now. I was like, I'm going to manifest a unicorn coming around the corner right now. And I just stopped and I focused. I was like, take it back a notch, Sarah. Manifest a white horse. And of course, we have these horses that go by our street. They walk, people walk. So anyway, yep, a horse came by. So there you go.
Nice.
It wasn't a unicorn.
Was it white? Or grey, rather. White horses are actually greys, aren't they? They're not actually white.
Yeah. They're usually spotted. But yeah, it's the thing is, I've seen them before. They don't come every day. And it's not even like maybe it's once a month that I see them. They randomly walk them down through our town. These people, they just walk their horses through town. It's not Amish or anything here. There's a lot of Russian Mennonites here,
Russians love horses. Have you not seen Vladimir?
Oh, that's good stuff.
Catherine the Great.
I'm talking a lot. Campbell, please. So kind of the reason we brought that up too was because I kind of was talking that I was making the show this continual talk about becoming more and more independent. And so like out of curiosity, you're in a bus, right? What are your thoughts on food? Are you going to try and grow some food in the bus and commute with it? Because I know that's very challenging.
I mean, yeah, right. It's ultimately I'd like a home base as well, like land and everything. But while traveling, it's just I'd be looking for like what's it called, like local produce. See a farmers market, and just go to people already growing in that. But ultimately, like, I mean, I just want to do it all. I want to travel and everything, but I want a home base as well. But yeah, I don't. We'll have to see how it goes. I don't know how.
I lived in a travel trailer, so I get that, because I got to a point where it's like I do realize you need a home base, but it's nice to have that option, right?
Well, yeah. So I definitely want to keep, I definitely do want to keep my bus because it's cool and it's retro. And someone wants to wrap it for me, like in like custom wrap, like do all the whole Tartari autodidactic thing on it.
And it's good if you ever need to bug out, mate. If you ever need to bug out for whatever reason.
I can leave it at people's houses or whatever if I'm gone for a month or two, and it'll just be useful. Even if I don't end up living in it, it'll be useful to, I don't know, something.
It'll be useful, mate. It'll be somewhere I can stay when I come over to see you.
Exactly, it can be the guest house, or it can be.
You could do a tour in it. Oh my God, you could do
ultimately, that's what I do want to do. Is I do want to drive it, around.
You could do the autodidact tour.
Yeah.
Autodidactic tour.
Yeah. Tartari van.
Yeah, Tatara tour.
Oh, yeah, so that I'd like to do that just to go to all the small towns because Australia. That's the thing. Australia's got like little towns just in the middle of nowhere, but they're just all full of these big buildings. Like
Mm.
it's just ridiculous. Like
Speaking of tours, I'll just shout out the Globe Denier Tour 2022 starting. There's a change of the dates, which is going to be announced tonight at 7 o'clock on Sven P's channel. So Sven, if you want to share your channel, again, just share a link to your channel so that people can.
is that the US one with like Karen B or?
No, this is going to be this is with Jason Disbury and Trinity for they're going all around the UK again because we did the tour in 2018, did the UK tour, then in 2019 we did the European tour, and then we were going to do another tour in 2020, but the lockdowns happened, and so now this is the first time when they feel kind of this is the time, it's the right time now to go and do it, except this time they're not only going to be talking about the shape of the earth, because that's not on, it's like that's just one of the things on the table. Might be the most important thing on the table or one of the most important things on the table, but it's definitely the hardest one to get people to look at. Whereas if they talk about the other stuff that's going on,
Well, see, yeah, everyone thought they were coming for history, and we started with like an hour of the shape of the realm.
yeah,
Went straight into it. So I'm not sure what the like the event host, like the dude Alan, like stayed there for the whole event and watched it all, and so I don't know what he was thinking, but he loves it, eh? So we might have another one, but yeah, luckily for us, because we got this troll, and like they tried to get us kicked out of our second venue. They succeeded in the first one, and the dude who like owns this venue was like the leader of like one of the big leaders of the anti-vax movement during the lockdown. So
I love it.
we were like, yes.
Bloody
So
love it. Yeah, I'll tell you what, it was really good hearing that story, because it's just beautiful when things don't work out for them like that,
Yeah, thank you, Charles. Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you, Charles.
Yeah.
Definitely.
It's like you guys, you know what was great about what you were talking about with that? The whole like you have to deal with the trolls to get to the good stuff, right? And it's sort of like at this point now, like all that's it's in our favor. It's no longer like we're receiving all this resistance. It's like we get now a little more lax on that, and so it's like you need this just to push us even a little further to get it to go, like you guys were saying, the fact that you got this new venue and now you have this new hookup, and it's where all these connections are happening.
Do you know why that? I think one of the reasons why that happened, Cam, was because rather than being defeated, rather than sitting there and going, "Oh God, what are we going to do now?" You and Kelly just went, "Really? Okay, right, move forward," and you didn't let it stop you.
Yeah.
You just kept on focused. You were focused on what you were going to do, and because of that, it
already
manifested.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was already done, and thanks to Kelly more than me for doing that. She was in Melbourne. Oh my God, she made miracles happen. But that's the thing. Like it's like the second venue was like a lot more expensive than the first one. But they were the cool people, right? Who were who would look after us. But when we first started looking, we didn't actually have the money to pay for that second venue.
Had you seen that second venue?
Kind of interesting, like when we started, we didn't even have the money to pay for the first one, but we got enough to get like the first venue, which we got at a good price. And then that, when we got kicked out of that, then we actually had the money to look at, different venues, and then it was bigger. So then, and we ended up selling it out, and those extra tickets pretty much made up the difference in the cost anyway. So
yeah.
It was very interesting how it all works, So if you look for the lessons, rather than just sort of kicking back and judging things as, bad or good, then you can get something good out of everything, I think. And yeah, we literally like thanked her in the we stood up and thanked the Jenny troll in the event, and everyone was clapping and cheering for us. So it was pretty cool.
That is really cool.
Yeah.
So what's the next thing though, Cam? What's next, man?
Brisbane. Yeah, so like we didn't know what we were doing. Like literally we I don't even know. We were talking at some point and I don't know, somehow decided that we were going to have an event and we mentioned it and everyone went, yeah, and then yeah, we just made a website and so we don't know how that happened. But so now Brisbane, and it's going to be, because we didn't have enough time either, so now it's going to be 2 days.
Cool.
Because 8 hours actually, it's not much time when you're putting on an event. So we're going to make it bigger, and work on a few different things. Like we got sort of, like all these ideas for, for sort of things that will go along to make it better. And basically we're just going to keep going. We're going to do every city in Australia at least, and just make each one better as we go, and so we started to, get a bit of a crew together. We've got a few people that want to help out. So
it's an organic learning curve, isn't it? It's
yeah.
I know, like when they did the first tour in 2018, they learned a lot from that, and that actually affected the tour in 2019. They changed up some things, and they've learned from that. Each time you learn new stuff because it's you can't deal with everything. There are lots of problems that come up.
Well, we're not going to do like a scripted show. Like we're not into that. Into like doing a show and then repeating it. 10 or 20 times. So every show is going to be different, and so for that reason, so it's always up to date. And we basically did a podcast. Like we didn't like literally our run sheet was like, talk about the shape of the realm, talk about history, and how it's evolved, and then talk about the timelines, and that's literally all we had, and that was like to get us through like 7 hours of talking. We had like 3 lines.
but in reality, though, dude, when you dive into those subjects, each one of them, you could spend a day talking about it.
This is like, I almost watch like no entertainment, and this has kind of been a new thing for me. Like just before the pandemic started, I just couldn't, like, I was binge watching some Netflix shows. I'm not gonna say I've never done it, but what I'm getting at is like I've been so there's so much information, like you can't get enough. Like every show you do, every little discussion we have, there is some repeated information, but it doesn't matter. Like there's just so much to absorb. I have too much sitting in my queue to watch. I feel like I can't watch it all. You know what I mean? I actually am trying to sort it so that I put some things off to the side to look for when I feel like I really need to watch it. But then, like, as some people I'm like, oh no, I want to watch that. Anyway, there's so much good stuff. That's really cool to hear that you guys actually kind of wing it instead of being like, because you already have all this internally, and then you're gonna have all these different shows. I think that's really important and great.
Yeah, cheers. Yeah, it seemed to work. Everyone enjoyed it, and went off without a hitch. Went off really well. So, I mean, and the main, the only intention really was just to bring everyone together. So, like we're doing that. We like divided everyone into groups, like northeast, southwest, and they all sort of, we encourage them to meet each other, but we sort of ran out of time to do anything. But now Kelly's, because she's in Melbourne, she's like going to run a meeting with each of the groups and get them sorted so that hopefully they continue it. So we want to, we don't want it either just to be an event where everyone goes, yeah, that felt good, and then sort of go, back home and nothing changes. So at the moment, that's one of the big drives, is just connecting people up and getting groups and, all this kind of stuff. And with the concept that, everyone's got, a dream they want, or something they want to build, but isolation is the dream killer, right? Because when you're on your own, it seems too big. But as Kelly would say, humans are natural problem solvers. So you just give them, you know, your dream and your problems and a group of people, and they'll solve your problems. And with that support together, you can all build it, and everyone goes happy. And
Yeah.
look, and
And
suddenly
I
we're in
think
the world.
what you've already talked about that's also important is this, that you also focus on yourself at the same time. You do find some peace with being by yourself, but you come, because like I came to that realization, I was spending so much alone time. And my parents saw this in me too, and I kept saying to them, I need to find my tribe, you know, I need to find a group of people I can really communicate with and really express myself to. But it's important for me to become comfortable in sometimes in being by myself and finding my own strength, not completely relying on somebody else to do the job for me. That Manny and I have talked about this recently, because then you come into that group, and now as a community, now you're that much stronger, and have that much more capability, and then we all can find our unique abilities that way too, I think. So this is great.
I agree.
Well said.
Thank you. Yeah. Sorry, you go,
Well
Rich.
said.
Oh, well said. Oh,
Sorry, I'm multitasking in the
you're
background.
multitasking.
I'm
Okay, you guys, I'm
multitasking. I'm
actually
just
gonna take a quick potty break, because we've been going for almost 2 hours. So please, Cam, thanks for being on today, and I am gonna definitely email you, because yeah.
Yes. Yeah. We'll talk. Email
Okay.
me. We'll talk.
Yeah. Okay, I'll be right back.
so what are your thoughts, dude, about CERN and the 5th of July?
The 5th of July. What is there a story? I
Yeah,
hadn't
they're
heard.
turning CERN on.
Oh, okay. They're turning it on.
Yeah, they're turning it back on
Yeah,
the 5th.
Well, I mean, I don't, you know, like worry about anything, because obviously that doesn't help.
Hmm.
But I mean, the whole thing with CERN, I mean, look what's been going on for the last, you know, couple of years, man. They're messing with time anyway, right? So I mean, what is this CERN? I mean, I know a lot of people are concerned that they're going to open some portal and let dark entities in. But again, I mean, look around, man. I mean, look where we are. So I don't know. I've you know, I've talked to a few different sort of uh, you know, spiritual, you know, type people, who go out into astral realms. Those sort of types of people.
Yeah.
And as far as I know, that there's nothing there. That there's no power there at all. It's just a show. I think everything at the moment is just a show. I think whatever's happened has happened, because the thing is, I mean, we win, right? So, I mean, why should we be worried? Because if we didn't win, then we wouldn't be here, right? Because time doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? So linear time is a construct that's created in a box, right? Which is, what is it? Well, it's night and day. It's, and you know, duality and distance and height and all this creates linear time, but it doesn't actually exist. So if we were dead and we died, then this wouldn't actually be here, if you know what I mean. So, and that goes as well as, you know, if this is a simulation as well, you know,
Hmm.
if we lost, then the timeline would be lost and we wouldn't be here. So clearly we win. So that's my point of view, is we've already won. So I think it's all theatre. I just don't believe that I think that the only power they've ever had is the power that we give them. And as we go down this road, people are waking up less right and center, which means they're giving them less energy. And so they've literally got less power. All they can do is try and, you know, get us all concerned and get us into fear and all this kind of crap. But I don't buy into any of it. I don't, you know, at the core of it, we're all energy. So I don't even buy, you know.
Does
I don't
anybody
buy
mind? Does
Crowley
anybody
hurting.
mind if I just play
Yeah.
a little?
I'm not giving my energy to that. I'm giving my energy right now to anything I can do to change my
And
current
situation, and I know what I want. I want what we're all talking about, the self-sustainable, where we all just, yeah, a little kumbaya, yeah, a little naked frolicking in the meadow, but
Naked frolicking. Ooh, all right.
Does anybody mind if
I
I just play a video, and because of what you just said, because I think you kind of basically agree with me. I'm just gonna play this quick minute video. A lot of people have been expressing concern. They are concerned about CERN. We all know what CERN is, don't we? The Large Hadron Collider over in Geneva. And it's being operated by these scientists, these incredibly intelligent scientists. You know, the same scientists that brought us COVID and, you know, told us to wear these things on our face and get jabs and stuff. Same scientists that also tell us that the Earth is a globe. Yes, these same so-called scientists are lying to us and have been the whole time, but we're all supposed to be concerned about CERN because CERN is real. It's a real thing. It's not another bullshit narrative, because these scientists don't push or propagate bullshit narratives at all. Do they?
Yeah, exactly right. So I think that's it. You know, it's you know, all these rituals. You know, we've all seen the ritual, right, with the opening of the tunnel in Geneva, with all the
Oh God, that was a big one as well.
Weird stuff in the eye and the portal.
That was quite some presentation, man. That was a really well choreographed little production.
The money went into it. But that's their spell, right? That's how they cast their spells, right? When they get a cast of people and do a broadcast, right? And the media, the goddess of illusion, that's their power. So these rituals, everyone's thinking that they're somehow conjuring up etheric energy or energy direct from, you know, Lucifer or something. They're not. They're conjuring up our energy. You know, the ceremony is to get that focus, so that we all think, oh my God, they're getting their energy, and oh my gosh, they aren't, right?
Exactly.
You know,
that's exactly it, man.
That there's nothing in space, that nothing happens after we die, that you're meaningless, you're a little ant in the universe, and you have no significance, which is all a bunch of bullshit.
Exactly.
They basically,
because it shows you how they're playing with us, and I use this as a reference all the time with people who aren't awake. I say, doesn't our science tell us that we live in an infinite universe that's potentially a simulation? Aren't they telling us that every day, that we're living in a potential construct that we built that's fractal and has different dimensions? Yeah. So
yeah, and it's a simulation. And
telling you this, yeah, you call them quackos. Your science is telling you this every day. So just pay attention, and the answers are there. This is where we were talking about this the other day too. I don't even remember who.
Anyway. Yeah, well, and that's the thing, you know, and we know that that's true because placebo effect, right? Literally, people can be dying. They can believe that they've had a miracle cure, and their body, which is energy, changes, and they change the energy signature to a signature which is no longer sick, and they heal. So I don't worry about like all this chemtrail stuff. I think if there's any harm from coming down from chemtrails, I think that worrying about it is more harmful than any harm that the chemtrails may be doing.
Because when you build up your toroidal field, I think you build like a literal force field that can like literally do this to that kind of crap. Or your body just goes whoop and blumps it out. So like all this scare about parasites, like there's this huge push right now that like you got to do all these cleanses because you got to get all the shit out of your system. I'm not saying there isn't any validation to doing like some of this stuff. Don't get me wrong, or using crystals or any of that. I'm just saying, if you focus on yourself and you envision that it is not going to affect you, that might be the most powerful tool over everything else.
Well, like it is. You know, again, like the Dr. Emoto's work with ice crystals and water. You know,
that video you showed was awesome. You did a video not too long ago before your conference, and you had a little. And he's another one. I bring it up all the time. It's so perfect. Sorry.
Truth
That's
Stream Media. I don't know if anybody else watches Truth Stream Media, but they did their own Dr. Emoto experiment, and I haven't ever done it myself, but I'm pretty certain that if I were to do it, it would yield exactly the same results. It's like, it's a real thing. It does. The only thing about Dr. Emoto is his name. It's the only thing. It's like, how, wow, what a coincidence that his name's Emoto.
Yeah, but in Japanese it means rock. I don't know, something else.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean emotion.
No, but in English, it makes you think Emoto emotion. Isn't it? It's just a happy coincidence, man.
But I mean, this is the kind of stuff that kind of lets us know that, you know, it's all a simulation, right? And we've been here before. Like this is the stuff that, you know, Jason picks up on. This, you know, these weird glitches. It's everywhere. There's so many of it. Like, so many of it. There's so much of it. Like it's.
Right. I enjoy watching this gamer Hollow plays games, and recently he's been playing a game called Quantum Break, right, where they shatter time, and they something happens, somebody causes something to happen, where there are these shudders in time where everybody freezes except these people that can control the time and stuff. It's a really good game that they've made into half a game. It's a game, but all of the cutscenes are a movie. They've actually gone and filmed it. They've got the actors in there. The characters, the CGI characters look exactly like you know, it's very, very well done. It looks brilliant. I'd love to play it. But it occurred to me as I was watching it, I was like, wow, they're talking about themselves. They're not worried about our reality. They're not worried about our world, our universe. It's theirs that's falling apart. It's theirs that's being destroyed. Their false narratives are coming to light now, and the reality that they've tried to build is completely collapsing because the narratives are collapsing.
Yeah,
It's perfectly depicted in this bloody game that you know they're all panicking. Oh, we've got to stop the event. You know, it all ends. That's it. Boom! Time ends when this thing happens. Yeah, it's going to end for you. Get used to it. Of course.
I mean, it's like anyone. You can only talk about yourself, really, can't you? You know, we don't know other people and what they're thinking. So that's, you know, that if that's the narrative, then that's what they're thinking. And everyone's like, well, no, it's what they want us to think. And, well, maybe it is right. But when you look into these movies, it's not us that's falling apart, right? It's always, humans always win, right? It's always the baddies or the reality or whatever that's falling apart. So just like the system right now, you know, the construct, the program, the overlay, it's shattering, man.
Big up, Morgan. How you doing,
like
mate?
when I should be scared, right? Like that the U.S. is falling apart and I might have to take off. Like I'm mildly anticipating that, but something keeps telling me that I'm going to be able to stay right where I am, and that our little community is going to create this little barricade, and we're all going to help each other out and be fine. And I had this feeling like a while ago, but what was I getting at? There's some better. Having a moment.
Anyway. I don't have the feeling. I don't have any feeling of panic or anxiety or anything, and I know that if there really was something to worry about, then my heart would tell me. I'd know. I'd just fucking know.
Yeah.
We're programmed to think that the place we need to go is a physical place, right? A 3D place. Maybe that's not it. Maybe it's a frequency, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm ready to stay in the suit, but I'm also ready to leave it. Like whatever is supposed to happen, you know, I'm like, all right, let's go.
Yeah. See, I don't feel like we're going anywhere. I think like Cam says, it's like a frequency thing, and it's like once nothing's going to change, except it will, because it will have changed in us. All of us, we will have changed fundamentally inside, and that will then just automatically reflect into the reality that we're experiencing. I've always said that if everybody could just wake up and know everything now, then reality would change in the speed of a thought. If everybody were able to do that, if we could all do that, reality would change at the speed of a thought, because our perception of what's happening, it's all about us writing reality, man. We write reality. Hashtag we write reality.
So as far as independence goes, you write your own independence, you write your own freedom. And you know, Amanda was saying, speak your sovereignty. So just say out loud, you do not own me. You do not own this land around me. You do not have rights to touch or manipulate my animals, anything within this space. And so she said that to the chemtrail aspect. And she was talking about, I don't know if you got to watch it. You might enjoy that talk, Campbell, but you should have her on your show if you haven't. She was talking about that she was out in the city, and she told her daughter, she goes, look, there's this little blue spot in the sky. You know, it was all the fake, obviously, like thin layered, right, where after they coat. And she goes, you know, look at, that's where our house is. This is what she was telling her daughter. Our house is right under this open blue spot. And sure enough,
I've got my own testimony with that, right? When I first, it was really noticeable here, because when I went from Australia, when I went from Portugal, because I was in Portugal for 6 years, and it was in Portugal when I first noticed chemtrails. And then, so I was noticing them all the time in Portugal. From 2009, I started noticing chemtrails. And then when I moved here in 2015, there were no chemtrails, and there was nobody spraying any. And it was really noticeable. And I was like, wow, it's clean skies. It's beautiful. It's clean. And then they started spraying in 2017. And I was driving along, and I looked up at the sky and said, no, they don't fucking spray chemtrails here. And it was a really long chemtrail, and it was still like, I could see where it was coming from. I was just like, no, this is not happening, man. They don't spray chemtrails here. And as I'm saying it, the entire chemtrail dissipated and disappeared, right? And I've heard of other people doing it as well, and I've not sat there.
You can do it with orgon as well, but definitely with your thoughts. But remember when you're a kid and people then you used to lie on your back and stare at the clouds, and like they'd turn into different shapes and animals and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
Used to do that a lot.
Makes so much sense.
With cumulonimbus.
Yeah, I'm going to run to the toilet quickly. I'll be back.
Right, mate.
I was going to say hello to Capalicious and Lizzo.
Hey,
Kappa.
Just say no.
Dude, Kappa, how you doing, man? Sorry, mate.
Thanks,
I've been keeping a good eye on the chat room.
I was getting there. Morgan's here. Hey, Lion of Tartaria.
I'm really thirsty, man.
Is India here? Oh no, someone's just talking about India. Did you say hi to Brian?
No, Indigo's here, but not India.
Oh yeah, I said hi to Indigo Day. I love that name. For some reason, it just like flows so nicely. I shouldn't say for some reason.
I love the color indigo. I think it's a really cool color.
And then the whole concept of indigo, like the indigo child, which I'm wondering if that is why her name is that way.
And it's got indie in it, and indie's quite like the indie scene. Well, for a bit, until it went a bit crazy. When it started.
Cam's gonna come right back. I'm sorry, I missed that.
Say again?
Cam's gonna come right back. I missed that.
Oh yeah, I think so. It's just this device is not connected right now, but I think he's gone to the toilet.
No problem.
Do you know, I need to get a drink. I just need to run over there and get my water.
Okay. I run the show. And then I'm like, oh, Morgan. Well, I guess since I need something to talk about anyway, right? All right, Morgan. What about relationships? something happened? I'd be happy to talk about it. I find it fascinating that a lot of us, especially in the Goonie group, go get your thing and I'll start this combo, have been going through like all of us, I know at least 2 or 3 that after they joined the group, you know, their situation was already evolving, but it changed. And I came into the group after my situation, but I was in an 8-year relationship. I think most of you guys know that. And I have a really good, I'm not trying to like boast myself too much, but this is where you have to gain confidence too. I feel pretty confident in saying that I feel like I have a really good, my head's really well wrapped around that relationship, like who he is as a person. Like, I don't blame him for any time I even start to say, well, if he hadn't done this, I'm like, Sarah, you know, this was all on, you could have left him, you know, the second time he left you, you know what I mean? You know, talking to myself here when I say, you know what I mean, but anyway, so yeah, we can definitely talk about that.
It's
yeah,
so what you're saying about relationships. When I met Rox, I was in a relationship, and Rox was witness to the craziness that I was dealing with my girlfriend at the time. She was from Galicia in Spain. Obviously met her here, and she was living with me. Very quickly she moved in, and she, like, for a year she lost her job, and she couldn't work. She wasn't in the right sort of state of mind to work. She was really, really depressed because she'd lost her dog and stuff. And anyway, yeah, it wasn't a good relationship. It was a toxic relationship. And when that relationship ended, I said to Roxanne, like, because Roxanne was in a relationship when she met me, and her relationship fell apart. And I said to her, I think it's just those of us that have things to do, those of us that have got a task, and we've got a mission. We have got a mission, and it is to just be. Our mission is to be, but the only way we can truly be is if we're single. We can't do it because of the way we are, the way we're made up. When we're in a relationship, we cut ourselves in half, kind of thing, and we do literally give half, if not more, of our heart to that person. We give them control. They have full control of our happiness.
Here, take my whole heart.
That's it. They have full control of our happiness, and we give too much of ourselves to that relationship, and we compromise our free will. And that is the most important thing that we can possibly maintain control of, is our free will.
Comfortable alone, because I think that's a lot of times why relationships don't work. If you can't be comfortable being your own person and not constantly being attached to somebody, and don't get me wrong, that doesn't mean that you can't live together and you can't spend a lot of time together. But I think if you then do take some time to say, I'm going to take 3 days to go by myself, I think that does wonders. And to be able to stand alone in a at a party kind of a situation, obviously, which is kind of, a gathering. That's a better way to say it.
That's the funny thing.
I just want to finish one last thing. When I had a lot of confidence issues, and even my ex would say this too, but that's why I feel so good about my confidence now. Is it's been there this whole time, but like I was so oriented on, I need you to come to the store with me. Like, I don't want to go by myself. And actually, like, my relationship with him, and he pushed me to be a little more organized, especially domestically, because I can let things go around the house. Like, I'll kick ass at work, but let things go at home. And to like kick myself in the butt and like go do shit by myself. Like, it's sad, but I did end up like going out to eat, sitting at a bar by myself, interacting with the people next to me a little bit, and like totally going out of my comfort zone. And I can't tell you how empowering that was. And actually, that's why I finally left my ex, because it was like, oh, I don't need this shit. He's not here half the time anyway. Well, I shouldn't say that's not true. There were so many good times, so many good moments. So
being able to sit in a restaurant and enjoy a meal and not need, like, not care about people looking at you and thinking, oh, look, Sad, they're on their own. Oh, did they get stood up on a date? It's
Real
like,
quick, man, you can probably relate. When you're tall, you stand out. And so I have found that no matter what, I get looked at. And there's also, I guess they say, because I've told you, I don't want to get in there because I'm not like trying to, I'm going to move forward. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is like, I'm not the most like outstanding person to look at. I'm not discrediting myself. I'm just saying that I'm getting looked at for a couple reasons. Height and our aura. I'm almost positive on the aura thing now. It makes so much sense to me. Like, why sometimes do you ever notice like kids will just stop and stare at you? I've had that. And I'll go, or like they, especially if they see me with my dogs, they just, mom, can I go over and meet that person? And it's like, it happens to me constantly. And so that's what I'm getting at, is that there's something else to it.
I have kids coming up to me, walking up to me like in the street and stuff, and just start talking to me like they know me. You know, it's cool, but it's not just children though. I'm like, you could say it's paranoia, or you can say I think I don't know.
No,
but
that's how
whenever I go out, especially if I go somewhere like a bar or something, if I were to go to a bar, the last time I went to a bar, like every other time I went to a bar, when I look around, I kind of lose count of the number of men, not women, men that were just staring at me.
They're sizing you up a little bit too. That's just like natural.
Yeah, but it's like,
okay, now I also think about, okay, how long does it take for one person out of that whole room, that one person that isn't blocked, to come up to you and just start talking to you like they knew you?
no one ever does. No one ever does.
Oh, okay. I've had a mix where I get, because with the height, it's very intimidating. That's what happens, and I've had that my whole life. Okay, but with my patients, when I started seeing when I started doing studies, it was like, I mean, I would try to really make sure my patients felt very comfortable. I mean, you're literally watching these people sleep, so you have to explain to them like what I felt compelled to explain to them exactly what I was doing. One of the reasons I had one of the reasons I had Sherry's comment up too was because she was talking about, does selfie help with consciousness? And Sherry, that's the whole concept of the Kundalini, if you've looked into that at all. So it's this idea that like your true like with sexual energy comes from a true partnership, and that releasing it on your own, I've got some contemplations on exactly that. Like, I think withholding it more often, like things like that, empowers you, and that you're supposed to be able to harness energy. So like, Richie and I were talking about this because we actually were like, I think you are supposed to release it, and I don't think you are supposed to like never like let it go. I think part of it though is there's just a whole surge up to when you get to a certain point, because you can sort of edge it into a certain point. I'm trying to say this without being too sexual.
We're talking about spilling the cup of Hermes.
And
I'm shooting your bolt, shooting your load.
And I will say that I've been working on it because I am signal, and so I'm being kind of open with that. But I have noticed that I do feel I felt like I had all this energy. I felt like my cycle went smoother. Sasquatch, and I felt, you came in right on the TMI Sasquatch probably every time. I agree. I understand more about. I'm reading Sherry's comment. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's a little scary at first, actually. It's sort of like when you're a kid and it first happens, right? Yeah. Yeah, mine was 8 years, but it was sick. It was so cyclical. It was so crazy cyclical, but it was not. It was pretty. There was a lot of toxicity in it. Thankfully, we did. What's interesting is we did therapy, and I ended up, you know, I felt like I shouldn't say this. It didn't seem like he necessarily got a ton out of it, but I got so much out of it, and that's, you know, has a lot to do with me moving forward. So.
It's I mean, at the end of the day, all therapy does is help you to communicate with each other. And so that all that says is that to have a healthy relationship, you need to communicate. You have to be able to communicate, and you have to be able to communicate honestly and openly without fear. And that's just not what, that doesn't happen in so many relationships. It doesn't happen. People don't express themselves fully.
Sometimes not understanding what your actual expectations are could be part of the problem too. So like, I would get frustrated because he had a lot of expectations of how my day was supposed to go, how I was supposed to help him, how he saw things. But I kept trying to explain to him, especially towards the end, was like, you can't, I don't feel like you can put that on me. I feel like you need to do it and lead by example. And if I fall into what you're looking for, then I'm the right person for you. Otherwise, I don't think I'm the right person for you. If I'm not fulfilling this role and you constantly have to tell me what I should be doing. Right?
It's weird. I was a serial monogamist. I couldn't stand being single. I hated it. I just felt like the best of me came out when I was in a relationship because I enjoyed giving, like,
I thought
my emotion, my energy. I enjoyed giving that to a relationship, and it's back. Cool.
Hey.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Oh, hello.
All right, dude. You popped out and popped back in again. Oh, is that Marmite and toast? Or is it Vegemite?
Ooh.
Come on, man. I'm Australian. What's this Marmite stuff?
It's all about the Marmite, bro. It's all about the Marmite.
I got some pineapple habanero jelly.
What? Aerojet, what?
Habanero jelly. Because we don't really have Marmite here or Vegemite, but for jelly, I have this pineapple and habanero, so it's like a spicy jelly. It's so good.
Course, when you say jelly, you mean jam, right?
Yeah, jam. Yeah, and with
yeah,
a little
not jelly like we mean, Cam.
No.
Nah. I love that. I do love the fact that in Australia, it's still kind of English in that sense. Then you know what it's like. It's jelly, man, and it's facts.
British influence. So you think we have that too?
No, I think you deliberately got rid of it. I think America deliberately pushed it out.
You want to know why? I bet, how long can you preserve that stuff for? I bet it preserves for a long time. It's probably like pemmican in that way, and we probably got rid of it because it's just like another, way to because it's something like that's the one thing like we used to can't. Well, we did do a lot of canning here, but see, that's across the world. Everybody is right. Do you guys have parents or new relatives or like grandparents that canned? Right?
Yeah.
I remember watching a thing about tin cans. I remember watching a thing about tin cans because they came out. Most of the tin was mined in Cornwall for tin cans. So I remember watching a thing about that, and then that's what helped me put it together about why England was so powerful. Because I was always like, how the hell does such a tiny little speck of an island, become such a power, an empire, and just wield so much power and influence over the world for such a long time? And it's because of the copper and the tin that they mined there. So jam can be food, jelly is crap in a jar.
Scotia was where the tin mines, like for the in the Orelinda book are, when they're talking about the Frisians like a couple of thousand years ago. All the tin mines were in the UK.
Yeah. Anyway, Kim, before we were talking about jam and jelly, we were talking about relationships.
Yes.
Well, they are kind of like jam and jelly, right?
Say that again. Sorry.
They are like jam and jelly, relationships.
Well, isn't it? They're like peanut butter and jelly.
Spread out, Other times, you know, you're in a mold, but you can kind of keep shit. Sorry, I'm just rambling.
No. That's why we love about having this Sunday show, because it's a little, and I love that you've been able to come on so much, because I just feel like, you know, it's a little more of a relaxing kickback. We can kind of open up the subject matters, but it's still really good conversation. So yeah, really appreciate your input, whether you program it or not.
We've been going for 2 hours and 20 minutes. I could go and make a coffee, couldn't I?
I just did.
Yeah, you just did. I can see it, and I'm just, oh mate, toast.
And by the way, my story is the actual original name of Vegemite when they released was Pa Will, and this is a true story. And the only reason was so that in their advertising campaign they wrote, "Where Ma might, Pa will."
Huh.
Seriously.
Ah.
Ma and Pa.
Interesting.
It lasted long.
Ma might, Pa will. I like that. I like that, man. They should have stuck with that. It's much better.
Sorry.
Where did Vegemite come from, man? I mean, isn't it? Oh, it's yeast extract. But why does it sort of, there's something beefy about it?
No, it's not Bonox, man. That's Bonox.
Yeah, but it does. I mean, like my dad used to put Marmite in the gravy. It's lovely if you put it in beef gravy.
Some people do weird stuff with Vegemite. Apparently, some people put it in like spaghetti and stuff, and that's not on. That's not Australian.
Can you make Vegemite into a hot drink like Bovril?
I mean, you probably could. Would you drink it? Is the question, though. I think, Richie.
Bovril's an acquired taste, man. Definitely something for the winter. I mean, if I was out in the rugged, like, say I was stuck in Antarctica, right? I was stuck in Antarctica and I'd forgotten my thermals. I'd welcome a Bovril.
Actually, yeah, and you could make it a little thicker, like a chili, so it was a little more. You know, I could get into that.
What is that like? Beef extract, is it? Like Bonox or?
Hello.
Viney.
All right, Em.
Hello, M's Mad World. Oh, I did see some other people say hello to me, and I didn't. I'm so rude. Well, actually, people just kept talking over me. No,
Sorry.
Hello to whoever that was. If I could find you again, I can't find you. But oh, Britt Ketchell, hello, and Luby Lou, hello. There you go.
I'm going to go and put some water on to boil.
Oh, wow! How technological of you.
Well, I don't have a kettle.
A kettle?
I don't have a kettle, so I've got
to
put it on the hob.
In your vocabulary, do you want to buy a tea? Consonant?
No.
Anyone?
No. There's a kettle, mate.
You're gonna put on the kettle.
I shall go and put the kettle on.
We'll have some tea and crumpets. That's my accent for you guys.
It's like you just don't like the middle of words. It's like you stop, and then you just say the end bit. Kettle.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Easy, tigers.
To mimic my accent is really easy. It's yeah, you know. It's that easy. Just say those words and you got it.
Oh, don't you know what you're talking about?
Oh yeah, don't you know? What?
Coming down. Oh, I show you a very good time.
That's no.
You can feel very good. I love you long time.
That's Thailand.
I tie you up long time. Make you feel good.
You're the perfect Chinese becoming an American.
I'm the perfect drug Thai person who thinks he's an Aussie.
Yeah, I'd run away too. I'd run away too, Cappy.
What do you expect, man? When you name your capital city Bangkok, and then the major tourist attraction is, they want us to think it's called Phuket, but we really know what it's called, I think. I mean, fuck it, I'm going to Bangkok, right?
Yeah.
Anyway,
so no, you're good. Maybe we should go, instead of talking about relationships, maybe we should talk about
more food resourcefulness.
We can talk about relationships. Libby
Yeah, we
really
were.
wants
You know what? I do want your input. I think we have kind of talked about this a little bit. I was just saying about I broke up with my ex in 2020 at the start of the pandemic, and it was kind of a whirlround of chaos going on at the time. But literally, like, the lockdown was happening, and he's like, "I'm leaving." It was, or well, I shouldn't say it like that, but it was like, yeah, It was like, really, that's your choice right now, and it was like, okay, good, because it helps me, figure things out. But there's a lot more to it. It was very complicated.
I can
So,
imagine. Wow, that's
yeah. Anyway, I know people like Morgan, who was asking us to talk about this. He was in a relationship for like 13 years, and there's a reason you stay with somebody for that long. So there's got to be a lot of complications in it. I don't know what your history of your life was like.
22 years.
You were 22 years.
Yeah, man, I win.
You win, and I think Richie was married for 8 years. Richie, 10 years.
But yeah, but mine stopped 2020 as well. Well, heaps of people, heaps of relationships all broke up in 2020. But
we were only together for 6 years, though. We were estranged for 4 years because I didn't see her again after when I left her. I didn't see her again after I left her because she was a psycho. So I was a bit scared of her. But yeah, we were married for 10 years. She contacted me out of nowhere 10 years later, like said, "Oh, it's probably about time we got divorced, isn't it? Don't worry, I'll take care of it." And I was like, "All right then, you're going to need to." So she did. She paid for it and everything. It cost like 350 quid because we'd been estranged for 4 years. It was like an annulment. It's the law now in the UK. If you're and that's why I was really. Oh, actually, no, I shouldn't say anything about that because I haven't heard her actually. No, I'm going to shut up now. Sorry. Yeah.
I hope you thanked her for not stalking you.
Who? My ex-wife? No, man. She
shall now be referred to as the psycho.
No, like, I mean, in all fairness to her, right? She had a very, very, very traumatic childhood. It caused her to be completely detached. She was completely detached. She'd have she was disassociated a lot of the time. So you'd look at her sometimes, and it's like there was nothing there. Like there was just she was just looking back with this blank stare. She never smiled, and if she did, it was only ever with her mouth. She never, ever once had a true smile on her face.
Did you ever contemplate the fact that she may have thought you were a crocodile? And of course, you never smiled.
Think about it. She looked a bit. I'll tell you who she looked like. I'll tell you what my ex-wife looked like. It was a little bit scary when I saw it, actually. You know Game of Thrones?
Not the dwarf.
No. You know Game of Thrones, right? You know what's his name, who is like actually the king, but he's the Snow, Jon Snow.
Oh, yeah.
Right? His little sister, who ends up being a warrior.
Yeah, like Arya or whatever.
Yeah, Arya. Yeah. She ends up, whatever it is. She ends up being a fucking little warrior, and she's got the needle, the sword that the guy makes for her, and she calls it the needle.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Spitting image of my ex-wife. When she grew up, it's like, man. Wow.
Don't piss her off.
That's Charlie. But yeah, that was a learning experience, that relationship.
So relationships. Sorry, I'm so bad.
Oh, you're okay.
Relationships. We're talking about broke up in 2020. Is this what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Everyone's floating, looking for their new tribe and soul partner.
I think Manny's point is interesting. Are we meant to be with somebody else? Because we talk about soulmates so much, or twin flames, you know, that concept.
Well,
I resonate with what Manny's saying. I don't think it's necessary,
too.
and I think some people are meant to actually be completely single, whether they are their entire lives or they are just in the beginning. And I think this resonates with like the monk lifestyle and why those people are meant to like work solely on this like internal energy. I don't necessarily think that that's completely my life path, but I do think that when you have a relationship, it's supposed to mimic the ability, like I was just talking about trying to be by yourself as well. But Campbell, your opinion, please.
yes, what on in general, well, relationships should be two whole people coming together to make a better experience. It shouldn't be two people with holes trying to make one whole
Complete each
person,
other. Yeah.
you know, so that doesn't work, obviously. But yeah, like as far as like twin flames, I mean that's thrown around so much. Like if you know, my concept is it's much different to what people think. It's actually like two soul shards, like it's the same soul, if you know what I mean. It's a different thing. It's not like really your love partner or anything like that. But you know, I mean, that all just builds a lot of expectation. I think you know, I believe in families and all that, and monogamy and everything. But you know, at the same time, you know, if you think that it's your soul, you know, whatever, or it can build a lot of expectation, right? I think people should just be, you know, I think commitment's better than any of that. I think just making a commitment, and you know, like if you know, if as long as it's, you know, not forced, then that's better than any, you know, cosmic, you know, where soul partner type things. I think.
Yeah,
You know, so yeah, that's what I think.
yeah, that's perfect.
Can I weigh in?
And I think because if there's a chance that we're all connected, that you have many different soulmates. One thing I will say is that I love it's very easy for me. I do have to have a like a physical attraction. You know, I think that's understandable because that's just a part. Like,
Excellent.
but I find people who are attractive that some people might be like, "Whoa, really?" Yeah, I don't know if you guys are, you know, had that experience with your friends, and you're like, "Oh, that person's so hot," and they're like, "Really?" Like, no, I don't. What? So I think that's kind of an interesting concept. I think there's a reason why you're attracted to somebody that somebody else isn't to. You know, it's an energy thing, like you're saying,
Yeah,
and that's why you like more than one. So
they definitely, yeah. I mean, there's that thing as well. Like, I think mentally you need to be on the same level. You just, well, within a certain range at least. You know, you don't want to be the same, but that's why everyone broke up, right? It's like we couldn't go out and like have a partner who was all about going to work and, you know, getting their house paid off and getting the next shot. You know, like it doesn't work, right? But so yeah, you need to be on the. You need to vibe, right? You need to vibe.
yeah. Oh yes, have you ever watched The Alchemist before?
No, is that like the book, or is that
No. The YouTube creator. What's her name?
Oh,
Sarah.
Is it?
No.
Oh, is that what we figured out? She's Sarah. Yeah, her name is Sarah.
I think her name is Sarah. I think.
Yeah, yeah, yep.
But do you want to watch? Do you want to listen?
Is this a quick one? Maybe don't play the whole thing. Oh, it's like 9 minutes.
It's like 9 minutes.
You don't have to watch the whole thing. That's a really good job.
The topic of twin flames has become a somewhat controversial subject in the field of spirituality. The main issue being that twin flames has become an industry that can teeter on the verge of toxic. Even the concept itself can be used to justify highly toxic behavior and leave a person tiptoeing around their own psychosis. And yet, there is undeniably a large percentage of the spiritual community going through intense and profound experiences that they can only classify as being a twin flame connection. It is by far the most asked question I receive in my Instagram stories, and clearly a topic that many need guidance navigating. So with the intent of helping to better understand this topic, I'll be going over the real purpose of a twin flame connection, as well as the difference between a twin flame, a soulmate, and a karmic partner. We can begin with what a twin flame is. A twin flame is someone who shares the identical soul core frequency as you. This core frequency comes from the oversoul, which is the expression of a person's energy field that is directly above the higher self.
Oh.
In fact, much of the guidance we receive in this lifetime comes from the level of the oversoul. So the oversoul divides itself into multiple pairs of souls, which form a soul cluster, or what one would call their soul family. It does this so that it can immerse itself into a wealth of perspectives and a diversity of experiences.
That's what I think, like particularly in the treehouse, with everybody that I know in the treehouse that I brought in, I feel like we are soul family, like that we have an oversoul. I've even suggested that we've got the same higher self or something, you know, we're coming from the same source, we're cut from the same cloth, we think the same way about things, not entirely, because each one of us is unique, but we get each other, we resonate with each other, we get each other.
Like we're all a different color. And she talks about, I think it's her who talks about like certain people who, you know, there's like an indigo light, an indigo aura. There's also a blue like energy aura. And that's like that's a different kind of person. I resonated with that more. I don't know if you watched that one, Camel. Or sorry, not Campbell, Richie, because I know you haven't watched it yet. But anyway, it's interesting.
That's the wrong.
So these pairs of souls all share the same oversoul and have very similar energetic signatures. But twin flames have the same exact energetic signature within the soul cluster of that oversoul. And that's your history lesson for today. However, the common way this concept gets portrayed is that twin flames are two halves that are meant to make up a whole, like cosmic puzzle pieces completing an image that is implicitly unfinished. This can lead one to believe there is something innately incomplete within themselves that can only be rectified through the other. Even if this isn't exactly the sentiment, this is what can draw a person to the twin flame paradigm, the prospect of union with the other half of their soul. But the true purpose of twin flames, or divine counterpart relationships, does not come from a place of deficiency at all. It comes from a place of surplus. An oversoul so vast, so rich in its development, a totality so whole and complete in and of itself, that it only divides itself in order to be more of service to its own essence and to the universe at large. So for those who resonate with the twin flame paradigm, the purpose of that connection is ascension-based and twofold: to help raise the collective consciousness of the planet through one's unique service to humanity, and to break lifetimes of one karmic cycle in their personal healing journey. Because the twin flame is someone who shares the identical soul core frequency as you, the depth of recognition, emotion, and acceleration of spiritual growth that is experienced in a twin flame relationship can be overwhelming and profound, as you are meeting the essence of your own godhood in the reflection of the other. However, this is for the very same reason why the connection is often tumultuous in nature, at least at first, because the other is serving as the deepest form of mirror to the core of your being. The mirroring is so intense, it can lead to cycles of attracting and repelling one another as the energies are thrown into confusion. This brings up all of the insecurities, traumas, and unresolved wounds of the past to the surface, which makes this kind of a relationship highly volatile, because you're not just dealing with two people and their typical emotional baggage. You're dealing with your projections of abandonment from the light, the fall of Atlantis, and cyclical cataclysm in the draconian third-dimensional timelines. Due to this unique feature of penetrating a person's self-concept deep into the core of their being, there is a lot of triggering that goes on in a twin flame connection, as you can imagine. The triggers are enormous for these aspects of the self to be brought to the surface in the first place, as each are healing the denied, forgotten, and abandoned parts of the self through the mirror of what the other is bringing up in them. In addition to mirroring, synchronicities are one of the main ways you can tell if you're experiencing a twin flame connection. In fact, the synchronicities can seem to be endless because, once again, you're dealing with your own core frequency and another person. So the alignment of inner and outer events are going to be amplified. From the very first encounter with the twin flame, synchronicity plays a strong role to both orchestrate and activate a spiritual awakening within oneself.
We'll stop it there.
Her. And I like her fashion. I think she has a vested interest in it. Yeah, that's the thing about twin flames is that it's not this like lovey like they're volatile like
Yeah,
yeah
and
yeah
they're intense.
they're
Yeah,
Intense. It's always
yeah,
intense.
so
and that's
it's
right. Yeah,
it's not something that most people would probably want, you know, the ones who say that. But it's a different thing, like she was saying. It's the same soul. So the other thing is there's so much energy when they actually get in the same vicinity, and so they act like activators and stuff. But they're not, as far as I know, they're not actually supposed to spend all their time together. They're not supposed to sort of, be this, I love you, let's never sort of part kind of thing. They sort of come together and, with a lot of energy, and then they take off and do their thing, and then they come to, so it's, yeah, so I agree. But yeah, I like how she said, this whole thing of expectation, man, it's got to get over it, right?
yeah.
I
Yeah.
definitely. I've been saying for a while that the whole romantic, intense, love at first sight, all of that kind of stuff is Hollywood programming. They've built up expectations within everybody, and they're impossible expectations. And so with that moment does exist, and those feelings do exist, but quite a lot of the time it's not love, it's lust. It's a sexual thing. It's not actually
exactly. It can be that you're genetically compatible, but not mentally or culturally, or ethically compatible, which is a big thing,
Well, what's interesting is that I think my mom, sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm
excited. This is what happens. It's like, because there's so much to talk about, and like so many good points. You always have good points. So it's not like when I don't watch your shows that I don't speak out loud to myself, because I'm like, yeah, so much good combo. Okay. Anyway, that's why I love the chat, right? Okay. Shit, now I totally forgot.
Apparently, the chat's turned into a bit of a bun fight. I haven't been keeping my eyes on it, but I noticed a comment saying that the chat is a bun fight. So what we're going to do? We're going to put the chat. We're going to put the chat on the bloody screen and see what's going on there.
Buns? I don't get it.
Are they sticky buns? Are they cream buns?
Are they hair buns? Are they like pretending to be like?
You can do that.
Punks and headbutting each other? Are they playing with ovens? Do they have a bun in the oven?
You like this bun? There you go.
Oh, there we go. She's in the bun fight. Oh my god. Look at this. Jeez. It's taken over the presenters, man.
All I was gonna say was real quick that about the relationship thing though, is that what I realized, especially through therapy, was that I was actually dating my mother, which is kind of disturbing. And it's because my biggest issues are with my mom, and she carries a lot of generational trauma. So it's kind of interesting, right? Like, because you said like generationally. So I was dating somebody that, because it was so intense. It was this, and it was constantly like you're pulled together and then you're pulled apart. It's the ebb and flow thing, but it's like there was no balance. And I do feel like a real relationship, which is why it's okay to also be by yourself, though, is all about balance. Balance,
little grass. Yeah, it's you've got to be a whole person. Like, yeah, it's like life, though, right? Yeah. If you can't rely on yourself and what's inside, and it doesn't ultimately come from there, then that means you're relying on the outside world to make you happy. And of course, when it doesn't give you what you want, you start yelling at it, and that's so. This is the whole thing. It's and ultimately with everything, it's always got to come back to you, right? I mean, you know, if you get those, you know, and we all used to do it. It's like, oh, they need to change or they need to do this. I mean, you really just need to find a mirror and go, I need to.
That's
I need
exactly
to,
it, though,
you know,
isn't it?
where do I need to do that? Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I'll shut up now.
No, that's perfect, because it's also the same idea as like, well, they don't like me, you know, because they didn't contact me, or they didn't do this, or they didn't do that. It's like the minute you stop putting that in your head, all of a sudden what you're looking for happens. It's sort of like, don't obsess about how many likes you're getting or how many views you're getting. The minute you step away, and then all of a sudden you do catch a glance of it, you'll be amazed. You know,
That's the force thing, is like, you need, like, to push something, something needs to be pushing back.
Yes. Ooh, yes.
But then you're not moving, right? So then that's why, like, give, you know, if you give, it can actually move forward, if you know what I mean. It can push you forward if you look at it from that perspective, rather than like fighting to push and make your, you know, sort of make things the way you want them. Instead of struggling with things, if you just sort of let it push you, and then things can happen, right? So a lot of it's, you know, we've got to get over ourselves, right? All this, you know, we think we know things, but we really don't. And everything ultimately is a lesson for us, right?
Mm.
You know, if we're seeing it and we're experiencing it, then it's for us, because even if there's only two of you and something happens, you don't experience it the same way.
Yeah.
So everything's a lesson for us. So it's, if things need to change, it's us that need to change, right?
Yep. And that was like it was like what she was just talking about with the reflection. It was that I saw exactly what I needed to change about myself. And if anything, I'm so happy. And I feel bad because I ran into my ex before the person I was dating for 8 years. And we ended up having a very amicable, like, we started kind of having not a friendship, like not like we were calling each other at the time, but we would see each other and it was very amicable and we could act like friends. We could sit and talk and catch up. And he actually stayed in touch with my family and would go hunting and fishing with my brother. But I felt bad because I ran into him. My friend had a charity event and I ran into him and we were having like a nice conversation. I just said, I'm like the happiest I've ever been. And I realize that's kind of rude to say to somebody you've dated, because to not, you know, but it's true. I just felt, and the conversation kind of ended because I think he's kind of going through a hard time. I think he's actually, his relationship right now is ending. But it was like, it's so good to be able to say that, to feel that confident within myself. But that what I went through some hell, man. I mean, there was abuse.
But that's the thing about being judgmental, isn't it? Like we never know how other people perceive anything. And that may have been the whole reason that you met, so that you could go, oh my God, I'm so happy. And he could go, wow, she used to be so unhappy. Wow, maybe I can change too. You know, maybe that was it, right? And so when you hold that back, they don't get that. They don't get what they need, right? So, and ultimately, that's the whole thing. You just got to speak your truth and be yourself.
Exactly. I enable. That was something that made me realize I enable way too much. I had a friend who had an alcohol problem, and I was a lot younger, but I would just like, oh, you're okay. You're not that drunk. You're not, you know, it's not that big of a deal. And I ended up moving away when we were really young. Bye, Sonia. But, you know, and that was a learning lesson, but I definitely enabled her, and I enabled relationships big time. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we all do. But it's all just learning, right?
Yeah.
That's the other thing is, you know, we can't beat ourselves up. It's all learning, right? We're here to make, well, as we know, mistakes don't exist, right? They're all mistakes, which means we're just supposed to do it again, but learn from the first take. So that's what life is, you know. If you don't make mistakes, you can't learn, right? You can't do anything. So
Do you know what it? Do you know what it's like though? So I feel like I kept making the same mistake over and over again, and that's why I was getting the same shit kept happening over and over again. But I was asleep. You know, I was still slumbering on, trying to fit into this matrix, trying to play the game, and of the perception that I was in a different universe to the one that I'd been born into, but I was kind of the only one that was in this new universe, and I was the only one that knew it. So I couldn't talk to anybody about it. You know, I just had to just accept the changes that I saw from when I woke up from my coma. You know, all these changes that I was seeing, all these completely it was completely different. This whole place was completely different. And but I just kind of accepted it and was slumbering on. And I kept making my relationships always started off intense and ended off intense, really, really, but in the worst way, you know. So and then I'd end up self-destructing, and it wasn't until Bayer I was awake with Bayer. Like when I met Sephra, I was awake, but meeting Sephra put me straight back to sleep again. Because I actually remember thinking to myself, yeah, fuck all this conspiracy shit. I'm just gonna settle down with this one. And I was fully ready to get back into the game again. And then that all went to shit, and I sort of self-destructed after that. And then I met Bayer 3 days after I'd cured my depression and everything. And anyway, being with Bayer made me see, because in that relationship, it was a broken record. Every Friday we had the same argument. Every single Friday, the same argument. And it was always the same, constantly, every week for like 2.5 years, however long it was.
It's a cycle.
And I realized, because I was finally awake, I realized, rah, this is my thing. This is my lesson. This is what I've got to let go of this one. I've got to cut it free. I've got to cut all ties and just completely end it. So I ended it. And I was like, yeah, I'm happy I've done that. And then I realized, rah, but I loved her, but I wasn't in love with her. It wasn't intense enough. Like I actually wanted to get away from her. I couldn't be in that relationship anymore. I need to be able to let go of the one that I want to be there with for the rest of my life, kind of thing. And then I met Kirsty, and we had a really intense relationship, but it was at a distance. It was emotional and energy. It wasn't physical at all. And then in the December, I realized I was really falling for her, and we were making some big plans. And something happened, and I had this feeling, this is the one. This is the one you've got to let go of. So in that moment, I just said, "Nah, do you know what? Let's call this a day, because it's not going anywhere. We're kidding ourselves. This is a fucking joke. We're kidding ourselves." And I severed all ties to her. And then 3 months later, she turned up at my gig, and I realized then, wow, I did it. I did that. I did what I needed to do, and I let go of her. So when she came back, I didn't think I wanted to see her, but when she came back, we ended up spending 3 amazing days together, which was, you know, where it was like we were in love with each other for 3 days. It was beautiful. And then when she came to leave, all right, okay, see you later, no worries, bye. And I haven't seen her since. And I've not really, it sounds heartless to say I've not really cared, but I've been happy to let her go off and live her life. Like, she's amazing. She is absolutely amazing. And I could be with her. Like, I could try and change everything to go and move to Liverpool and go and be with her, or I could have done it, you know, back then. But no, I'm happy. She's probably in a new relationship now, and I'd be quite happy for that. And if she was to come out here and I was to meet her in her new relationship with her new man, I wouldn't have a problem with it at all. That's something I could not do before.
Well, just be careful of camping if you don't want them to be too intense. You'll be fine.
Oh, it took me a second then, but the penny dropped.
Wait a second. Should I show him? Remember what I showed you? Remember the really cheesy. This is so perfect. The really cheesy thing I had. I'll show you guys so you can see. Hold on, I'll show you 1 second. It's hilarious. I'm just getting it queued up.
Get out of Dodge, Rich.
This is cheese-tastic for everybody.
mean-
Me being really cheesy. Oh, that was
Oh,
okay. Well, that popped up out of nowhere. Sorry, but I'll be honest about this. This was taken March 2020. I was removed from my job in the sleep lab, and I had to go work in the rapid testing tent. And so my job is the joke is my job is this. Oops, that's my cat.
you're a llama? Wow.
So I had to like handle the samples. So this was before we really knew anything at all. This was in the
Wow.
very, very, very beginning. This was my job. I was taken out of what I was a community
Yeah.
liaison. My
For
job was,
maiming?
say that again.
Did you get in trouble for maiming?
Oh no, because I block all my coworkers, and like I don't, so they can't see any of this stuff. Actually, I shared a couple of these things I made. Because see, this was at the very, 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 very beginning. So just so you all know, this is my history with it. But oh yeah, and I had to work I had to work for a psychiatrist at one point because I have experience, handling patients. So I had to work for a psychiatrist during that time. And this is to kind of give you an idea what the sleep lab was like. So like brainwave activity, because I've kind of talked about this, but I've never really shown anybody. And the one thing is like when you look at this and you look at one line, you really need to I look at like 12 lines altogether. That's how I look at pattern, and I'm able to see sleep versus wake and what stage of sleep you're in. Because like just one line doesn't tell you enough. But it kind of gives you a little bit of idea of like how loose your brainwave activity is versus when you're awake. And this is actually almost more like gamma than it is alpha. Like this is supposed to be alpha, I think, but it's hard to see it without knowing how many seconds is that supposed to be. That you have to have all those parameters. But you see all these wires in this picture, Cam?
Down there, yeah.
That's like a good majority of this. Like half of the wires go on the patient's head, and then we put wires on their leg. Some of them we have to put, we put them on the face, we put them on the chin, because we're looking for like tension when you're sleeping, so we can determine what's going on. And some people grind their teeth. It's the worst sound. It's called bruxism, and it's like a pepper. It sounds like a pepper grinder when somebody's doing that in their sleep. It's so disturbing, and then it shows up through everything, and they wake themselves up doing it. You know what I mean? And understand.
I grind my teeth, but not all the time. Like, but I've definitely ground down. You can see on my teeth. You can see that's been from grinding.
Doctors will tell you, or not doctors, dentists will tell you that. I'm a cheek chewer. I found out. My dentist told me
What was it you were going to show us, Sarah?
This right here. We were talking and I was showing them. Okay, sorry. That's all I'm sharing. See, you can't run through cancer.
Very nice.
Yeah, tense.
There you go.
Oh, that's it. Yeah. You can't run. You can't run through. You can only run. That's it.
Back at 10, okay? All right.
It's very good.
That's your piece for the day and a little bit about me. Sorry, I didn't mean to get all into sharing my shit.
Isn't it funny that you need to go to a golf club, you need a golf club? I mean, what the hell's going on there?
Yeah. You need 2 clubs. You need at least 2 clubs to play to go clubbing.
I know, right? You can be building a building, you can plant a plant, but you can't ladder a ladder. I mean, I'm just confused.
Good stuff. Sorry. No, don't be sorry.
I'm delirious.
Yeah, it's probably getting real late there too.
It's oh my gosh, yeah, it's about 10 to 11. Wow. PM.
Do you go to bed?
That is why we wanted to do the show at
59 minutes.
I imagine you go to bed pretty early on the bus because you'll be waking up early to, right?
It's
Because of the
yeah,
sun
like about 7. I've got curtains and blinds and stuff.
What's the
so
temperature like? What's the temperature like there?
it's not too bad. It's better than Melbourne. It's
Because it's winter, isn't it? It's winter for you now.
yeah. So today, I mean, during the day it was probably 20. It was probably a bit cold, 23 or 4 today, and then during night it'll probably get down to about maybe 17 or 18.
Oh, that's not too bad.
It's freezing. What are you talking about? That's inhumane.
That's not too bad. I mean, it's like if you're talking centigrade. If you're talking Fahrenheit, that's different.
No, definitely not Fahrenheit. No.
Because centigrade here, it doesn't go lower. It never gets lower than like 18, 17, 18 degrees here. And
Does it get that cold?
still,
Wow.
you need a jacket. You need a jacket when you go out, right?
Wow.
And you could like, but that's nice. I like that. I like having to wear a jacket sometimes because I like my jacket, you know.
That's a fashion thing.
And I like a lot of my favorite clothes are actually more for colder weather, and I don't really get to wear
Well,
them
you
much.
can do something more in colder weather for sure, but say in Perth, like all the clothes are thin, like literally, they're thinner than what they sell in Melbourne because it's not as hot here. So like you wear Perth clothes over there, and like the wind just blows through you, man, and kills you. But so I had to buy a new jacket, and their jackets are like so thick, and you can't. You probably could get them here if you went to like a proper, snow shop. But
the thing is, it's all about the humidity and also, like you said, the wind.
And the
humidity. If it's very humid and windy,
Alaska.
It just cuts right through you to your bones. That's why England's horrible.
Melbourne's right on Port Phillip Bay, which is one of the biggest bays in the world, and then outside the next is like Bass Strait, and then basically Antarctica, right? So it's just freezing. Wind, like literally just it's like like ice just shooting through your body.
And I can
dying, and then some 17-year-old girl walks past in shorts. I'm like, what the?
Yeah. Climatized, dude. It's called climatized.
Yeah, so I'm a little like that because in Wisconsin we get and Richie, remind me what this is, but it's like it gets to -30 in Wisconsin, and then the wind chill is -30. So but it's a dry cold. So when I came to the coast, because I actually did live in Astoria too, but like even in Portland, because the river is, and then we do get that coastal inland a little bit. I tell people it gets to like 38. So like that would be like 2 degrees.
Yeah, or -2 or something, and it's around.
It wouldn't be minus because it's above freezing. It's a little above freezing, is what I'm getting at.
Right.
So, but what happens is it's like there's this humidity. Yeah, you're at like maybe 60 to 70% humidity, and it gets your bones. And I would shake when I first moved here. I was like, I can't stop this shaking, and I don't know why.
You need thermals. That's when you need thermal underwear.
I literally went and had a hot bath like 2 nights when I got home late in Melbourne because I was just that cold. I just went and sat in a hot bath.
Yeah.
I'll have tea.
I definitely need, man.
You need to contain your heat. Or layers, lots of layers.
Richie, what I'm getting at is I need thermal when I'm in Wisconsin and it's negative. I'm talking about here when it's like you're a little above freezing. You don't need thermals because you'll just sweat.
Yeah.
And it will help. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying like it's weird because it's like it shouldn't be that cold, but it's a type of cold. It has to do with the ocean breeze and it has to do with that humidity. And then it gets in your bones. It feels like it's inside your bones and it's making you shake from the inside out.
Yeah, man. I was at like after the event, I was sitting down and I had like a shirt and a jacket on and a scarf, and people just kept putting jackets on me. Like one dude literally took his jacket off, and it was like weighed like 20 kilos. And he put on he was sitting there in a shirt, and I had like 2 jackets on and a shirt, and I'm still shivering. And he's just like,
It's
stupid.
the core, isn't it?
I'm a wuss, man.
No, it's
But-
just like
I
it
need
has,
to go Jeffrey Adams. I can't grow a beard, so that wouldn't work.
It's about getting climatized as well. They're like when I moved here, so I came here from being on the streets in Malaga, and like in February, March in Malaga, it's freezing cold and it's wet and it's windy, and it's not as cold as it is in the UK, but it's still really bloody cold to be out on the streets. And then when I came here, it was like just beautiful during the day and at night, and I was so not used to it. All I could wear was shorts and a t-shirt and flip-flops. Now I don't think it's really got colder here. I think I've just got more acclimatized, because now I don't wear shorts. I never wear shorts, and you know, and like I can, the least I'll wear is what I'm wearing now, something on my, you know, like trousers or trackies and a
Warm
t-shirt.
where you were.
It is warm, but I don't know if it's got colder here or if it's just I'm acclimatized to it more. So when it gets colder here, what's cold to me here now is still fucking warm to everybody else, like particularly people from the UK.
Yeah, right. I'm the opposite. I normally wear like shorts and tank tops all through winter, man.
But then it doesn't get that cold in Perth.
Off again. It's so much work, you know.
But it doesn't get that cold in Perth, and it's not as humid, so
It's pretty starting to get humid here.
Yeah.
Humidity just kills you though, but
it never used to be humid here. 7 years ago, it wasn't humid here, but now
paper cannons are turning, man.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is.
Global warming.
Yeah, it's got humid here. This is like we had where I feel like they were purposely drying us out in here in Oregon, and then we had these massive fires. And honestly, in the layout of the states and like how the fire growth has like come up from California, it makes absolutely no sense. This huge fire we had, and it was and people have stories about this fire. They were in the middle of this river trying to this guy had a plastic chair trying to get, what do you call it, little shards of flames coming at him. He was using this chair to like keep him off standing in the middle of this river. Like that doesn't even make sense that you would get caught like that. And if you actually look, it looks like there's a freaking line. Anyway, I'm going off topic, but it's really
we get Australia too. It is climate change. They're definitely changing the climate.
I was right, because you mentioned the vapor canopy, and because you've interviewed him, I would like to bring up the subject of Jason Brashears and archaics. I have a question for you.
Do ask.
Have you seen his video on the Necronomicon?
Maybe. I can't recall.
Do you know what the Necronomicon is?
That's the spell book, right?
Do you know where it came from?
The Necronomicon. I'll probably get it wrong, but it's like fallen angels, or is it Thoth or something like that? I can't remember.
That's one story about it. Yeah, that is one story that was propagated by the person that created it.
Oh, Aleister Crowley?
No, I don't know what his name was. But I know where the idea of the Necronomicon came from. It came from Lovecraft. It featured in one of his books, in one or more of his books, Lovecraft. It featured in one or more of his books. He never went into any detail about it. It was just like the Book of the Dead. It was a spell book for the dead, and it was bound in human skin.
Like
somebody took that.
Movies, hasn't it?
Somebody took that idea and that narrative, and then they created the Necronomicon, and then they featured it in films. They put it in the movies, right? My point is, the Necronomicon is not and never was a real thing. It's a fictional thing, completely fictional. And what
he's done a
what I'm a bit upset about is that I'm prepared to accept that maybe I got triggered and didn't listen to him properly, and he wasn't saying what I think he was saying, but basically what I think he was doing was he was talking about it as if it was a real thing, you know, that it had been inspired.
Was that the one that was in Night of the Living Dead? Is that the one?
Yeah. It was in
Yeah, I
Night
know
of the
it was in
Living
some
Dead.
movie. Yeah,
Yeah, I was trying to remember. I told you I was trying to remember it was in a
Evil
movie.
Dead. Evil Dead.
Evil Dead. Yeah, Evil Dead. That's the one. Yes, Evil Dead. Yes. The funniest horror movie ever.
That's I mean, that for me personally, that is a nice little label that lets me know that it's bullshit, because it's been featured in so many movies and so many narratives that have been fed to us.
I know there are things called there are actual spell books, but
yeah.
What are they called?
That movie, did they have that book in it? Because it's got an right. It's got that, and it moved in it. That's what I remember.
Yeah.
I think in that movie.
Army of Darkness, Sasquatch. Army of
human
Darkness
stuff,
was the third installation of Evil Dead.
Yeah.
That was the third one.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I've never looked into it. I've never done the research.
Oh yeah, he said. Look at that. I'm a dick. Look, he said Evil Dead, Army of Darkness. Yeah. So I looked at it out
what
of.
was that dude's name?
Oh God.
It was really like something like Dennis or Gary or something, wasn't it? Or
no, I can't remember. I just remember his chainsaw
and
hand.
He started off really nice in the first one, and by the end of it, he was just like this psycho with a
chainsaw arm and a shotgun, double barrel shotgun and a chainsaw arm.
The good old days.
But yeah, so it's just my point is if I'm correct, and he's reading that as if it, like, without the knowledge of where it came from, and thinking that it is potentially manuscript, you know, what is something worth considering, which he's done. He has considered it and he's done it. Then it's like, well, that just kind of puts everything else, like, you know, because he does come across. He can wax lyrical, man. He's definitely well read, well researched. He knows his shit about certain things. That's something that's snuck into his research that is bullshit, and he's wasted his time on.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, because he's a chronologist, which basically means when all his research, well, his theories, well, you know, and ideas and that he talks about have come from reading multiple books and linking up the similarities, like the themes and threads through them all. So
I mean, man, I'm totally
woke.
I'm not going to ask him. He scares me.
Yeah, I mean, that's I've emailed him a couple of times, but he hasn't got back to me. So.
He's nice.
Who knows?
He's a nice guy, man. And the thing is, I can relate to him a little bit. Well, not really, but I can say I've done some time, and it.
Well, that's the thing, you know. If he scares you, just call the cops. I'll throw him back in. He's already got a criminal record. I'm only joking, Jason. Don't come after me. I'm sorry.
We won't have to worry about that. It's good.
Like, actually, how's this? He's doing a gig on one of the islands off Queensland with Kelly.
Really?
Kelly got asked to do this gig, and
really.
And then she's like, "Oh, they want me to go out and do this gig," and she's like, with this Jason guy, and she's like, "You know him, don't you?" And she's never even said it. I'm like, "Yeah." And she goes, "Yeah, we're apparently we're both the headliners," and I'm like, "Cool."
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Man.
But she's gonna meet him in person, yeah.
Cool. I want to talk to him. I want to talk to him about it. I want to ask him because
brain versus the right brain, man. They're just going to be like, woohoo.
If he can, like, maybe he knows something that I don't know, and maybe
I'm sure he knows at least 3 things that you don't know.
Oh, I'm sure he knows way more than me. But regarding, regarding this book.
more to the story, and I think that's why he might be coming into the picture, because he might have a huge puzzle piece that some of us have seen already. But yeah,
the thing is, in the end, no one's got the answer. No one's got 100% of the answer. Everyone's got, but saying that everyone's got some truth. It's just depends on how much. So everything's a perspective, and as long as we don't judge things as right or wrong, then we can always learn from them, right?
yes,
Like if
and I'm learning that.
thing, then it can. This is the thing. Things can actually just sit in your mind. Like they can just be ideas. Like you don't actually have to categorize them as this is right and this is wrong, and I like this and I don't like this. You can actually just entertain thoughts, and then as you go along, you'll get more and more information.
Yeah.
And they'll start making links in your mind, and then you'll go, oh, hang on, oh, that makes sense because this
kind of thing.
And that's how you learn.
Yeah.
So as soon as you judge things, you turn that off. So you can't really learn, right?
Yeah. That's such a good point. And again, why I watch, like, I almost had to catch myself because Amanda was like, I was talking about how I do watch a mainstream science channel. When I say mainstream, he actually isn't considered, right or left, or I guess he's more right. Anyway, he actually challenges NASA all the time on sun science, and he's with these other people on earthquake predictions because they can predict it, with the sun influence. Well, I think there's more to it than just. I think the sun is actually potentially a vessel where like energy is shut out from whatever other beings these are. Like that's how, there's some talk about like UFOs could even be coming from, or beings could be coming from that energy, when it comes at us like that, right? The CME energy. And they were kind of talking about that with Leap Project sort of the other day. And so that's sort of the reason why I watch it, because there's little indicators that kind of give me an idea of what to, it's made me realize like why I might feel something a certain day. But that's what I'm saying. I think it's just important because like the History Channel and the Superhumans, you got to take these little bits out of this to get the whole picture. So
yeah,
exactly.
I mean, look at aliens, right? I mean, we probably all used to believe in them and that, and I think, whoa. But now we see them as something different. But we probably needed to go through, the physical ones, especially where we came from, right, to get to where we are now. So sometimes you need to learn a half truth to get to a more truer truth, And in the end, that's all we're really doing, right? Because again, no one actually knows the truth of anything, or else when they do, they disappear, because that's called ascension, I think. So it's all
got basically we've got a huge puzzle, haven't we? We've got this massive puzzle to complete, and each one of us, like maybe someone only holds one piece, maybe someone holds 20 or 100 pieces, but the whole point is it's 27 billion trillion piece puzzle. So it's nobody holds all the pieces. We've got to work together. We have to amalgamate our ideas and sift through them and find which ones actually which ones fit, which ones kind of resonate into the
and also understand that no one will know everything. We can only know 100% of what's right for us.
Yeah,
because we can only see the world from our perspective. So no one knows 100% what's right for you.
No.
Not even doctors. Go figure, right?
Yeah.
So this is the thing. But like you said, some people might, be 70% of what we want. And we can learn and stuff off them, and they've got a lot of answers. But we've got to be, autodidactic enough to understand that even the best, most interesting person at some point we're going to be over them, right? You're going to need to move on to get new information, or else you're just going to end up going around in circles again and getting stagnant. So
why it's important
it needs to go.
And it's why it's important to respect the knowledge, like especially that you have to bring, Campbell. But it's important not to also put you up on a pedestal and praise you like an idol, right? To respect you as a human being, just like us, because we're all part of the puzzle. And this is why I always talk about empowering each other, that we all have this ability
you may not want to be the person that is presenting or educating in front of others, but you might have another really important part of the piece, right? Yeah.
Exactly. And you may not particularly want to be the one and just end up there anyway, right? but everyone's got, everyone's got a job to do. And the thing is, it's like you only need to get the message through to one person, right, to change reality, right, the whole reality. So it's what's more important is the message and what you're saying and intention. Then that's much more important than the size of your audience. And so yeah, this is the thing. I mean, some of us are bigger and some, but that doesn't mean that the information and what we're saying is more or is better or worse than any. It's all just good and it's all perfect for the person who needs to hear it.
Yeah, exactly. So like that energy coming when it's supposed to, right? Yeah.
I feel like that whatever we do, it doesn't matter. I'm a bit of a fatalist in this respect, but it doesn't matter what we do. What was set in motion, however long ago it was that it was set in motion, what was set in motion is still in play now, and there's not much that we can do about it. It's like just like we've said, it's already done. We're already there, because time only exists as a measured. We only measure time in units here in this realm. Time doesn't exist outside
to create time. Yeah, I agree.
And the only reason time was created was so that they could put a financial put a value to it, and also it's all about money. That was the only reason time was created, was so that they could do commerce, so that they could
cause anxiousness. Right? Cause anxiousness, like, because if they put us into this, you got to have this done by this, because otherwise it won't grow, or or you won't get the job, or you're going to miss the girl, right? If you don't,
it makes us focus on the physical world, that we have to do actions in the physical world to get results.
And what's the thing that we're told from from a young age, man? Time is money. Time is money, man. Time is money. That's why I say, like, oh, is it? That's awesome. I'm one of the wealthiest men alive. I've got so much time. I wish I could spend it in the shop, but there we go.
Can it be? Does time exist? Because it would make sense, because they talk about that everything grows like naturally, and so there's no like constrainment, I think, under the vein, supposedly.
I mean, your carrots don't need a watch, do they? They don't need. They don't need to know what the time is. So the carrots aren't thinking, "Oh shit, man, it's bloody 10:30 on a Friday, on Friday or Saturday or Sunday, whatever. We've got to get done by this time. We've got to be grown by next Wednesday, man. 4 o'clock next Wednesday. That's the deadline. Come on, carrots don't work. They don't
want to eat that anxiousness.
No, but I mean, this is the thing. Carrots don't want to buy cars and houses. You see, once you bring in these trinkets, right, then people want things, and then they need money, and then to earn the money, they need to enter this cycle and go to a job, right, and earn money. But then the problem is you spend it, you don't have it anymore, so you got to do it again, and then you got to do it again, and you end up getting weak. And then every now and again, the week ends, but then you get weak again. And then you realize that you've been working for 40 years. So,
yeah,
man.
They've capitalized on the fact that we can slip into routines and habits.
Creatures of habit. But I reckon that's a scam too, man. I mean, you show me a kid that's a creature of habit. Come on.
Yeah, children aren't creatures of habit. Man. Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
like kids,
but there has to be some sort of routine. That, dude, even if we lived, like, let's say we lived off grid, we all lived off grid. If you didn't have a routine to fill your water, empty your sewage, collect your wood.
That's the question, isn't it?
That's all routine, though, isn't it? That it's not about time, but it is about a routine, about doing something at a certain time, or at least each day you have a routine of these things that you need to do in order for your.
deconstruct too, like if we were living like Anastasia, you know, this Russian woman,
Yeah. I mean,
right?
cedars.
And it's all eco. You don't have to stress because again, like the plants are just going to almost grow on their own. Yeah, you probably have to do a little clearing and stuff, but really your maintenance is minor because the animals come onto your land and they clear it for you naturally without taking away what you need. You know, it's this natural understanding and balance, and that's what I think has happened. Is like we're not in balance with ourselves, so we're not in balance with our environment and our nature.
That's what the American Native Indians will tell us.
I think we need to do a lot less than we're told.
It's not organic enough. Like we used to live in houses that, you know, you were grounding because you had the earth right there with you and it absorbed the dust. You didn't have to constantly have to vacuum and clean your house. You know,
maybe we don't need to necessarily do things because we want some result in the future. Maybe we just need to do things because we feel like doing them. You know, maybe if you want a banana, you're just going to walk past a banana tree, right? I mean, as far as I know, bananas just grow themselves. You know,
and they do grow on trees,
right? And they do grow on trees. Yeah, you know,
yeah.
that's the thing, right? It's just like money. And
I live in Tenerife, man. This is banana country. This is where all the banana boats sail out.
Let everyone use bananas.
Banana boat.
Go bananas. No more bananas, man.
But this is the thing, and this is the thing that we're trying to. This is the breakdown of the program. Is we've been taught that to get something in this world, it's all 3D, and we have to move boxes around, right? We have to move things around to make things happen, but.
Cardboard
you know, we
boxes.
also know that everything we've been told is a lie. So clearly that I would say that's wrong. Well, there's at least a better way to do it. And so this is it. You know, if we're setting up communities, do we want to set up farms where we have seasons and annual this and that? Or do we want to let nature be nature? Right?
Like sisters growing, which is a very Native American philosophy. I'm always like, where's my books? Because I've been trying to collect a lot. I actually haven't been the biggest reader. I'm trying to read more. But I got a book specifically about the Native Americans grew, I think it was corn, beans, and was it clover? Because it didn't.
No, sweet potatoes.
Okay.
No, yeah, I like yams and sweet potatoes and things. Squash.
Yeah.
Squash.
And the reason was because of how. Yes. Squash, and the reason was because of how the insects would, you know, they would go to the source instead of eating what they didn't want them to eat. It was all self-controlled, and they blossomed because of the
and the beans like put nitrogen into the soil, which fed the corn and all this kind of stuff. Yeah. Kind of like permaculture. They kind of call it, what do they call? They call it companion planting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. And
that's what Amanda was talking about. I think. I think Amanda was talking about like her new land. She was trying to work out basically what wanted to grow where and who wanted to grow next to who.
Yeah.
I can't wait. That's like my favorite thing. It's like a designer's, like, you know, an organizer's biggest dream. You know, it's because you get to design how it looks on top of like them all working together. It's like a puzzle, right?
Exactly. There's a dude in France he's got I think his permaculture farm's 60 years old, but literally he was just trying things in different places, and then, you know, I mean, he knew a bit, but eventually he'd find the optimum place for each plant, and where it just grew on its own, and he didn't have to do anything. And now he's got this amazing, you know, massive forest, and he just walks through and grabs an apple when he, you know. So this is the thing. It's that there's better ways to do things, and we've got all the answers. So,
like Brian says, feng shui for gardens.
Yeah, man, that'd be cool.
Yes. And you can place crystals and stuff in gardens too. I've seen a lot of that, which I would do.
There's things like, I remember watching a thing about, you know, dandelions.
Yeah.
Is it dandelions? The ones, dandelions, right? When they start growing, in your garden and stuff, and in your lawn, people freak out and they're, oh my God, the weeds, dig them out. But what you're meant to do is let them go. Because what they do is they change your soil Like there's something wrong with the soil, and the dandelions come in and fix it for you.
Yes.
It's
Yeah,
like
it's like when you see like land when they clear land, especially in like industrial areas and that's crappy land. It's always covered in massive weeds, right?
yeah.
There's a reason for that.
And they plant certain like clover, or there's another one that they do here in Oregon, and I can't think of the name right now, to help the crops heal in between. Like they don't plant corn on it every year; they plant it in between crops. To let the
rotation. Yeah.
That's the problem with.
You're supposed to rotate your crops. You have to rotate your crops.
Best is marijuana, hemp. It's one of the best crops you can grow. It actually leaves the soil better than when you planted it.
And it's the quickest yield as well.
And exactly 3 months crop, and you get a ton of like organic material out of it. So
in Central Oregon, guys, they have open fields of hemp out here in Central Oregon. And when you drive past, you just get a whiff. But what's funny is people try to steal it, but it's just hemp. It's not.
You got no taste. So yeah.
The yield comes back so quick.
Is that hemp?
Auto flowering 3 months. Boom.
Boom. I'm gonna grow a plant because I want to experiment with making my own CBD tinctures and salves.
And we've got I've got to introduce you to Adam, so Adam can basically run through that with you, and because he's the man. Adam is the man.
Well, I'm actually going to get going, I think, guys. It's
no worries, dude.
I felt that.
It's been an absolute honor and a pleasure as always. Thank you, man.
Well, thank you for having me on. Nice to see you. Thanks and hello and everything to everyone in chat.
I mean, come on, like having the autodidactic come on as a guest on our easy little channel, man. We did 60, or is it 70,000 now? How many subs have you got now?
No pedestals in here.
How many subs have you got?
I don't know, 63, I think. I don't know.
Or almost, I think.
I think so, yeah. It slowed right down, and then it slowed again. So that's all right.
If you wanna chuck any of them over this way,
I'll sell you some.
What were you gonna say, Sarah?
I'm sorry. I totally need to get a mic because I must just get cut out. Like every time I'll get that because it'll be better. But it's all good. I think Campbell, you already saw that the difference between I was showing the difference between Richie and I and how we can prove he's being shadow banned. I got 63 subscribers from the show we did the other day. I have almost 1,000 views on it, and he's got like barely over 200 views, and he's got 600 subscribers. Doesn't even make
10 times as many subscribers.
I think I got bots on my. I think I got bot subscribers too because it won't show me the full list of my subscribers.
No, yeah, I mean it's so hard to know what's going on. Like mine moved and now it's stopped again, I think. So it was fun while it lasted.
I don't pay too much attention to it. I'm grateful to I've got 610 subs now. So like that's pretty cool.
Yeah, exactly right. You just need the right people who need to hear the right message.
I'd rather have 600 real people than I'd rather have 600 real people than 6,000, maybes and bots.
Yeah,
and stuff.
exactly.
I'm just like all about this closeness, this awesome kind of conversation we can have, and this is how we're going to move forward, right?
Yeah,
also,
man. Okay, definitely.
Yeah, and if you've got 4,000 people in your chat, the chat's going to be going so bloody fast.
It's like 10
that intimacy gets lost between you and your favorite subs. It kind of gets lost. So
it does. I know.
So just know to all those people watching now, we really, really appreciate you, and you will not be forgotten.
Yeah.
We've got 6 million subscribers.
Perfect number. So nobody else come on, or you'll be kicked off.
well then, Ellie.
Kind of private corner.
No,
see you.
Thanks, Cam. Take it easy, bro.
See ya.
Thank you, dude. Blessed by Cam's presence once again.
Flowing, flowing. Thanks for. I've been really talky today, so everybody, I apologize, but thank you for tolerating that.
That's all right.
I'm really loving this logo. I keep looking at this one, and it just keeps popping out. I want to show everybody the Richie special.
The yellow one.
I made this one for Richie because he really likes yellow and black. And I was talking about how my dream car when I was
Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow.
or Mustang was black with yellow racing stripes.
Yeah, I like. Oh no, you said Camino, didn't you? And then I got confused.
Oh, because I've had
what
two.
I'm thinking of is a Camaro.
I
I'm
had
thinking
two-
of a Camaro, not a Camino.
I had two. Oh yeah, not a Camaro. No, El Camino. My first dream car was a 1964 Mustang, black with yellow racing stripes, and then my next dream car was like an iridescent El Camino or a black El Camino with chain link steering wheel and the Mexican.
Aw.
Aw, thanks, Morgan. You guys, don't make me cry.
She that does happen. That does happen, man. If yeah, what was it? When was it? It was the other day. Me and Rox were telling her. We were just telling. We said some stuff, and she bloody started crying.
You guys, I told you I partly go to acupuncture for this, but it's me. That's my bleeding heart. That's my empath, and that's why I'm like so happy to have found our family because I feel so much of that from all of you actually. So if you don't consider yourself one, you might want to look at that again because I think that's partly our connection. It's an amazing thing. Oh, okay. Clipped.
Can I play my video?
I'm a little verklempt. You ever see the Mike Myers where he was this is old SNL where he was on Sprockets. It was like a German, it was supposed to be like a German TV show, and he'd be like, "Now's the time on Sprockets when we dance," and he'd do this.
That was his first character, wasn't it? That was his first sort of the German.
Kind of reminds you of like Zelensky almost. Oh my god.
That's the worst thing, man. Zelensky, if he hadn't gone and accepted this bloody this latest role, like Zelensky probably would have been quite funny. Like I'd actually quite like to see this man of the people where he was playing the president.
Really quick. You could probably get him fucked up and get him to spill all his secrets really quick. That's what I get from him. Get a little flirty with him.
I think the only reason he's such a monstrous cokehead is because he needs to be on cocaine to do what he's doing. When he's off it, I think his conscience plays on him.
So partly that's why I think that they've let the drug epidemic happen or spill it out so that it gets masked. Like when the cocaine epidemic was happening with all these rich people and these business offices in the 80s, right? It was such a common occurrence. Well, that's when Gary Webb came out and about the crack cocaine epidemic in LA and how they infiltrated, the CIA infiltrated. And it was because, like you're saying, like for them to get people to buy into this, they subject it to it, they make them do something bad themselves and they hold them against it. They claim they're going to kill their family and then they give them drugs. Well, here, take this. This will help mask it. This will help mask it. And that's how they get away with it.
Because it's one of the things that I noticed about the white stuff, the old China, the devil's dandruff, is the fact that it removes the higher vibrations, completely removes the higher vibrations.
Like alcohol,
love, compassion, empathy, patience, gone. All that remains is this animalistic. You're either angry, or you're excited, or you're horny. Basically, that's all it is. It's not. There's no higher emotions at all. No higher vibrations. So It
Think
makes
about
sense.
how like, most people
Then
get
that's why they call it devil's dandruff.
And well, you know what was interesting though for me? It's like I didn't feel that much. I just felt more alert when I did it. I didn't like how I felt the next morning, and I never slept well because I'd always just end up staying up late, and I still would get up at 6 a.m. Like my body was trained to be like that for a long time, and so it just I don't know. I think that everybody has a different relationship with these. It affects everybody.
It depends how much you do it. It totally depends how much you do it.
Well, I did it every night for a month straight, and I did a lot. I was actually kind of surprised how much
if you did it. If you did it every night for a year straight, you'd notice a difference. Every night for a month straight.
And then, like, you know how in the morning it would drain down the back of your throat and you could like almost retaste it? That was actually the reason I stopped, because it was so bothersome the next day. I hated that feeling.
I had a different experience with it. I found the next day I woke up feeling bright and fresh and ready to go. Yeah. And that's what and I felt clean. The only thing was the boogers. The boogers. But the thing was when I first started doing it, I was kind of lucky because I was getting top grade shit. It was really, really good quality shit.
Yeah, I had
when that supply went away and all I could get was street shit, it really changed it, like the effect, it fucks your nose up and anyway, it used to be that it'd just make me really chatty and really, it's like, yeah, I'm king, I'm on top of the world. It ended up that I couldn't take it in public, in company, especially the only company that I could do it with, I could only do it with a girl, basically, in private with a girl, because I was just turned into an animal. I ended up turning into a fucking animal.
That's what's weird for me. And that actually the reason I did it was because I couldn't stay up. I couldn't stay awake for partying. I was the first one to fall asleep. So my thought was like, I need to take this so I could stay up. And that's what I did.
Is good, man.
No, that was kind of messed up, is I was able to stay awake, but it never actually amped me up like I've seen it do for so many other people. It didn't affect me the same way. It's sort of like, I don't know what it is, but like drugs don't, like I've told you, I've tried it. I did a small amount. Okay, here's a good example. I smoked weed a lot, 6 times. I was like 17, okay? I did a gravity bong. Do you know what that is? You're like, you fill up like a huge gallon container, double gallon
with water.
Gallon. No, you cut the bottom and you put it into water, so you pour all the smoke in, and so when you hit it, you push down into the water, so you're forced to inhale all this smoke.
So we call that a bucket.
Okay.
Because we normally use a bucket. You get like a 3-liter bottle or whatever. Cut the bottom off of it. Put the cone on the top. Draw it up to get the smoke in, and then.
Yeah. I did that, and I did not get high. And I took a huge rip, and people were like, "Oh, you're gonna get so fucked up." And I did it. It was weird. What was weird was it was like 6 months after that, I did it, and I ended up getting really effed up. Now the quality there was actually quite a bit of a difference. Like it was going from like a sativa, lower grade quality to a indica high quality, because like back then it was, this is in Wisconsin. I still don't think it's legal there. Oh no, maybe no, I don't think. So anyway, and I felt like I was gonna die. I was rocking back and forth. I was with a guy, and I really liked him too. And I remember being so embarrassed because I just had this like the worst feeling. Well, what was funny is you think I wouldn't have, after that experience, like the amount of like paranoia I got from that, you think I wouldn't have wanted to touch it again, but I did. And then I just fell in love with it. I fell in love with the feel of it. And I felt like it really helped my brain. And then I do feel like that was part of my awakening.
And then, you know, I'll never forget. And he's a doctor now, and he's I actually haven't been following him for a long time, and I think he's pushing the V, and he was also pushing GMO foods at one point, which was so weird to me because he and I, with all his hemp necklaces and his dreads, used to sit in his parents had an 18th century farm, and it was all made with stone, and he lived in the servants' quarters, and he had this drawer he would pull open because he would go, he would drive to the West Coast to pick up his supply and come back, and he'd have all these just glorious amounts of just the freshest, best stuff, and we would sit and he would play. He'd have these drums from Africa, and because his parents were wealthy, and so he did get to travel at times, but he was such a hippie, and he was so open-minded. And it was 2004, and he showed me the Zeitgeist documentary, and that was my first awakening because we were very anti-war, he and I, and so we were very much against the Iraq war and going there, and we didn't, you know, we kind of knew it was like a sham. Like, why, if Afghanistan attacked us, why are we going to Iraq, right?
Yeah, oh my God. Oh,
right?
Like how is Saddam Hussein connected to Osama bin Laden? Like,
and well, Osama, you know, so many people say Osama was a ex-CIA agent, and they have all this like evidence of that, and like we never saw his death, we never saw his video of him dying, but they showed Saddam Hussein's, which is kind of interesting. And Saddam was saying, "I did what they told me. I don't understand." He said that over and over again when he was going to be, was he shot or he was hung? I don't remember, but I think he was shot. So anyway,
I think he said like they hung him.
Yeah,
they hung and shot him. But he I think he was saying like I was just doing what they told me.
Yep. And he said, "I don't understand."
Yeah.
And so anyway, it's all really but this friend of mine, this old hippie friend, showed me Zeitgeist, and it was, you know, smoking weed and playing music and watching funky ass documentaries. You know, I did mushrooms around that time too, a little bit later, but that's all I needed to wake up. And that's what's so funny to me is he ended up, I don't know where he is now, but he went to go become a doctor. He was going to the Virgin Islands to like go to school. And so he was actually, I think he's right now in his residency probably, but he just totally flipped the other way. He flipped and was like, he was promoting GMO because there was a guy that came out with a quote that they were trying to prove that organic was not good for you, or that was worse for the world and the environment. And he totally was pushing that. And that guy had to get called out. You know, they came back at him. I can't remember exactly what company that was now. It was like Monsanto or Bayer or somebody. And they threw it back in his face, and they were able to prove that actually organic food has more nutrition. So,
it's like them trying to say that breast milk, that formula is better for the baby than breast milk, for fuck's sake.
And what's the number one ingredient in the baby food that they've been showing? It's like soy, and this is, I was going to say this the other day, it's like with the whole push to the transhuman thing, it makes so much sense why they're pushing soy foods like crazy. And that's what the process, the vegan food, vegan burgers are all just processed soy. And what does that do? What does that give men? Boop, 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 boop.
Boobies. and if you want to just look at Bill Gates, because he's eating the shit. He must be.
Oh, gee, yeah. He's growing a soy baby, I think.
Right. They're definitely, it's got to be at least, it's a double C or a D cup.
Society. Oh, that's hilarious, Cappy.
What's that? Monsanto brings you the soy society.
And squirrel.
Oh, man. Do you know what really gets me is that these Antifa kids,
fucking assholes.
I worked for Bayer. I worked in their purchasing department.
Well, you're better than me, Brian. Okay? Just kidding. You're good. But that's awesome. It's really cool to hear about all of us, like the different times that we woke up, because it's all a little bit different. And then like mine was a process because I still wasn't awake to the non-globe concept, or that our science was totally farce. I wasn't quite there. But the fact that they kept pushing the quantum physics with the simulation, I kept going back to that. and that resonated with me, and that was often explained as unexplainable, right? So like at the end of the day, I saw that bigger picture, right? So yeah, family, friends. Now we just like got to keep. Okay, so
listen, I'm all about I'm all about the rights of the vegetable, man. Save a vegetable, eat a vegetarian.
well, I'm thinking that it's not. I think that we're not supposed to nearly eat as much. Here's my theory. I think we are supposed to eat meat, but a very small amount over a very spread out over a very long period of time. Like maybe a burger. Maybe you're supposed to have red meat once a month, maybe less. Maybe you're supposed to have chicken once a week, maybe less. I don't know. I don't fucking know.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Chicken is the only meat that I really.
I know that people who go vegan often go back. I know my ex, it took us a month to realize that it wasn't good for him, but he's different. And I think he had I think he had a lot of other toxicity in his system, and that's partly why. I think that you really need to respect the animal, the energy you put into the animal you eat. So now whenever I eat meat, I thank the animal. I do. I go, thank you. Thank you, chicken. Like, I'm making my dogs get chicken breasts, and I'm pulling out these huge chicken breasts, and they're organic, right? Free range chickens. And I think, wow, you must have been a beautiful animal. And I thank it right then and there. It's the same thing with my water too, because I'd like to let it sit out if I could, but I don't always get to. So if I am wanting to chug water real quick, I do this really quick first, and I thank it, and I appreciate you.
I thought you were going to say squirrel. I thought you were going to say save a nut, shoot a squirrel.
Squirrel sniper. That's yes. If you're in a loving, committed relationship, please.
Just having a look through these comments here. I barely eat meat. Yeah, I really barely eat meat, and if I do, it's chicken or fish.
I pretty much only eat chicken if I do. But my dad, living with my parents, he's and I do feel a difference as a woman because I do bleed really heavily and I have clot issues. So we eat steak maybe once a month right now, maybe less. And I do feel like I don't eat like a ton in a sitting either, and I do feel like it does help for me.
Rev, I bet I wonder how many vegans out there or people that say that they're vegan eat sweets and drink. There's man, they've put animal products into everything. And I think that's to fuck us over. It's it's partly to fuck us over because it's in everything. It's really hard to escape it.
And the energy, right, from that animal they killed, if it was killed in a vicious way, like how they bleed out the cows in the factory farms, if they're mixing that in with all of our products, what is that doing to us, right? Very good point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Am I interrupting you too much? Richie, I'm real talkative today. You like that? There you go.
No, that's all right. Because honestly, I'm sort of.
We are coming at the 4-hour mark, so we might want to close it up. I think it's been a pretty good show.
I wanna play something before we close it up.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, Zelensky, that's for you, mate.
We're gonna do one of me, 6'1", towering over, looking at Zelensky.
Rox will tower over him as well, man. Rox is like 6 foot or 5'10", I think she is.
Sweet, yeah. So that's pretty tall. It's like that's actually 3 inches shorter than me, so that's pretty tall.
It's still tall for a girl. 5'10" is still tall for a girl.
Oh no, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly.
You're just a giant.
I know.
You're an Amazonian.
Yep.
It's
and I'm
good.
getting my muscle back so that I'm gonna really be Amazonian. Oh, Cappy's 6'2". Nice.
Hey, the whole title of this show is the show of independence.
Four.
So happy Independence Day to all you Americans for tomorrow, man.
Well, maybe be careful because the concept behind that is sort of bullshit. First of all, we're supposed to have
I don't
like,
know what you're saying there, Sarah. I don't know what you're saying. Are you trying to suggest something there? You're not trying to suggest anything there, are you? Well, I mean, you're
no,
suggesting the whole narrative is bullshit, are you?
no, I'm not fucking
Not-
saying.
Not at all.
No,
Not at all.
no,
It's
no
not.
idea what you're talking about.
It's that you don't. It's not that you don't pronounce the T, right? It's just that you have to stop the sound with the back of your throat, with the back of your tongue. So it's like not. You stop it with your tongue, not. So it stops the air. You don't just go no all, because then you sound like Helen Keller. But if you do, hey, that was quick. I'm on fire. But yeah. Oh, now I made myself forget what I was saying. Oh, for fuck's sake.
About the no, how you say it.
Yeah, not. Yeah, you have to stop the air. So not at all.
No at all. I can't do it. But
Governor. Gov. Or not all. Not all.
This is
not all. You can't.
You can't.
No, yeah. C-A-N-T. Can't. Not C-A-N.
Okay.
Apostrophe T, which is can't.
This is kind of brutal to try to hear a Midwestern American try to maybe not right now. Maybe. Thank you for trying to teach me.
It's my pleasure, love. Not a problem.
Richie, the one funny thing too is, remember when we first met and I was talking about talking Spanish with my accent, and it's like, hola, ¿cómo estás?
That's the trick. So when I do speak Spanish, people go, "Oh wow, you can speak Spanish," and I go, "No." I know some words and I know how to say them so that it sounds like I can speak Spanish.
Yeah, no habla español.
Yo hablo español, pero no hablo bien, muy bien. Yo estoy aprendiendo a hablar español para 6 años. 6 años. Pero sí, muy difícil para mí solo escuchar. No escuchar. ¿Sí?
I can't even talk that much. I can understand
what that's if that was a Spanish person speaking English, what they'd do is they'd be saying, I know speak English good. I learned for 6 years. It's very difficult for me. I listen only. No school. And that's all I can say. It's like an English person saying that with a really good a Spanish person saying that with a really good English accent, but then that's all they know. And when you carry on speaking to them in English and they're just looking at you with this blank stare, like, yeah, man, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, what? I got one word out of that. It was "que."
Yeah, que. That was me all the time. Que. No hablo español. Que.
Muy despacio para mí, por favor. Which means more slowly for me, please. Thank you.
Oh yeah. See, I need to brush up because I used to understand it a lot better, and I find myself having to look up words now more than I used to. But all in good time. All in good time. Listen, Rich, we got 2 minutes. Do you want to end it? Do you want to spend some time in the chat?
Yeah, go on. I started with the chat. Do you want to go through the chat?
Horns? Do you guys all want to see some horns? Okay.
Did you say horn? Yeah, I thought you said porn. Then I thought you were just going. Do you guys want to see some porn? What?
my collection really quick. I have all these videotapes. Hold on. VHS, guys. Yeah, grain and everything. All right. The spicy outro. Oh, it's getting hot.
Mucho picante, mucho calor. Joder.
Oh, and in Spanish.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what joder means? Joder. Joder. You say joder. It's like an expression. It means fuck. Except it doesn't mean fuck. It doesn't actually mean fuck, but it does. Like it's like coño.
Oh yeah, coño. I know that one because my ex.
Coño.
What's the other one he used to say? And I think it was a Mexican slur rather than like Hispanic or Spanish. Because I think there's a difference, right? Like Mexican.
Yeah, like, it is slightly different. It's slightly different. Mexicanos morales.
I can't think of the word that it, what was it? Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Andre. Arriba, arriba.
Arriba. Yeah, I know that. I know abajo. Shit.
Abajo.
A centro. No, abajo.
Para allá.
What's below? What's below? And then it goes a centro, adentro. It's like a cheer. Above, below, in the middle, in your mouth. That's what that means.
One of the things about Spanish that there's estoy and yo, and it both means I, but you use it's like the way the guy taught it to me was in English you say to be or not to be, but in Spanish it's to be or to be. There's like it's estoy. One's like it means it's something that you are, and the other is when it's something that you're doing.
Oh, okay.
Yo soy inglés. I am English. Yo soy aprendiendo a hablar. I am. Oh no, that's something I'm doing because it's so estoy. Maybe it's estoy inglés. See, I don't even know. I can't even remember. Grammar's just confusing, man.
I also noticed that when we get 4 hours into talking, we start to get a little loopy, and
you can tell that my cognitive abilities towards the end of a 4-hour stream not quite as sharp as they are at the beginning.
Yeah,
and also I've start off like this, and then by the end of the 4 hours, I'm like this.
I know. I had my feet up. I was like, yeah, but then I realized I was doing this to the
right. Adam Meakin, the pharmacist, he's the funniest. On a Friday night stream, he'd start off set up like this, and he'd have his beer, and by the end of it, you could just see the top of his head because he's just like his shirt, like, or his glass of wine or whatever, you know.
Oh, I love it. This is so enjoyable. It really is, actually, because I do feel like you're all here with us. That I am not.
Hangout, man. It's a Sunday hangout.
And that, like, you guys are like off, like a couple of you are off having a conversation, and like I'm overhearing it a little bit, right? I love it. I can't wait.
We're in a weed cafe, man.
Yeah.
Like we're in a weed cafe and sat on different tables, but except me and you are sat up on the stage, obviously, and everybody else is sat on their tables having their conversations, and you know, it's like
I'm not. I'll get an instrument, you guys. If I'm up on stage like that in real life, I'll get an instrument or something, so it's a little more entertaining. I'll sing with Richie.
Get some harmonies going.
That would be fun. Oh yeah, and Manny can sing with us. Oh yeah. Oh, speaking of which, if you haven't checked out Manny Silver's channel, you got some good music over there.
I think the latest one was Imagine, isn't it? The newest.
Yeah. Getting it ready. Then we're gonna call it.
Thing is, right, it's like I only want to end the stream because nobody really wants to sit here like just watching me watch
Well, you know what we could
you know?
do? Here's a thought, and I'll go make some more coffee and go pee and stuff. But we could bring somebody else on. We could we could do a longer one today, you know, and do this every once in a while. I'll leave that up to you, though.
Book of Eli.
That'd be cool. Book of Eli, I made you a moderator on my channel because you were in the chat, and I think I could. But just so you all know, you're all moderators on my channel if we ever have to go over there. So we'll be there if if something ever happens to Richie's channel. But for now, I wanna keep it mostly on the Magic Tree House. There's no reason to go to mine, is what I'm saying. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna go pee.
Hang on. This is for Book of Eli. This is a link to this video on my channel. Oh, have you already left a link? I must be really slow. Yeah, like I said.
No, that was Manny's channel up just now.
Oh right, yeah. Yeah, so that's my
mine. Oh, he's on my channel?
Yeah, he's on your channel.
You all by yourself over there? Because there was nobody in there before. It doesn't bother me. Like I said, I just it's funny. Oh, there's 3 people. Yeah, come on over. The chat's over at Richie's channel. You guys want to know what I'm trying to do to help promote people? So you know how Bernie and Autodidactic will have the same stream? They'll play the same thing, right?
Yeah.
You know what I do? I open both of them. I play one, I put it on mute, and I play and I watch the other one.
Oh yeah, so they both get the view.
Yep, and I've been trying to leave. I'm going to be better about this, but I'm trying to leave comments on yours too. But yeah, like even if it's just a quick, simple thing, I'm trying to always make sure I leave a comment too, so that it's like you get triple the. And I'm trying to also do likes from both my Mindful Exposures and my Esra account. So I'm hoping that we're spreading the love, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
it's all about spreading the love, definitely. That's why I like the fact that you're part of it's like bringing your channel into the fold kind of thing, right? Just make it.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Being fucking weird.
You're a fucking weirdo. You know that? What the fuck are you doing there?
I'm trying to balance this on my head. I'm gonna walk out with it on my head.
Serious though, Sarah. Do you want me to call someone? Yeah. Do you need
Look
me
at
to
how
call somebody?
Like, why am I trying to do this? I've taken this thing camping so many times and dropped it down ravines and stuff. So, anyway, that's my segue. We'll see you guys soon. Oh, you guys are so sweet. Thanks, Morgan. I seriously cannot wait till we can all hang out. Like, I already feel.
I don't show any content on your. Sarah, I don't show any content on your channel.
Really?
What,
I like how you spell my name. I think you spell the name. There should be 4 things. There's really very little content, if that's what you mean. Because we just started streaming to mine, and we will put more videos there as backup. But from now on, we'll be double streaming from the Magic Tree House and mine. And I think hopefully this week, because we keep talking about it, we're eventually going to get Roxanne's channel linked. And once we do that, then we'll be really well set up. So, but right now I do only have 5 videos, including today's live, right now on my channel.
Hey, listen, I mean, if anybody wants us to stream to their channel, all they've got to do is give us the password to their YouTube, trust us with the password to the YouTube to link it to the StreamYard, and then just means all we have to do is click the button for such and such channel, and it links it up. There's nothing else you can do except upload videos from StreamYard to that channel.
The thing is that not everybody maybe wants,
no, exactly. I'm not saying anybody should do it or anything. I'm just saying that, if like.
But like, let's say, Manny, you come on that would make sense if you wanted to link your channel for that episode. We could definitely do that. Same thing, Morgan. You know, and Morgan, what we can do is load up some of your videos so that they're ready to go, so we can play those during your show and everything. So
yeah.
Oh, but
Thank you.
Oh, Book of Eli, your name sounds so familiar.
Yeah. I remember from Friday. Thank you. When I saw your name, I was like, oh, I recognize it. I didn't put two and two together.
Yeah. I thought you've been around since before that, but thank you. It's so awesome that you're here. Welcome to our crew. Enjoy the chat because these people are amazing.
And as you can see, we're not quite as scientific and stuff. And as like not all of our streams are as intelligent as the one that we did with Amanda. Yeah, that was
a little more of a mix. And honestly, it's not about
this
that.
Is the Sunday show as well, man. This is the Sunday. Just relax, and you know, it's the weekend, man.
Yeah. So sometimes we'll have like last Sunday we actually had a little more of a serious talk. Campbell came on, but we were, instead of talking about relationships and random survival stuff, we were talking about, well, you know, it's like, I think it's not just, there's some willy-nilly stuff going on in here too, but like we're talking about some good topics too. So that's really what it's about.
I don't know. I mean, I could never really remember if at the end of the stream, at the end of 4 hours, if you were to say, right now, write me an essay on exactly what you've talked about during this stream, I'd be like, huh, what did we talk about? Shit. And sometimes when I say the deepest, most profound things that I can ever said, and people are like, oh my God, that really resonates. Yes, you fucking, and I'm like, really? What? Sorry, shit. What the fuck? What did I just say? What was it that I just said?
That we gotta do, try to go back and clip some of, there's just so much other information we want to take in. It's hard for us to go back and listen to ourselves to want to clip it, you know? Yeah. But you do, and I told you this is why I started watching your channel, because you know, I told you, like, I may not 100% agree with all your views on every little thing, but sorry, I got distracted. Hey, Callum.
Hey, Callum.
Check, Reverend, because are you looking at my Esra account? Is that why?
Yeah, he is. He's looking at your Esra account.
There you go. That's why. Here, let me post my, oh, thank you, Andrea. I love my team, my crew. It's not all my verses, but
your Goonies, man.
But Andrea, the Goonies are, I mean, we are the gems here.
I just checked Trinity's channel. He hasn't done any streams. He hasn't done anything.
Do you want to have somebody else on or anything? I don't mean to put you on the spot because we haven't talked about it, but it's up to you. I'm going to leave it up to you.
Well, no, I'll leave it up to the audience. If anybody wants to come on, just give us a shout and we'll go for another
at least an hour,
however long.
I'm going to make some coffee, so I got to take a quick potty break. I'm going to let you, if you can handle that for a little bit, okay, Rich?
Yeah, I can.
Appreciate
I might play a video or something.
Yeah, do that. Let's do a quick break. Let people sift on. So again, we just threw out, if you want to come join us, got some spots here. There's some people that I know I've seen live before that I haven't seen in a while. So if you want to come on, come on.
Cool. Where is it? Oh, there we go. Do you like that? Do you like that, peeps? Right. Well, I mean, do you know what? Nobody's really saying, yeah, I want to come on. I want to come on. Book of Eli, I've just seen that you've subscribed. Thank you very much. Cheers. This is mi agua, mi water. It's come from a plastic bottle, but I let it sit in the old glass bottle for a while before I drink it. There's the other video. I don't know. I'm going to do this to fill the time. Hang on a second. Where is it? Right. I'm just going to play this because it's just over 8 minutes long. All right. Now I look a bit serious in this, and it's not addressed really so much to you guys. It's addressed more to
There
other
you
people.
go. That's what you get.
What's that? Oh, hey up.
Hey, I'm gonna turn the camera off because I always joke like I gotta take my dog downstairs, so you're just gonna see double chin. So I don't really feel like that's necessary. It's time for the 18-year-old woke up. She likes to sleep in, and when she wakes up, I gotta take her out to go potty. So that's what we're gonna do at the moment. Are you closing out the show, or we got somebody who's gonna pop on?
I don't know if M wants to come on. Actually, I've got to run to the store real quick. M, yeah, are you going to come on, M? Because, like, if you're going to come on...
Oh, yeah,
right,
Manny just said that. Yeah.
And Manny as well. All right, listen, because I've got to walk my dogs.
So get on your phone like me.
Yeah. But
I'll be back real quick here, too. Oh, jitterbug. I have to, like, carry her.
Actually,
Looks like it rained. Did my sprinklers go off this morning and I don't remember? I didn't set them off. Oh, I think they're set to go off. I gotta turn that off.
All right. Manny and M, Goonies all, the link is in... And what about Lizzo? Is Lizzo still here? Is Lizzo still about?
Yeah, Lizzo hasn't been on in a while.
Do you know, I'll just put the link in the chat. There we go.
Thanks, Richie.
There's a link in the chat.
This is what I love, that we can do our show while we're like still doing our daily stuff. I'm gonna boil some or steam up some vegetables and cook some chicken for the dog too, so I can get it. Oh, I was gonna you still there, Richie?
Yeah.
I was gonna make a bread. So that's something I could do for a Sunday show.
Yeah, that would be cool. Roxanne did that back in 2020 with Jess and
Nice.
and Josh. They baked something. I think they made bread. They did something, man. It was
because I just want to show how easy it is. It's so easy, actually. And especially once you get it down, it's just a matter of like, yeah, nice. I want to make flatbread. I actually haven't made that yet, but I make like it's like part like sourdough a little bit. I should say mostly sourdough, but it's a light sourdough. It's not like you can, taste it. That's actually when they talk about the types of grains that we have available now. That's like sourdough bread's one of the best types of breads for you because of the natural fermentation of it, and it is one of the easiest grain wise on you. right now, other than like ancient grains.
So and just check. I've got a whole bunch. I put my phone on silent, didn't I?
I'll just show this is part of my mom's garden. Look at there's my doggo, 18 years old. Look at this girl.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of her. I tell her that every day. I'm like, you're so amazing. You impress me, girl. Keeps her going. It's a very cloudy morning. It's very weird right now. And I don't think it's supposed to get very warm today either. It's middle of summer. Sorry, everybody. We're just getting settled. Is Em on? I can't see. Sorry. I think I just heard her ping in. Hold on. Let me fix my... There we go. Oh, you're there. Okay, so you can see it.
Yeah. I'm just sorting out
my...
for some reason. Oh, there we go.
Oh, you're getting your phone set up. I see. That's what I heard. Okay. I had my brightness all the way down, and I don't usually use my phone for this, and so it's like, oh yeah, there we go. That's what Bernie was saying, that you can do all this stuff with StreamYard from your phone. You can end the broadcast and stuff.
I can't with my phone because I've not. Actually, or can I? Oh, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, you can. You can do everything that you can do from your computer on your phone, I think, other than maybe switching certain things, but. A little excited here. Yeah.
Right. You should be able to hear me.
Yeah, but you got a bad echo.
Oh, echo. Maybe
Is Em coming on?
Yes, I think she's nipped to the. Sorry, she's nipped to the shop.
Is it shop?
Yeah, I've got to turn off the sound from the monitor, and then turn off the microphone.
Yeah, right. Like
this
timing.
Microphone on, and da 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 da. It's yeah.
I'm going to show everybody this huge tree. This is Oregon, everybody. Look at this massive tree. Okay, I'm going to stand back so you can see how tall it is.
I can put you on solo because I'm still in the thing. I can't control it from my phone because I'm logged in as Rox. I'm logged into StreamYard as Roxanne.
Can you see my tree though? Is it showing?
Yeah. I've put it on solo so we can see it. Beautiful. Like
Look
a fern.
Massive tree. Like
it's
just
like a redwood.
massive. Yep, it looks like I think it's a Douglas fir. This is where the ice storm took it out. Took all those branches, came out. So you can really tell how big it is from there. Isn't that cool?
Beautiful. To tell you what, in Malaga, I saw some of the weirdest trees I've ever seen in my life. They got spikes on barefoot. Them, and ones where the roots come from the branches. The lower branches, right, actually grow into roots into the ground. So it's a tree where, there's roots growing all the way out, like from the trees, from the branches down into the ground. Thick roots.
Yeah.
It's really weird.
And like the roots are thicker than even some of the oldest, biggest branches, you know. This one I know has huge roots in the base. You can tell actually because one of them's kind of coming out. But these trees were everywhere around here, at least, because when you still see them pulling them out. Sherry, I'm sorry, I'm just looking at some of the text right now. And yes, I will definitely do an episode where I show you how to make the bread. And the main thing about bread is you can often ask like your neighborhood to see if somebody has a starter that you can just take from instead of trying to make your own. But my dad made his from a wild apple, a wild Oregon apple, the skin. He made the yeast from there, and then he started the starter from that. And sorry if you didn't see my dog. I don't know why she didn't show up, but I'm pretty sure I've shown you Manny before anyway there. So yeah. It was like it's either sequoia, what I just showed you guys, or Douglas fir, but it's not a redwood. I can tell you that much. I'm pretty positive it's not. But I live like 6-hour drive from the redwoods, and when I first moved here, I probably went down there, I don't know, at least 4 or 5 times. I've been down there now because it's one of those things you have to go see, and the trees are really as epic as you think they're going to be. They're just, it's like it feels like you're in a whole other world. So
Wow, it's a nice day.
oh, look at that, beautiful. Tenerife, everybody.
Kunito, Anaki, what are you doing? What are you doing? Wait, come here, Anaki. Anaki.
See, it's like, look at his sky and look at my sky. Wait, is my camera even popping on? There we go. I just realized I don't think it was. Look at that sky. That's lame compared
Put
to
your
yours. Can I,
phone into landscape.
like this?
Put your
Did that do
phone
it?
into landscape.
I know, I
Oh,
heard
no,
you, but I don't know if it'll do it. It won't do it,
it
right?
hasn't done it. Yeah, it hasn't flipped it in
Yeah,
the same
yours,
way.
mine won't flip. Like, I have issues with that. It's probably my phone. Because my
Here
phone's
comes the cat.
I refuse to get like the latest and greatest. You got Ruby with you?
Yep.
Oh yeah, pee on that, girl.
Out on the walk with us.
Just
taking a pee.
here, actually, guys, watch this. Ready? You see how her leg is shaking?
I can't. It's too small on my screen. I can't see
Oh,
because I'm on my phone.
I was trying to show you guys live Reiki.
And I can't put you on solo. I can't.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. I'm going to be back in here shortly. I just trying to get the old girl to take a pee.
I don't even know
here.
if we've got anybody watching us anymore. I might have buggered off.
No, I think everybody's still here. So we don't know if we don't know for sure if M's coming in yet, right?
I didn't hear anybody come in before I left, but if they are sat there waiting, sorry guys.
Okay.
Hang tight.
We're trying not to be boring is the reason why we're like, hey, is somebody come in and talk?
No, I
Because we're kind
I don't
of
know if that's you. I don't know if that's you that's buffering or me.
little distracted.
Lagging.
And we know you all have interesting things to talk about. Sherry, have her on as a guest.
I'm not sure if that's me lagging or you. I don't know.
Could get my dog to go pee forever, so I think it's you.
Nito.
Because you're doing.
I don't think that is me. I think that's you. I've got full signal.
Callum, you want to come on? Hey, I have fairies. How you doing?
I have fairies. Hey, how are you doing? Well, I've just heard the name, so I know that you're there. Come on, Kanito, come on. Meniki.
Okay.
Look at this,
we're gonna
man.
go
What is
inside here in
this
just a
about?
minute. Oh, this is love. This is love.
Oh, I hope
What
not.
is
They're both
it?
boys.
This is love. Love is in the
Come on, Kanito.
air.
Love is in the air.
My
Everywhere I look around.
look around.
Love is in the air. Every sight and every sound. And I don't know where I'm doing. And yeah.
Love is
Brilliant
in the
song. I
air.
can't remember the words though.
Everywhere I look. I don't even remember the lyrics right now, so I'm not going to try because I'm just going to sound horrible.
Here he comes, look, here he comes, look, hanging back because he's not really following us. He just happens to be going this way as well. Can you see him?
I'm trying to look right. Hold on, let me expand this. I can't see him because it's like my screen's too small, like you were saying with yours.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Well, if
gonna. Oh
anybody's
no,
in
you
the chat
can't
room,
change it.
no.
How come I can? Oh, I see. So I can put you in solo. Oh yeah, can I do that? Solo layout. There you go. Now I can see it. That's better. Meanwhile, my dog's
Really?
tripping over the base of this huge tree. Okay, let's go back inside, girlfriend. Let's go get your breakfast. Oh,
Come on, Ruby.
hi, puppy. Did you hear that whining? That was somebody was driving by with their dog and it was whining at my dog.
Do you think he thinks he's a dog now, or?
I know my cat thinks she's part of the pack because there's like this whole thing where she's got to go out with them. She's got to come downstairs the stairs with them. When they get a treat, she's now asking me for a treat. It's really funny.
Yeah. Come on, Alf. We're not here to graze today. We're not playing sheep. I know you got the coat for it, but look, oh, isn't that nice? Somebody's boxer shorts.
Oh.
I wonder if somebody got lucky. I wonder if somebody got lucky here on this spot on their holiday.
And he didn't have time to put the boxers back on. He just said, F it, put his pants back on. Someone's going
really
commando.
drunk.
Yeah.
Just
pissed themselves. That's what happened. They pissed or pooped themselves.
Yeah, or it was a group of lads that said, go on, a day, go commando. I don't know. I never found it comfortable. I don't like going commando because I don't know. Maybe you've got to have a small penis to do it. I don't know.
That's probably because of like chafing, I'm thinking. But my senior award in high school was Captain Commando because I used to be a pretty big hippie, and I used to just wear skirts with no underwear.
Girls don't have things that hang down and dangle about. Right?
Exactly. They were long skirts, by the way, guys. I wasn't trying to like show my bits.
I'm trying to light my fucking. Hang on. Stay there.
You guys hungry for your breakfast? I got to make some food for the dogs.
Is Emma or Manny
I don't
waiting?
see Emmy and after I shouted out to a few other people, I don't think Morgan, you want to come in? I don't see anybody. I think everybody's just kind of ignoring us. I'm just kidding, guys. Also, I need to scroll back a little bit too. I'm sorry. This is so exciting for you all. I'm sure. Here, let me show you. Oh, is somebody here? Manny's here.
Nico.
Yes, Manny is saving the day. Sorry, Manny, if you've been sitting there for too long. You've been sitting there too long, have you?
Hi.
Sorry, Manny.
Hi.
Hey,
I'm on video, but I'm in the kitchen. So I'm gonna show. Let me show you this though.
look,
I'm drying peonies flowers, and they still smell. They still smell real strong, real fragrant, and so I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to do with them yet. But I have a bunch of rose petals too. I'm trying to just collect herbal stuff and dry it.
Awesome.
There you go. That's what you get. What are you doing, Manny? Talk to us. Do I need to make you a logo so that you got a little something? Well, you have a logo. Put your cool, your super cool thing. You should put that as your little picture right now. I really like your logo.
I have it on my channel. The last time I was in the chat with that channel.
So you have it as, like your profile picture is what you're saying for your channel, right?
Yeah. And I don't want to use those different channels.
The mental stage and Manny, but I feel like your logo is that MS that you made. Like you can use that anywhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I really like that. She made it, guys, and her S, it ends into a musical note. Very cool. It's very. You talk about talent in our group, right? Singer and artist and mental health fighter. What's up?
But we've got doctors and nurses, and
we do.
You know, all of us are. Wow, we've all very experienced in
the game of life.
Health. Mental health. Mental health, and then understanding other people's mental health as well.
Yeah,
and I think that is a big thing.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
You know,
because it all comes down to kind of the same thing, though, too. Like it all connects. Yeah.
It does.
Yeah.
So talk to us, Manny.
Look, he wants to be ahead. When we're walking back, he always wants to be leading. When we're walking up, he's fucking dragging behind. Like, oh, carry me. We get to the top of the hill. He's like, let me down. I want to take the lead. On par.
Morgan, I'm sorry. I just saw his message. I'm sorry that you're feeling messed up, and I wonder if you're talking about a relationship thing. But I feel you, and like somebody recently was talking about their relationship ending, said the word raw, and I thought that's such a good way to explain it because there's like a death with it when you end a relationship. And Sonia was talking. I saw Sonia's video too, and she was talking about this too. It's like there's a whole grief. I had to go through it too. It's like, and I'm lucky because I feel like I started that process 2 years before we officially broke up. So once we broke up, it was a little quicker after that. But yeah, exactly.
It doesn't really matter in what way you get separated from someone. I mean, with my adoptive family, it felt the same way. Even though I had those bad experiences, it felt like grieving when I cut ties with them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You go through grief because there is loss. Even if it was a bad relationship, there's always a sense of loss, like because of when you get used to somebody, or a routine or something, or somebody's actually in your life. Like my relationship with Bayo, like 2.5 years or whatever it was. And we were just in each other's pockets for such a long time. It wasn't a healthy relationship, and there was part of me, like a massive part of me, was happy to be out of it. But what was she doing in there? Somebody that works next door just came out of in here. Why? I wonder if she knows. I wonder if she knows one of the people that stay in it. Sorry.
No worries. But that's a good point. Also, changing patterns and stuff is also kind of grieving to let go of your habits.
Yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
point. The other thing I was then thinking about too is sometimes why it's hard for us to break up habits, unhealthy habits, and partly it's because you're still in the space where the abuse happened. In order to heal, you have to get away from it, especially if you weren't able to, resolve it in some other way. Yeah.
Yeah. There comes a lot of learning with it too, which is the good side, I guess.
Yeah, and like, I find it weird for me a little bit that I'm like 37 and so happy about being single, but I really am. Because it's like for the first time in my life, I feel so comfortable with who I am. I don't need that. I don't need any kind of void filled or anything. And yeah. So tell us, Manny, a little bit more about your opinion on, I know you were kind of explaining you don't feel like you need a relationship, or, do you have other personal experiences that you feel like sharing?
Yeah. Sorry, that's my cat. He has an opinion too, He's very attached. But
Are you enabling that cat, Manny? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I don't really have had romantic relationships. Never really got to that point, and I'm not really ashamed of it or anything. But I did feel like it was like focusing on a romantic relationship felt like how do you say, like an obstacle. Like I felt like when I was trying to find it, I could not really focus on my own journey of healing and stuff like that. And since I decided just to let that go and just focus on me, it gave me so much freedom.
Yeah.
I think that's the most important for me to learn from relationships in life in general. I mean, when you're happy, you will, good relationships will come along the way. You don't have to focus on that. Just like this beautiful community we have here.
I was gonna ask, do you feel like kind of, how I've always expressed how I've been feeling is that, I've felt pretty alone as far as friendships go, and really at the end of the day, relationships too, when you realize you're not necessarily on par with somebody, but like finding this community has sort of been like the work I've done to get here, or to, like you were just saying, like, you work at it, you let it come to you, you work on yourself, and then the energy falls in place. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more natural.
Exactly.
And you learn to not see it as a loss when people go out of your life. They all have like some kind of um, role in your own healing, because even though you feel like it was bad, you did learn something from it.
Exactly.
and it's okay. We don't stay forever.
That's
Like
what part of the
the
cycle's
cycle.
about, right? It's like
Hmm?
nothing's meant to last forever is what the cycle really means. It's not saying that you're not going to see it again. It just means that that situation in that exact order is only supposed to last for a certain amount of time, you know?
Hmm.
Sorry, I
Yeah.
hope that's not super loud right now.
No.
Ah,
But I
You
do.
know, it's like when say that again.
sorry,
I
I was.
do. Yeah.
I don't know who you talking to. So I'm just apologising because I was muted up, and I muted up you guys as well because I just took a phone call.
Oh.
But
Oh.
so I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm back now, so I'll shut up. Sorry.
It's okay. Thank you for letting us know, though, because I was like, she's not talking at all, so it makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
But were we all muted? Did did Sarah?
No, you
have
guys
just-
were
No,
still
no,
talking.
yeah, we were good. We were like the chat can hear us, but he was saying he couldn't hear us. He muted us to himself. Does that make sense?
Well, welcome back, Richie. Is the sound okay, by the way?
Yeah, it's good. We've been going. No, we've been going for 4 hours and 46 minutes.
Wow.
We're doing an epic. We're doing an epic Sunday. I don't see there being any
We're doing a Bernie stream.
Bernie special. Maybe he'll wake up. Maybe he'll wake up and be able to join us because I'm sure he sleeps till
that'd
like
be
noon
brilliant,
his time.
That would be cool. Yeah.
That would be cool. I would like Bernie on. Kevin, I hope you saw my Spotify signal message, and Kevin also I really want to have come on because he's got a lot of really interesting information in history, and I met him on Bernie's channel.
Okay. I don't think I know him. He's not a Goonie, right?
No, but I'm trying to get him hooked up
yet.
as a Goonie. But we'll talk about that later. No pressure, by the way.
He's about to jump in the shower, but he's still listening.
Awesome.
Who are you talking about?
Calistoga refried.
Kevin's taking a shower. Awesome. I'm just feeling real dorky today. Has anyone noticed? Also, I want to give a quick shout out to my brother. It's his 40th birthday today. Happy birthday, Andy.
Oh, congratulations.
Love you, Andy. He's probably not listening, but I still love you.
No. That's nice.
My parents are watching his kids so him and his wife can go disappear somewhere for a weekend.
Ah, so that's where they staying 3 weeks.
Yeah, my mom wanted to go to her 50th high school reunion, and to each their own, but it makes me chuckle a little. And then yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's it.
But in 22 minutes, Lawful Rebellion and Debts is going live with that video that we all want to watch.
So you're saying we should watch it on our channel?
I don't know. I wonder. You know, I think actually no. It would be better to just send everybody to Lawful Rebellion and Debts, and we all go into Lawful Rebellion and Debts, get in a chat, and all tell them we sent you. Oh no, we'll just say a big shout out from the Goonies, the Wide Awake Goonies, the Wide Awake Magic Treehouse.
Tell them we're trying to create Goonie Land, so we're all here in solidarity.
Well, yeah, we've got the Goonies. We want all the Goonies to become part of the good nation. Don't we? We want to grow the good nation.
Did you share the link to the live stream?
We did earlier, but I will in a minute too. And part of it's like, shit. Now I forgot what I was gonna say. Damn it!
I'll share the link
never mind.
now.
Yeah, you do that.
I've got a transfer of the link into.
I did that on accident. Sorry, Squirrel Sniper. I wasn't trying to make that public. was trying to hit mute.
I'm just sending you the link on Signal, so that then then it will be on the computer, and then I can, because for some reason I can't be bothered to find it on the computer. I don't know why, but there we go.
Okay.
Ta-da.
What's this?
Copy link.
Copying link.
Lawful rebellion,
Lawful rebellion,
etc.
etc.
What? Go.
It's out of control over here. That's all I can say.
Goon raid.
Oh.
Yes, a goon raid.
Raid.
We used to do it like back in the day. Back in the day when I was a uni rocker, when I was one of the uni fam, we used to do uni fam raids. Used to just
You
go
know
and
that sounds.
flood
Can I make that real quick? You know that doesn't sound like unicycle. That sounds like
unicycle.
It doesn't sound like that's what you're talking about. That's not the kind of club you were in. It sounds like you were in a club for unis.
No,
You know what that is?
So Uni Rock was I don't know why he called himself Uni Rock, but he was Uni Rock, and he was ex-Marines or something. He'd been honorably discharged, got blown up by an IED or something during the Iraq War, or Afghanistan or somewhere, and he was a deep diver kind of. We were, you know, all conspiracy theories and stuff, and I was following him for a long time until I realized that he was just a gatekeeper.
Sorry, what? Who?
Unirock. Squirrel Sniper new Unirock. There we go.
Is he on YouTube?
Yeah, I don't know if he still is. He probably is, you know. He probably is. But I've not even looked for his channel for, God, I don't know how long it's been. Let's see if he is. Uni Rock.
Sounds cool.
Unirock 2 still there. 20,000 subscribers. He was a gamer. That was the thing. He was a gamer, and he used to talk about stuff while he was gaming. Oh, he's posted
That's
something
an
2 days
original
ago.
way. Hmm?
Sorry?
That's an original way.
Say that again.
That's an original way.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a pioneering way to do it, you know. And that's how I got into That's how I got. Yes, Hippie Shake's here. We knew if we stayed on long enough, you'd come on eventually. We've been waiting for you for 4 hours and 53 minutes. Where
exactly. Yeah. That is the entire reason we are still live. We just want you to know that right now.
She thinks we're joking. We're not fucking joking, Hippie. We've been sat here for 4 hours and 53 minutes waiting.
No joke.
For you to come in. I'll be honest with you.
You're running out of steam?
I'm out of steam. I'm completely out of steam.
Well,
5 hours, man. Just like I'll sit here. It's just I don't know how much input I can give now. You know, I'm like.
I got a really good idea, actually. So you can kind of just sit back a little bit, because I want to hear a little bit more about Manny. And I think that since we kind of have you as a highlight, you don't have to have everything pulled up, but why don't you talk? I know you kind of talked about it the other time you were on, but why don't you tell us a little bit about your history with, if you hear that right now, that's my cat freaking out. Did you see that? I just had to show this because she's just having a moment, and you got to share that kind of activity. That was really funny. Okay, sorry. Anyway, I'd like you to share a little bit, because I know you said you've been working on, for the last couple of years, you've been working on this journey to become a mental health counselor. And this is something that you're potentially looking at offering for other people too. So if you want to tell us a little bit more about that and spend some, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, but
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, cool. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I in my own journey, I kind of noticed that many professionals don't really have like similar experience. So I always ended up feeling like they didn't understand and didn't take it seriously. So I realized it would be good to use my own experience in my own way as a mental mental coach. Yes, that's it. As a mental coach.
Yeah.
And there's also for adoptees a huge lack of good mental health. So that made me more empowered, I think. That's the word.
Yeah.
To keep
And
doing
inspired.
this, and and to
To like start pave your own path and create something that you felt could be more, maybe not necessarily even universal, but just at least different, because you had very little luck from your own experience, like you're just saying.
Yeah, and also the focus on trauma in most programs, they are very focused on reliving the trauma and just going deeper into all the shit that happened, and not really focusing on where you are now and where you want to go, and how you could get there without having to dive into all these traumas and feel all these emotions again. And maybe for some people it does help, but
Focusing on the now, isn't it? Living in the now rather than living in the past, because you can't do anything if you're living in the past. You're just reliving experiences.
And most of the times you go to the therapist or someone like that, and you talk about all these things, and then you go home, and then you're left alone with all these trauma back in your mind, which doesn't.
And you discovered NLP. Sorry, she also discovered NLP. Manny did, and that was maybe because of that. Because if you think about, you go to a therapist, right, to talk about all these horrible things, and that's what replays in your head over and over again, instead of positivity, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you also learn how to get a grip on it. I mean, I'm not fully there yet, and I believe it's like a process that will take your whole life, and there's no real ending, because things can happen along the way, and then you will have to find a new way to adapt to that. But I do feel like I'm getting better on deciding myself how things have an impact on me or not.
Yeah, and coming to grips with, like, is what's actually triggering me in that moment, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and sometimes you will find out that it's not that well let me think of example.
Well, I can tell you that I've been judging people lately, and in weird little ways, and I've kind of always had this weird criticism. I know part of it comes from my mom, but when I've really taken a step back, it's like I realize it's a reflection of myself and my own insecurities, and that's what I'm interpreting as other people, onto other people.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I think for me, it's like the things that trigger me most are the things that I see in myself in somebody else, but I know it's in myself, and I try to keep it, you know, I try not to let it out because it's not the best side of me, but I see other people letting it out in themselves. It's, you know, it's like big egos, you know, people with huge egos, and I'm like, look, trust me, I've got a fucking huge ego as well. I mean, most people can probably tell, but I do try to keep it in check. I do, you know, I call myself out.
You do.
I notice it.
You call yourself out a lot, especially like in our chat, because it's like you even admitted like there's something with the chat because you have a voice and you have really prominent things to say and they're important, and that's I think why you want to in the chat you feel like this importance of that you are a leader and you got to get this out, you know. But what I love is how you do catch you will be in the middle of the chat and and it almost sounds like you're getting in an argument with somebody, but then you immediately catch yourself and go, oh, that's Richie's ego, and then you put up a hilarious meme or something, you know, to correlate. It's great.
Because it's like I can't quite catch myself in the moment, but it's happening very quickly afterwards. You know, it's like as soon as I've stopped speaking, then I catch myself and go, oh shit, yeah. And it's like this little voice in my head goes, all right, there's Wally. I used to play the Where's Wally game back in 2018. I was playing the Where's Wally game. Like every time my ego came out, I'd say, oh, there he is, there's Wally. Or sorry, in the American, it's Where's Waldo. Do you know what? I love raw cauliflower. I love raw cauliflower dipped in garlic sauce. Oh my God.
Ooh, that sounds really good. Do you guys think that this has gone bad? Or can I cut? You think I can cut all that off?
I think you can cut,
you can cut it off. Yeah.
Okay, the other thing I was thinking, you see that? I was thinking I want to start growing from my own produce. And I was like, if I just, you know, you can cut the bottom of this off. Do you think this is still good quality, or do you think I have to let this go because it might rot in the soil?
Well, you can try it. I don't think it will harm the soil.
Yeah, right? Yeah, so it's like, might as well try. Well, I'm going to do it with, actually, I don't think I can do it. Oh, with broccoli, you do it from the seedlings on the, let me get this out of the bag. So right now I'm actually going to be steaming up this. It looks like it started to go bad too. I can still use this. I just got to cut off the ends here a little bit.
It's not yellow or anything.
Be a little bit. It wouldn't be as if you cook it up. It's going to be a little bit chewy rather than like when it goes. Well, not now, but when it goes, when cauliflower's sort of gone past its best by date.
That's like a real mold chunk right there.
Trying to do things one-handed holding a phone is always good fun.
Right? Especially with a knife.
Yeah, oh yeah. Especially, like, can you imagine a brain surgeon? Can you imagine a brain surgeon trying to
hold on, let me
real
I gotta film
live
this.
stream as he's doing his brain surgery.
I gotta film this, guys. Hold on a second. Wait. Someone get a selfie. Someone get my selfie. Come on. What? With the scalpel.
No.
Get it?
God.
You guys? Oh shit.
So where's Em? I thought Em was gonna join.
Like this? I know, M disappeared. Okay, let me show you guys my dad's artwork really quick.
Yes.
Ooh.
That's awesome.
Ooh.
That
from my
looks like oil, doesn't it? That looks like oil in water, but it's actually a stone.
It's actually a crazy lace agate.
It's
Cat
all rock, isn't it? It's all rock.
picture. Cleo.
Yeah, it reminds me of these petrified pieces of wood or stuff like that. Have you seen that?
The petrified, say that again.
Wood.
Oh,
yeah. Oh, let me show you. Hold on. Try not to show you my whole house here. This is petrified wood from Oregon. Get ready, everybody. Petrified wood. This is called Hampton Butte wood. And this picture is not colorly. It's not altered by the color. This is real. Do I have enough? The light might be a little funky. Let me get my shadow out of here. Ready? Here it comes. You see that beauty?
That's petrified wood.
That is a picture.
Oh, wow.
Sorry, I'm trying to like get this to. It's like angled funny. Hey,
So,
everybody.
Who else heard the story about somebody returned the moon rock that they've been given as a gift from America, from NASA, because they ran tests on it and proved that it was petrified rock from England, from Earth, basically. It was just petrified wood. It was petrified wood that they
the Netherlands did that too.
Moon rock.
Do you see what my cat's doing right now? This is the cutest effing thing. Come on, up here. Up here. Up here. Anyway, that you can, there's places in Oregon you can go drive down these roads and then you can see where everybody else has been digging for this. And you just find an open spot next to one of those and you'll find this. It's beauty.
It's awesome.
I want to go to Australia though, and I want to go because I've heard that you can find opal. Like I think Chris told me that you can find opal everywhere. I bet the desert's just filled. Like I bet there's places you can walk out because there's this place here in Oregon where it's the desert, and it's we have something called sunstones, and they're very rare. And there's a place in Africa that has them, but we have ones that have pink and green. And when you walk out into this desert, you can see them shining all across the ground, and then you'll find anthills, and the anthills will be full of these stones. They'll have pulled all the big ones out, and they will have made their anthill out of the stones. It's so cool.
That's really awesome.
A Dutch museum sent it back. That was it.
Yeah.
Do you like the music? I'll put the music on in the background when you started talking, Manny.
Maybe we should go back to that. Sorry.
It's a little bit repetitive, but when somebody's talking, it's not so like because you're not focused on the song, so it's not.
It sounded really nice with what Manny was talking about, and with Manny's voice.
Yeah.
Thanks. Good one. I have to find it too. Some good music for the background for the videos.
Yeah, and this I like this so far because this kind of has that old vibey hip hop feel to it a little bit. But that's where I find all my like little low beat free ones but just type in free and then type in what kind of music you're looking for, and you might be amazed what you find. So the same thing that I was doing for stock footage that I did for that new video. The little quick one I made, I just am finding like cool images that or videos I can overlay over other video, you know?
But isn't it possible to just download like for instance, classical music from YouTube and then put it as a background?
Yeah, okay, so the whole thing is when it's copyright has to do with like, I think anything before 1970 is no longer considered copywritten music. So there is that to it, but then if somebody like remasters it, I think that adds the copyright back on. So it's not a problem for you to use it. You'll just notice you get a tag in your email or in your video that you can't pay they won't give you money for it because you're using a copyright. And that I've run into that because of already on the music I use, because I'm not using old music. I'm using newer stuff. But we don't care. Richie and I decided we don't care about that.
But it's also with the old music, because I uploaded. I think they are very old songs, and they also have the copyright claim.
Because they got remastered or rebought. That's why, like, you can recopyright, if that makes sense.
Manny, I've got at least 3 songs, original songs that I wrote. One of them, I even filmed me making it, and streamed it on. I streamed as I was making it, and I've had somebody else claim the copyright on them.
What?
Yeah.
How?
I know, right?
Because there are cheeky,
and then he tried to fight it.
There are cheeky little wankers out there that just want to make money off somebody else's work. They don't have the ability or the capacity to be able to produce anything like that themselves, so they steal it from other people. And I used to feel like I used to be a little bit, I never got too pissed off about it, and I couldn't understand why, but I never got too pissed off about it. And now I'm just like, really? Is that how you want to play it? Okay, fine, take it. I have an abundance of creativity. I have an absolute abundance of creativity. So if you take it, and if you need to use it, fine. Go ahead.
But don't they need any kind of proof?
No, they just claim the copyright on YouTube. They just say, "No, I write that song. I write that. That's my video."
Look at what's happening to my avocado.
You
see that?
It is.
Do you see that?
You've got a bloody deer's testicle or something.
Look, it's. I like to keep deer. Oh, gross! I like to keep deer testicles in cabinets in my kitchen so I can pull them out on rainy days and show them to my live audience.
Don't you pickle them?
Yes, but you have to add some spice. They're not good unless they're spicy.
Right. Tell me, have you ever eaten mountain oysters?
Yes.
Have you had mountain oysters?
I'm just kidding. No, I haven't. Mountain oysters are actually testicles, aren't they? They're like goat testicles.
God, why'd you go and let the bag out of the cat so early?
Sorry, I ruined it.
What did you let the bag out of the cat so early?
Because I immediately, all I could think of was mountain goat or goat, and so I was like, oh, it must be goat testicles.
I don't know what happened with my brain either. Bag out of the cat.
You know what I used to say all the time? I'm like a china in a bull shop.
A china in a bull shop.
Instead of a bull in a china shop. All right, there you go. That's
why are you keeping it that way?
Keeping what way? Oh, in the bag like that?
Yeah.
I'm growing it. So what you'll see is that you see how I showed the opening on the top of the seed?
Yeah.
So what will happen is a sprout will come out of that, and it'll keep growing. And then I need it to get I wait till it gets like X amount long, and then I'm going to stick it right in water.
Okay. But
you have to hover it. It has to hover over water. Sorry, and just the root goes in. Sorry, go ahead.
No problem. I saw a video of a guy doing the same thing, but also putting just in the soil. Ooh. Without that whole process, and in the end, it showed that the one that was just put in the soil grew faster than.
I've just remembered something. I've just remembered
really?
something.
Okay. I need to. Can you send me that stuff, Manny?
Important.
Sorry, really. Go.
I will try to find it.
You're growing an avocado, yes?
Yeah.
You know they don't grow true to seed.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
Yeah, I can show you.
Avocado does not grow true to seed.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Oh, yes, you told me. It's never the same, right?
It won't taste like the avocado that it came from.
Yeah.
And the chances are it might not taste very nice at all.
Oh.
Oh well. Oh well.
I'm just saying. I actually did a video about it because I watched the video.
Oh
about
really?
it,
Cool.
and it was because it's like the avocado seed is like a human. It's 50% mum, 50% dad.
Yeah.
50% male, 50% female, and the way they get the same tasting avocado is grafting.
Shit.
What did you do?
I think somebody's just dropped their phone.
Did you hear me go shit?
Yes, and I heard the commotion. Yeah.
That was awesome. I like pulled it, you know, it's still in my ear, and I'm like trying to do something, and I just pulled it right off the counter like an idiot.
Oh, do you want to? Just some fairly useless information, and not. It's pretty disgusting, really. But you know, well,
Welcome to my world.
You know, I've been having this back pain.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
I worked out a couple of days ago that I'd been drinking a lot of hot chocolate, haven't I?
Yeah.
And the thing about this hot chocolate is, you notice if you don't drink it and you leave it for a couple of hours, it separates because
Yeah.
the hot chocolate, the stuff
Oil.
isn't actually fully dissolved. It doesn't fully dissolve into the milk or water or whatever. And so it hasn't been I don't think it's been getting digested properly. It's just been collecting. And I think the back pain was constipation. Even though I was going into the toilet every day, I was still going to the toilet every day, but just never very much, you know. And it was.
Oh yeah, and you can tell with the
hard.
consistency.
It was quite hard, you know. I had to be very patient, and you know, it's like.
Are we
finally
doing our
sat here
poop?
for 15 minutes crying? Fuck, is that it?
Wait, Richie and Manny, are you guys telling me we're gonna finally do our poop FAQ? I've been talking about this since we were gonna start my channel, man.
What are you talking about, man? I thought when you said you wanted to do an FAQ on stools, I thought we were going to sit here on stools and people were going to ask us questions.
No, I'm talking about Browntown. I'm talking about downtown Browntown.
You're talking about, it just makes me think of fudge packing. Makes me think of South Park and Tom Cruise getting caught in a fudge packing factory and not wanting to admit that he was a fudge packer.
I never saw that.
Oh, it's brilliant. Tom Cruise had that one banned. He had that one banned.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that's even better. Oh, yes. Oh, I got kind of a lot of water in that. I'm gonna leave
I'm not
it.
a pheasant plucker. I'm a pheasant plucker son, and I keep on fucking pheasants till the pheasant plucker comes.
Oh my god. I love it, this music right now as you were singing that. Doo-doo-doo-doo, fudge packer. Fudge packer.
I'm a fudge packer. Yeah, fudge pack that fudge.
Looking good.
Too much water?
I don't cook it like that, so I don't know.
Oh,
This is for my
now.
This is for my dog. Yeah, we are. All I'm doing is I'm going to steam these for probably 18 minutes,
Astounding.
which is kind of long. But the reason I'm going to do that is because I kind of wanted them to get a little more in the mushy category, especially the stalks like this.
And also, the broccoli gives the flatulence real odor.
Exactly. I love my flatulence. Actually, if you're clean, broccoli doesn't. Other cabbages will kind of do that to me, but broccoli doesn't really. I love broccoli.
I thought you were saying that's for the dogs.
Oh yeah, they do. Ladybug, my the youngest out of the bunch here, she now toots when we go for walks. I hear all of a sudden I'm like, oh, what's that sound? Oh, you're tooting. Oh.
Hey baby, what's that sound? That toots around.
Hey, is it the the live stream started?
Oh, should we go watch Rebellion and call it quits here? I'm sure everyone's sick of us.
6, yes. Right, listen, maybe we'll come back. Maybe we'll come back. Are we going to watch it on here? Or are we going to go? No, I think everybody should go and watch
I'm
it.
down to watch it on here. But
Right.
everybody should go. You should at least go pop in there.
I'm not sure if it, like, he's actually a really decent guy.
Yeah.
Jez is a really decent guy, and because we're trying to share the knowledge and we're not trying to make any money out of it, it's you know, and we'll send everybody his way.
Yes.
But then just the three of us could stay on here and watch it.
Right, I need to stop the music.
I was kind of getting down into that. Down. So how many of you?
What?
Say that again, Manny. Sorry.
So maybe they have some good music in the background too.
So now, we've got, for example, UK sterling backed by the value of US dollar,
Everybody
which
mute
is
up.
now backed by nothing. And the dollar is not even printed by the American government. The dollar is printed by an American corporation that has shareholders, which are mainly the retail banks. So therefore, the retail banks make money from the Federal Reserve making profits, and the Federal Reserve makes profits by printing money. That's it. So, and every time it prints money, it devalues the other money in circulation. But those shareholders of the Federal Reserve, which are all the retail banks, they're not going to complain about the Federal Reserve printing money, because every time they print money, they make money from it, from the Federal Reserve increasing their supply. It's we, the people, who lose out due to the huge amounts of inflation. Yeah, and that was the bridge between my financial background, education, and knowledge with you guys bringing the law to the table. So I realized that, common law is effectively common sense, and a commodity is also common sense. So the word commodity is derived from three other words: something that is common, and then the IT, which is itemized, and the Y, identified. So a commodity is just simply a common item identified, something that's common to everyone, that's then been itemized and then identified. And it can then be used as a medium of exchange, because a commodity is something that is common, but it has to have some kind of use. If something is useless, it is worthless. It's as simple as that. So now that kind of brings us on to what is the most useful thing in the world today. Well, the most useful thing in the world is digital data. So that's what we're going to chat about.
That's what we are going to chat about. I mean, I've been distracted myself, Murph. I can't believe I'm calling you Murphy. I mean, I've been distracted myself. I mean, I was a little bit dubious. We all are. We're all on edge.
Good.
The whole world is, we're all being played. Every single one of us on this realm of our planet Earth. We've all been played. We've all been manipulated. We've all been distracted. That's what they've done to us. They've distracted us big time, massively. Now I can understand why we've been distracted big time. Because the pound can't stabilize. Pound cannot stabilize at all. I mean, if you like to tell people about, obviously the pound, the inflation, why we keep adding it back to the system, we're adding to the problem. That's what we're doing. We're playing in their games. They're controlling us with their money. That's what they're doing. It's going to be a long one, these people. It will be pretty long, because I want to try and cover everything, if I can, everything. And my head, honestly, my head is absolutely battering. It hurts. Jamie Freeman was supposed to be on the show as well, but something came up, so he can't be here. But Jamie Freeman knows all about this. He's like, oh shit. He rang me up and he went, Jezza. I went, I know. He went, I went, I know. He went, this is the nail in the coffin to get those bastards, because that's who we're after. We don't want to be fighting with you people. We don't want to be fighting with the people. It's those corporations that have manipulated us to be against each other. And that's what we don't want anymore. We just want to turn everything around to the people, and the people to have the wealth and take it away from the corporations. And they do as a
bloody here.
But we can't do this on our own. We need you. And that's what it's all about. The people, not a one man. I mean, I'm absolutely honoured that Murphy sent me that email. I looked at it first and went, no. I looked at it again, no, I can't be asked. Do you know what I mean? Because I get loads and loads of emails. And something was telling me in my gut, get that email answered. So I banged straight on WhatsApp, spoke to each other. I've had 2 weeks. Honestly, my head hurts. But the goodness, what comes with it, is phenomenal. And I spoke to a few people behind the scenes about this, and they've gone, I went, I know. And this is what we're going to bring you. We're not holding anything back. That's what I'm saying. I do everything for free. Everything. And you deserve it. So do you want to tell people about the pound sterling, why it's inflation and stuff like that, Murph?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's do it. So
this is all in the spirit of preserving this as well, just in case it gets taken down off his channel.
It never stops moving because the economy is constantly evolving. Now, the issue, literally, this is so simple. What it comes down to, if you have a fiat currency, so in other words, it's a commodity has to be divided, or else it can't be used as money. It has to be spread between everybody. Now, what you can't do is divide fiat currency, because if you were to constantly create lower and lower denominations of fiat currency, you're basically increasing the risk of counterfeiting, because you're constantly creating notes that would represent less and less and less. So what they do is they keep the dollar note as it is, and they just simply print more. Now that means that every time they print more, that's counterfeiting the notes that are already in circulation, which is expanding the supply. So if you want more money, the only place you can get money from is from the bank, and the bank just simply has to create more. If they didn't create more, they wouldn't be able to give any more out, and the economy would grind to a halt. But think about this. If the money supply is constantly expanding because more and more is being printed, it means the value is going down and down and down. Now, if the value of money is going down, that means if you're a business, unless you can increase your prices in line with inflation, or you can reduce your overheads in line with inflation, then you are constantly fighting an uphill battle to stay in business. And you can't increase your prices to infinity, just like you can't keep it in line with inflation, because if every time the government prints money, the next time they need money, they'll need twice as more, because the value of money has gone down, and therefore the costs and goods and services have gone up. So let's take, for example, fuel prices. The government want you to believe that price increases are due to economic factors of supply and demand. It's not. Literally, the price is going up is just simply the value of money going down. A liter of oil is a liter of oil no matter where you are in the world. A liter of oil is just simply a liter of oil. So what changes its value? Well, there are different other factors in supply and demand in more popular areas, but in general, like what we're experiencing at the moment, which is global increase, that's just simply the value of money going down. It's absolutely outrageous. So if you think about this, as the value of money is going down, businesses need to sell more and more products, and the more products they create, the more pollution we add to the planet. So you think about this. Money printing leads to excessive consumption, and it leads to businesses producing cheaper and cheaper and crappier products, trying to make trying to sell you more and more and more and more and more, which is pollution. So they're not focused on adding value. They're focused on they're focused on overconsumption. Whereas, and let's say, for example, you're using a medium of exchange that is fixed in supply. because it's fixed in supply, you can't increase the supply. What you can do is you increase the value the more people come in. So think about this. If you have a fiat currency system and you print a certain amount of currency and you distribute it equally, you've solved no problems. In fact, you've created problems because you've distributed the money equally. It means that everybody's got more money. Therefore, they're going to increase the costs of their goods and services. So really, with an inflationary money supply economically incentivizes segregation in society, where you get those who print the money are economically incentivized to keep it for themselves and not share it with another portion of the population. Whereas imagine this. Imagine you have something that is fixed in supply. How do you increase its value? Well, you increase its value by encouraging more and more people to use it. And if you want more people to use it, you have to then focus on adding value. And then when you're adding value to something, it means that when you are trading or exchanging goods and services, you are now no longer just simply handing over a bit of paper that's going down in value. You are handing over a commodity and the future value that's attached with it. So if you know the value of that commodity is increasing over time, if you're Starbucks, let's say, for example, and you're selling coffee, you're just like, well, hold on a minute. Because we value that medium of exchange that you're holding and it's increasing in value over time, what we'll do is we'll reduce the price of the coffee to encourage you to hand that over to us now. Tell you what we'll do. We'll roll out the red carpet for you. Tell you what we'll do. We'll let you keep the mug and take it home with you.
If they show anything that needs to be seen, I'll put it back on them.
Competing on quality rather than quantity, because let's say you're selling if you're selling washing machines and people know that your washing machines break down after like 3 years or whatever, people are going to be like, well, I'm not going to buy that. And I'm not going to spend my commodity on that because my commodity is increasing in value. So therefore, I'm not going to exchange this for something that I think is shit. So therefore, washing machines start competing in quality.
Hey, they do live longer with Calgon though.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so washing machine manufacturers are now going to start producing more quality goods because they're being exchanged for a medium of exchange that's increasing in value. And then so that means they're helping you. So this means everybody in society starts helping each other, and it brings everybody in. That's the difference between fiat currency, where you make money, and commodity money, where you add value. It incentivizes good, honest behavior. And that's kind of like where we're headed for. So what you need is a commodity, and now a commodity has to be useful. If something is useless, it is worthless. It's as simple as that. So we can go on to that in a second.
Right. Everyone's going to be like, what is this? Right. You've all seen it for a very, very long time. You've all seen it. I've seen it. But because I don't know about finance, right, that's what I'm saying. That's a grey area. Everyone's always got different expertise in different areas. I mean, I've done my post mechanics, my law for rebellion, etc. with Stewart over the years, but I've never been into this department, so I'm not going to understand. But there's going to be a lot of people that will understand. Now, I'm going to tell you what it is, and I'm going to tell you why this is going to happen.
Before we mention it, let's talk about how you can commoditize it rather than before we mention it.
Yeah, I mean, well, for instance, say like, I go to court for an example. We'll use that. Yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah.
I've done all my paperwork. I'll always stick to my standard procedures of what I always do. So, TV license, parking fine, whatever. But whoever I go against, whoever's taking me to court, right? Because I'm using commodity, something that has a value, right? It's legal tender, right? So I'm not refusing paying. So whatever it is, I'm not refusing. Well, we use council tax for an example. We use council tax. So I offer them the payment. They refuse. I mean, have you ever known anyone to refuse a payment? Because you're going to catch them out. That's what's going to happen. Catch them out. But the judge has to rule in commodity to fulfill his judicial oath. You cannot go down to the fiat currency. You cannot do it because it'll be done for treason. It's that simple. So he's going to be on your side. To be fair, I don't even think it'll go to court. Let's let the cat out of the bag.
Oh well, let's talk about this first before we mention it, because people need to understand this. So the question is, the most useful thing in the world at the moment, all you've got to do is look at where the value is. The value is the tech companies, Google, Amazon, Facebook, Netflix, all the bad boys, Amazon, if you want to call it that. So everything runs on digital data, and digital data is just simply bits of light. So if you can commoditize that, and commoditizing data means you would then have sovereignty over your data. And you can only have sovereignty over your data if it cannot be cracked, hacked, altered, changed, or deleted. So in other words, you created that data, and that data is then immutable. It's permanent. So let's take, for example, let's talk about the value proposition of this, for example. Let's take air traffic control. Now, at the moment, every country is responsible for their own air traffic control. And the reason being is that if the airline industry ran on one single central server, it would have a central point of failure, and somebody could literally take out the entire network. So that's why it doesn't run on a central server. But the issue is that now you've got each country being responsible for air traffic control. You get incidences like, for example, with flight MH370, where the plane is flying in and out of different airspaces, and each time it flies out of an airspace, that air traffic control then relinquishes responsibility for it. And then it comes back in, and then it's, oh, that's strange. Then it flies back out again. They're like, oh, not our problem. Whereas imagine now the entire airline industry can run on one network, because it's the network itself that is globally distributed and economically competitive. So there's no single central source of failure, and all the data on it is immutable. The value proposition of this is massive. But it's like this: you either get a digital network that is centrally controlled, or you get one that is economically competitive. There is no in between. There's no in between. So this is where we have to look at, economically competitive digital networks. So economic competition in terms of digital economic competition, this comes in the form of proof of work. Now, it's proof of work that process transactions, because it's literally proof of work. It's energy. It's processing those transactions. No proof of work, then it means the network can't expand, because you need to add more proof of work to the system in order for it to be able to process increased volume of transactions. Now, proof of work is just simply digital extraction. That's all it is. But it's not only that. So let's start with how do you commoditize data? Now, a commodity data network cannot have a single centralized source anywhere in the system. Now, this is where most people get confused, because every digital network has a starting point. Now, anything that has a centralized starting point is a security offering, and it also means that someone can start the same thing anywhere at any time, meaning an infinite supply. And an infinite supply means an economic value of zero. So how can you make that starting point common to everyone? Well, what you can do is you can give everybody a common and therefore equal opportunity to start the network themselves. It's absolutely essential. So just like gold was already in the ground waiting to be discovered, it took someone to discover it. But gold is still a commodity. And that's because it was already there waiting to be discovered. So in UK law, for example, a reasonable amount of time is considered 2 months. So if you give people the information, all the information that they need to start the network themselves, how long do you give it before you say, okay, well, enough is enough? Well, a reasonable amount of time in UK law is 2 months. So if you want to make a start point common for a network, you give everybody the information, 2 months, you give everybody 2 months, reasonable opportunity to start the network themselves. Now, the issue after this is that the starting point of a digital commodity network, whoever starts it cannot have cannot have influence over the growth of the network. So in other words, the economic value of a digital network comes from its neutrality, as like how neutral it is, and neutral is, what are the chances of somebody controlling it. So the most neutral and largest network will be the most economically valuable one, because the most neutral one is the network that the least amount of people have the opportunity to take over, and the size and strength is just simply the one that most people are going to be attracted to, because that's the one that's safest. So this is why if you start a digital network, you would have to be started under a pseudonym, and then the pseudonym would step back from the network and not have any influence over its growth. So the growth is organic and completely neutral. So that's how you would commoditize the start point. Absolutely essential. Any digital network that has not gone through this process of making the start point common and then diluting that central starting point over time through proof of work, is a security offering. Now, let's get onto these 5 pillars of commoditization that are absolutely essential so that there's no point of control in the network. So the first thing would be the supply. If the supply is fixed, no one can control it. And if no one can control it, then it's common to everyone. Fair enough. Second one, let's talk about the protocol. So digital networks are built on protocols, just like houses are built on foundations. Houses have concrete foundations. Digital networks have protocols. If that protocol, which is the rule set that it's built on, is locked, if it's locked, no one controls it. And if no one controls it, it means it's permissionless and anyone can build on it. So fixed supply, locked protocol. Second thing, it has to be unrestricted. It has to be unlimited. Everybody has to be able to use the network at the same time. If restrictions can be put in place, it means that the network can be manipulated. So you cannot have any restrictions. The next one is you need economic competition between the different operations that sustain the network, because without competition, you simply get collusion. And collusion is the equivalent to central control. You must have economic competition between the separate entities for them to be completely independent. And then last of all users on the network must have common accountability. So they must have, their accountability must be equal. So how do you do that? Well, it must mean that you have to attach a digital signature with every transaction. So that if, for example, somebody is uploading naughty images of children, blame cannot be reassigned. So if you're the person uploading naughty images of children, what you must not have is the ability to blame somebody else for them. So it's absolutely essential that there is common accountability through a chain of signatures. Now, this leads on to the debate where people are going on about, do we need an anonymous network or do we need a private network? Well, it's like this. The difference between anonymity and privacy is this. Anonymity is what you would seek if you were in the toilet cubicle. Nobody knows you're in there. You can do your business and nobody knows what you've done. Privacy, however, is what you and your partner would seek behind the bedroom door. You can both identify each other. You can engage with each other. You can engage in trade, but no third party can see, hear, or interfere. Now, when you are trading, when you are exchanging goods and services, the medium of exchange is sent first, and then the good or service is received in return. Now, when you send the medium of exchange, you need to be able to legally prove that you've sent that medium of exchange over. And the way you can legally prove is the fact that it's got a digital signature attached to the transaction. So it means that no one can do anything on the network that nobody else would know about. And this is the difference. So anonymous networks are centrally controlled networks, and they are economically worthless. These networks must be private. Therefore, you must have an identifiable signature with the transaction. Now, that just simply means that if a dispute arises in that exchange, let's say, for example, the supplier runs off with your money, or you don't get the good or service that you expected in return, or it doesn't match the description, so Misdescriptions Act, You know, if you are not happy, if one party in that trade is not happy, they can then inform a third party, which would be the law, get them involved and say, look, this is what happened. I can prove it. I either want the good or service that I was promised, or I want my money back. And therefore you have a legal remedy for that. So they are the 5 pillars of commoditization: a fixed supply, a locked protocol, infinite scale, economic competition between those that sustain the network, and a chain of digital signatures. Now, you can only commoditize data that one way. So what is so what's so historical about what I'm talking about is that the concept of commoditizing data has been around since digital data first began. Just like the concept of the number one. Nobody invented the concept of the number one. All it took was for somebody to express it. You know, the number one can be expressed in many different ways. You know, Roman numeral, alphanumeric. It can be written in languages. You know, it can be expressed, but no one created the concept. It was always there, and it's the same with commoditizing data. The concept has always been there, but
basically, people, it's Bitcoin, but not the Bitcoin you know.
Yeah,
and he'll tell you all about it. That's what it is. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
These people want freedoms. People want control. This is how you're going to do it. This is the only way. So they'll probably start dropping like flies now. But Jamie Freeman's on board. Good Nation's on board because it's now got its bank. Good Nation now has its own bank for the people. But to take the system down, you've got to bleed them dry. And you can still be able to spend. Do you know what I mean? You'll still be able to spend, you'll still be able to trade, you'll still do your things that you want to do. But it's getting your head round it. It is. Everyone's been deceived. I've been deceived. We've all been distracted. But this is the real commodity, people. And this is what they do not want you knowing. So if you want to tell people, see, everyone thinks it's about the Bitcoin, what you're seeing, what's crashing. It's not that one. This one is the Bitcoin BS3, the proper one. So take it away, Murph. Let them know.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll tell people what's happened. So the way I've described to commoditize data is the way that Satoshi Nakamoto first described Bitcoin in the white paper, as a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. So cash is the most liquid form of money. And money, as I explained before, is a monopoly commodity. So it's a commodity that has monopolized a market. And cash is just simply the most liquid form. So you can only commoditize data by having those 5 pillars that I described. And it's those 5 pillars that Satoshi Nakamoto created Bitcoin with. Now, if you want to destroy that, you can't, and you don't want to make it too obvious to other people. Changing the supply is tricky because people will see what you've done. Changing the protocol will also be tricky because people will see what you've done. Restricting its use, people probably wouldn't understand, but that's what they've done with BTC. They've restricted the block size, so it just means that when something can be restricted, it can then also be manipulated. Proof of work they've still got, but the easiest thing you do is you tamper with the chain of signatures. That's because people don't understand the significance of everybody having common accountability. So if you actually, tell you what I'll do is I might screen share this, Jez, if that's all right with you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, mate. The people, that's what I'm saying. It's people are going to feel like, is that it? I feel disappointed. It's because we don't understand people. We don't understand how easy it is for us to get freedoms. See, we don't control.
Can I share this?
Yeah.
Can I screen share? All right.
Yeah.
Here we go.
It's BSV, not BTC.
Screen share. There we go. Let me know when you've done your thing at your end.
I'll just wait for it to come up.
So I'm bringing up a Wikipedia page here when people can see this.
I can only. Is it on? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There we go. Great. So I'm just going to move down to activation. So I'll see if I can highlight this bit here. Here we go. Got it. So you see it says here, I highlighted this in blue. It says segregated witness was activated on the 24th of August, 2017. Now, what that meant, segregated witness, the witness is the signatures. So what they're not telling you is that they're segregating the digital signatures from the transaction data, which means there's no way to legally prove who sent you that transaction. It's a bit like saying, we're going to have a contract here, and what we're going to do is we're just going to tear the signature strip off the bottom of the contract. We will store the contract in this filing cabinet, the signatures in that filing cabinet, but don't worry, they're both in the same cupboard. You know, that's not going to cut it. Unless those signatures are attached to that contract is null and void. And that's exactly what they did with segregated witness. So on the 24th of August, 2017, BTC became economically worthless. All the data on it, any transaction that you receive now is just simply no more than numbers on a screen. So what happened is the original protocol with the chain of signatures still intact just simply had to continue. But these people here made sure that they'd stolen the name. So they changed the protocol by just telling people, oh, don't worry about it. It's just an upgrade. No, it's not an upgrade. You fundamentally changed how this operates. You are segregating the digital signatures from the transaction data. You know, they don't want to tell people the legal consequences of this. And to be honest with you, I didn't really understand the legal consequences until sort of I started listening to you boys talking about what constitutes a contract. You know, a contract must have 2 signatures on it, or else you've got a service agreement. You know, no contract, no obligation. It's as simple as that. So then the protocol carried on and had a change of name. Now, this is what caused the first crash, because people didn't really understand what was going on, and they were so confused about it. And then another group of developers did the same thing, but this time, instead of segregating the signatures, they actually said, what we're going to do is we're going to start deleting the signatures, which again made the entire network anonymous, because there is no way of telling you of holding those who maintain the network to account. So therefore, it's a centralized network, and it has no economic value. So then again, the original protocol just simply had to carry on, and then it got a new ticker symbol, BSV. Now, let me show you what has happened since then. Check this out. So these that we're looking at here are the different chains. So these are data management networks. So it's data that's uploaded to the network with these chain, with a signature attached to it, so that blame cannot be reassigned for that bit of data. Now, the data.
No.
Yes, mate.
Can you just explain to the people, because I think they're getting confused, that it's the Bitcoin what's already out there, the one that's crashing to the bits.
Okay, yeah. So this screen here that I'm sharing has got what you'd call the different forks. So you've got BTC on the left, then you've got Bitcoin Cash in green, eCash in blue, and then finally you've got Bitcoin SV, BSV on the right. Now this is the chain that has the chain of signatures intact that goes right the way back to the Genesis block. So this here is the protocol that Satoshi Nakamoto designed Bitcoin to be. All the others are alternative protocols. They've been tampered with, they've been changed, and they have no economic value because their networks are centrally controlled by those who made changes to the signatures. So literally the only data protocol with any economic fundamental value is the only way to commoditize data, which is the original protocol and genuine Bitcoin, which is this one in red, which is BSV. Now, because it's got genuine value, it means people can actually use it. So the data, which is the block size, is uploaded by the volume of transactions. The transactions are then processed by the nodes, and the nodes then supply the hash rate, when the hash rate is attracted to the value. So at the moment, those who mine this, those who buy this, are attracted to the value proposition of it because they understand how valuable this will be because it's useful. And this is why all you have to do is look at how much utility, how much use it's got right now. And you can see that 98% of all the data flowing through the Bitcoin network is on the original protocol, which is 98% in the block size. It's got 88% of the volume of transactions. Network nodes are just simply the mining operations, so they don't really have anything to do with the usefulness of the actual network itself. And hash rate as well doesn't have anything to do with the use. It doesn't have anything to do with the utility of the network. So hash rate is vanity, block size is sanity.
The thing is, Murph, I'd be like the rest of the people out there. I'd be like, fucking hell, what's going on here? I don't understand any of this. It's going over the top of my head. You know?
All right.
That's what I'd be thinking, you know, because people go, oh, I don't trust Bitcoin, I don't do this. But they're not getting why. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Everyone, the corporations and the shareholders own the wealth of the world. They control us. So we need to take the wealth and the control from them.
Yeah.
And put it back to the people. That's what needs to happen. Because it exposes these corporations, it exposes what they've been up to, all the little dodgy dealings. That's why they will never go to it.
Yeah, exactly. So the way it exposes all their dodgy dealings is that every bit of transaction, every transaction on the network has a digital data attached to it, which means you can identify that person. And it's this identification that exposes it. So when we were talking before, and you were saying that it's a man or a woman that creates a wallet. It's not a corporation. So therefore, it is the man or the woman that creates the wallet that is responsible for that wallet. You can no longer really sort of like hide behind the facade of it was a corporation. So it's the chain of signatures that makes the data valuable. And it's the chain of signatures that means everybody is responsible for their own data, which gives them sovereignty over it. This means that no corporation can reassign blame. So you own that data. Nobody can take it off you. Nobody can crack it, hack it, alter it, change it, or delete it. So therefore, the only way you can access this network is by buying Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is what is used to pay the mining operations that enables you to upload your data. And when you upload your data onto an economically competitive, globally distributed network, it means that it's not on a central server. And if it's not on a central server, it means that these corporations can't scrape your data and find out everything about you. For example, like your medical records, where you go on holiday, who your friends are, what's the name of your dog, where you live, where you work. They can't get any of that. And if they do want to know that, they will have to ask your permission because you own that data. They cannot get it any other way. And this is what obviously the corporations and New World Order do not want. They want control over you. And the way they get control over you is by getting control of your data. Whereas if your data is on an economically competitive, globally distributed network, they can't get it. They can't. All the data.
See this guy. At the end of the day, it's the people that own the money, the wealth. The wealth of the money has gone back to the people.
Yeah, it gives you data sovereignty. So if data cannot be cracked, hacked, altered, changed, or deleted, it means it can therefore be used as a commodity because it has value, and you can use that as an exchange. So people value or the value of the network will be the value of how much people value their own data sovereignty. So let's say, for example, if you built Twitter on the blockchain rather than on a corporate server, whenever you post something to this Twitter on the blockchain, you would own that post. There would be no way for the corporation to delete that post. It's there. You own it. You can share that with whoever you want.
So, I mean, people ask, what about the homeless? You know, what about people on benefits or anything like that? How is it going to help them?
Oh, well, it's like this. So because it's fixed in supply and infinitely divisible, the value increases. So therefore, you know, anybody, the people who start using this first are going to become the wealthiest people in the world. It's a transfer of wealth because it's the smartest and most intelligent people that recognize the value of this, and therefore they move first. So if you look at this, for example, you know, it's got a price here of $53. Now, if you want to work out the economic value of something, you just simply look at the markets that it has the potential to overtake. Now, with Bitcoin being money, it has the opportunity to take over every single financial market in the world. So let's take the largest financial market, for example, which is derivatives, valued at between 800 trillion and $1 quadrillion. So if you were to divide $1 quadrillion by the circulating supply of Bitcoin, then that brings you to a value of $40 million. $40 million each. And yours today for the value of $53. And if you want to see what's happening right now, I'm just going to go to Live CoinWatch, for example. Now, this is a list of all these cryptocurrencies that are listed. So if we go down to the bottom here, you can see there are currently 17,676 cryptos listed. Now, this is really important. So this entire market of over 17,000 cryptos are represented by this single pie chart right here.
Well, see, the thing is, no one's, that's what I say with the comment, no one's interested in the crypto. It's because we've all been deceived.
Yeah.
We've all been distracted. That's what I'm saying. If you want to take these corporations down, like everyone bangs on about, this is what we've got to do. This is what we have to do.
Yeah. So
it's a hard one to take. It is a hard one to take for the people, you know, and I've got to deliver it to you and I've got to gear it. But at the end of the day, I'll be using it myself. I've already got money in there already. I've already got my wallet. See, I'm in control of my wallet. The banks don't control it. I control it. That's what I'm saying. We need to bleed. We've got to bleed these corporations. That's what needs to happen. That's what I'm saying. If everyone wants freedom, we can go out protesting. We can out doing this. It's not going to do anything because we're still putting that money back into the system. So we're always going to be on a losing side all the time. This is the only way to do it. All I can do is just give the information. What you choose to do with the information is completely up to you.
Yeah. So
I don't know if I agree. It's the only way we can do this.
So this particular side of the war was started back in 2009. Now, if you listen to Peter McCullough on Joe Rogan, and he talked about the SPARS pandemic, he literally said the SPARS pandemic was explained in black and white. They told us what they were going to do. He said the only thing they get wrong was the year. They said it was going to happen in 2025. Instead, it happened a few years early. Well, the reason it happened a few years early is because of the rapid scaling and expansion of blockchain technology. They realized that if people started using Bitcoin as a medium of exchange, they have no control over us. They have no power over us. It's their financial power that they dangle in front of us that enables them to manipulate people to do what they want, which is why the system is so corrupt. Because they're just like, if you don't do this, you don't get the money. And you can only get money from us because we're the ones who print it. So therefore, you better do what we say. And if you don't do what we say, we'll just simply use our power and influence over other people because we control their money as well for them to take you out.
Yeah, well, you can use the BSV already. You can use it already to trade. This is what I'm saying, people. If you want change, if you want to stop all these pedophiles, these demons, the Tower Cabal is what you want to call it, you can take it all down. You have the power, not me. I can't do this on my own. We're all supposed to come together. That's what we're supposed to happen. But it's not, because we're all arguing against each other. That's what's happening.
That's what they
want. Some people have good vibes, some people have bad vibes. That's the way it is. But that's what I say, the cryptocurrency has been out a while. A lot of people know it. It's just that I didn't know it. And it's the most easiest solution to end this. to end the banks, to end the control. The governments would have to work for us. It's that simple. We would be in control. Taxes would come down because everything keeps going up.
Yeah, it would. So imagine if if the government, for example, was already using a commodity medium of exchange. If that medium of exchange was increasing in value, they wouldn't need to find more and more creative ways to tax us. The only reason they have to tax us more is because the value of money is going down and down and down. Whereas if they're using a money that is increasing and increasingly in value, the amount they have to tax us becomes less and less and less and less and less. And if the amount they have to tax us becomes less and less and less, it means that their intrusiveness also diminishes until eventually we're maybe paying like 0.01% in taxes.
Right. So that brings up quite an like I got to say something now because hang on, I'm just gonna quiet him down for a sec.
Good idea.
So what? We're gonna basically take away the food from the parasites, and they're just gonna let us do that.
Well, I don't think they truly have enough power to stop us. I think that's why they've worked on weird ways to like pull people out, and then like cause bigger devastations through weather to flood people out, to force them to have to like. And then they also it's been known that they bring people in to infiltrate as well, to actually manipulate someone into a marriage for multiple amount of years, thinking it's real when it's not. But like you were saying, like I don't necessarily feel like this is the one and only answer, but I do feel like it's important to bring up where we put our money, because the quicker you can pull your money out of like these big corporations, the quicker, just like we talk about not watching porn, the sooner we're not funding these kind of practices like child slave labor. And I don't know how you feel about that, Manny, but
What? Sorry.
Well, just like I'm saying is like, so one of my favorite things to talk about with voting was like, I don't like to vote because I just feel that true voting is actually choosing where you spend your money, checking what corporations that you're choosing to buy from. And I am actually pretty critical. I'm not always 100% the best about it, but I'll look up the company. I will look into,
I've stopped buying Nestle chocolate bars because of it.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the connection with the child trafficking?
So think about like Musk and his company Tesla is directly associated with the mining of rare minerals in China. We know there's a lot of places all around the world where this is happening with certain precious metals or gems, and if they're using child slave, but then they're also, I think this is, and I guess I didn't really necessarily say that. There's a connection between, because it's like all these big leads, between the sex and just child trafficking and these slave
Just the
labor.
human trafficking in general. I guess it will make a small difference, but at the same time there's so many rich people that still will be putting their money in that it won't really make a difference for them, for the people being trafficked.
So you don't feel, are you saying kind of because certain corporations will have enough, like, okay, let's say you focus on buying something from a company that has better practices, you feel like even if they have it, they could still be infiltrated by they could still be getting money or channeling money to these bigger corporations. Is that what you're kind of saying, maybe?
Yeah, because for I think many people want to change, but it's very expensive to change that. And at the same time, what I just said is like those rich people, they don't care. They will still be putting their money in these things.
Well, it's like the bigger corporations taking capital on the organic movement. So there's like Purina has like all natural animal food. I won't buy their shit because I don't believe in Purina. So like you can't fool me. But plenty of other people go, oh well, it's organic. It's my only option for organic.
Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah.
Do you know the problem? The problem here in Tenerife is that If you look at all of it's like, if you're going to base your buying on that, then don't go to the shop. Don't go to the shop, basically, because everything in that fucking shop is ultimately owned by one of these bastard companies.
Yeah.
Corporations.
Yeah.
So this is where we have to start doing the work ourselves, I think, and really pushing that, because it doesn't take much, and it's not, you know, maybe you just start growing one plant, and that's, you know, that's why I was showing you guys I haven't really done that, and I decided I really have to at least start with one or two.
Yeah, just small steps.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hope so that one day I'll be able to live like that.
It's also where you live too, because it's access.
yeah.
So like, one thing that people don't realize is, and I didn't realize, especially Wisconsin is very different from Oregon. Oregon has a ton of local. There's so many farms everywhere and so many people doing the right thing. It's actually not that hard or that expensive to get these products. So I have a lot. And I didn't realize it until I went back home. The only difference is that Wisconsin does have like really, really, really good cheese. like really good cheese. And it is really well known. That's what you guys have probably heard of cheeseheads. Yeah. Anyway.
What?
Oh yeah, this is such an American thing. So football, right? The Packers. The cool thing about the Green Bay Packers is they're fan owned. They're owned by fans buying stock in them. So they're but that's a joke. That's an effing joke, right? Like somebody owns them, somebody has enough stock in them, and that we all know the NFL is controlled in some way. Okay. Anyway, but the Packers are they have he's like a Bernie the beer man. Oh no, that's the Brewers shit. Anyway, we're called the Cheeseheads, and that people literally wear like a triangle or a wedge of cheese on their head at the games, because it's like Wisconsin is known for the Dairyland farms, and like we were, you know, that's how my mom grew up, was on a dairy farm, and her dad worked at a plant, you know, dairy plant, you know, where they processed it and everything, and so it was like a big deal. And anyway, but the cheese there, I will have to admit, like, 'cause they do certain aging too and everything, they get fancy with it, but it's really good. And here, like, they have a couple of brands that somewhat compare, but otherwise it's like, you know, like China cheese comes with wood pulp in it, just like their rice comes with plastic, right? Interesting. I'm kind of segueing, sorry, but yeah.
No problem. It's kind of, and it's not the subject now, but it's very interesting to see all these different cheeses all over the world.
Right, and like how
it's so different from an Indian cheese.
Spanish cheese. Spanish cheese is shit. I've just got to say, Spanish cheese is shit, man.
That's funny. Well, Manny, isn't I'm sorry, guys. I'm draining because I'm actually getting back on my. I'm gonna start harvesting stinging nettle and drinking stinging nettle tea straight up, because I think it's better than me taking even the supplements I'm taking. What the fuck is the cheese rolling? What is it?
Have you never seen this?
No, but I want to go do that. That looks like so much fucking fun.
Where's the cheese?
Oh, they roll the cheese down first. The cheese goes down first, and everybody goes chasing it. And in some places, they just don't bother with the cheese.
Look at the guy in the full body suit. Oh my god, I'm gonna do that. Dude, put some clothes on. You're not wearing enough clothes. Oh my god, he moves fast.
There's the cheese. There's the cheese. Look, I think he's got to catch the cheese.
When we all get together, this is exactly what we're doing.
And they keep running after tumbling down.
Well, the whole idea is to try and tumble tumble as much as you can, and
And
try not
nobody's
to break
breaking
any
legs.
limbs as you do it.
Look at that guy. He's like flying. Oh,
Oh my god.
That guy hurt his ass.
Yeah.
oh my god. This is
It's the ones
hilarious.
that I've seen guys going down, literally flipping, like feet to hands, feet to hands.
Oh
Ooh,
my god, it's still alive.
Look at
oh,
that guy on the left. Go on, son. Go on. Boom. This is good shit, man. This is good television. Look at all these people that come to go and
this is
roll
like
cheese.
watching work out. Oh my god. Oh.
Is this like mass psychosis?
Yeah, totally. Wow. Oh, it's like falling. It's like you know what? What was those comedians? Larry, Harry. I'm just kidding. Larry. What was their names? There's three guys. One of them was Larry. God. And they were real slapstick comedy. It was back in the 50s, 60s, and it was like them slapping and
The Three Stooges.
thank you. And they were, bonking each other's heads. And that was like a truth drop to like just like one of the best ways to distract us. It's like watching an accident. You can't not watch this. Oh my god, how are these people still like some of
The
them?
thing is, slapstick is a real. Slapstick is a definite like in the right place. The timing with like they overdid it with slapstick, but it does still work. Like in a comedy, if somebody is in a really bad mood and they're in the kitchen, they're in a really bad mood, and the person that they're arguing with opens the kitchen door, opens the cupboard door, but doesn't tell them, and the person turns around and walks straight into the cupboard door and falls flat on their ass, we're gonna laugh.
Yeah, especially when they get right back up and they're hurt, but it's like
he's in pain.
Oh no,
we're gonna see some injuries now.
But he was doing like a hell.
I got the cheese.
Well, the cheese, it's got the Dutch on it. Yes.
Oh.
I don't think that's real cheese.
Is that the Dutch flag? The red and blue like that, isn't it?
If that was real cheese, then that was some
No,
pretty tough cheese,
it's
man.
not like that, but it is with red and blue.
Okay.
It's red, white, blue stripes.
It's like stripe. Yeah, like real.
Horizontally.
Yeah, not
the
quite like
French one.
Like yeah. It just for some reason that's what immediately came to my mind because all of a sudden I'm like, are they in? But I was gonna ask you, isn't Holland known for their cheese? For their
Yeah. You have like the Gouda cheese.
Gouda. Gouda is nice, man.
I just
Edam and Gouda.
I'm going through a cheese phase. Like I went many years without eating cheese, and now I'm kind of back in it right now, unfortunately. And I was even talking about Richie that I'm trying to work on my weight again, and I want to get into because I haven't fasted in a long time. Like I was fasting a ton, 3-day fast all the time. And I want to get back, and I know I have to kind of cut out cheese to get there. So I need, but I just ate like a wedge of spicy Gouda. It was so good.
France is good for cheese, man.
Yeah, that's
France and Britain are the best two places for cheese.
What? Britain?
England.
Which one?
UK.
Which one?
Britain.
What about?
I never heard that Britain was known for the cheese.
Yeah, cheddar.
Oh,
Cheddar
really?
cheese. Extra strong cheddar cheese on your ploughmans.
Extra strong, so sharp, extra sharp. That's what they're probably known for. The sharp cheddar.
I mean, really, really extra strong cheddar makes me sweat. Makes the top of my lip sweat. It makes my cheeks sweat. I get the cheese sweats, man, big time.
They put some shit in there you shouldn't be eating.
It's like it's worse than the meat sweats. Like when I used to eat a lot of meat.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's hilarious.
UK has more
I
kinds of cheese
always.
than any other. There you go. UK has more kinds of cheese than any other.
There you go. Oh wow.
France has good cheese though, like the roulade, the garlic roulade is nice, and brie. Brie is my favorite, and camembert. Oh my god, deep fried camembert or deep fried brie.
Oh, deep fried brie is good. Yeah, not always by itself. For me, it depends on the kind. What
God,
about
it's the
I
best,
need to
man.
interrupt you like 3 times. And I want to know about India. India is known for their cheese because I didn't heard that.
Yeah, you know, paneer.
Paneer. That
Paneer.
doesn't sound familiar. What is that exactly?
That's Indian cheese.
Is it
Is
made
it
from goats?
cow?
Is
It's not
it
cow,
goat's
right?
cheese?
I don't know. I only could remind the name. I'm looking at
Okay,
the
I'm curious.
DuckDuckGo.
That's okay.
It's Indian cottage cheese
Oh, it's cottage cheese.
made. It's a soft cheese, non-melting, non-aged, made by curdling milk with a fruit or vegetable-derived acid such as lemon juice.
Ooh, I can get down with that lemon juice in there. I use
But
lemon
it
so much
tastes
now.
kind of like, sorry,
No, you're good.
it tastes kind of like mozzarella to me.
Okay, so I was gonna ask, have you heard of cheese curds?
Mozzarella.
Yeah.
Sorry, you got to pronounce it right. It's mozzarella. There's no T. There's no T. Just like oh god.
I know.
Have you guys heard of cheese curds before or squeaky cheese?
Cheese curd. That sounds really disgusting.
It's
Curd. That's the curd that's cut off the top of the fucking milk when it's
no,
gone
it's
bad.
not. No, it's no.
Curds and whey. Ugh. Curds and whey.
It is a little bit of that, but it's more cheese than you think in
Little
Wisconsin.
Muppet sat on a tuffet eating her curds and whey.
Look at that, Huffington. Here's the proof that eats better than. No, eats fattier than. Unfortunately, Wisconsin is known for their obesity problem because it's all about cheese and beer, and that is not a good combo. And bread.
If like processed cheese is going to be like anything processed is what's really causing obesity, isn't it?
This isn't processed because these come from like Wisconsin cheese is actually pretty pure, and it doesn't mean that it's not super fatty though on top of everything else. And then if they're cows, it's what does their cows eat? What are they spraying on the grass that the cows are eating? That's where the problems come into play. You know, it's the preservatives and everything.
And the vaccination.
Yes, exactly. But this literally, you know why they call it squeaky cheese, and then I'm gonna stop sharing this, is because when you bite into it, it literally squeaks. But big thing is to fry that kind of cheese. It's a big thing in Wisconsin to fry everything, but they're called the deep fried cheese curds, and it's like, oh fuck yeah.
It's like the most popular food
I love grilled
stand
cheese.
at the Texas Food Festival, I think.
Oh, is cheese curds really?
Yeah, I think so. There was this guy who was going there, and I saw you mentioned it, and there was a whole like video on how they where the cheese comes from, and that it's very popular, and the people love it,
Oh my God.
fried from the.
Yeah, I'm sure they picked it up from Wisconsin because Texas wasn't known for cheese either, but Texas and
No, it was from another state.
It could be from California because they started making cheese later, but like Wisconsin, like literally since like I'm talking since the 30s. Well, not the 40s. You know, post. We didn't deal with the Dust Bowl, but we've been known for our dairy farms since like close to the turn of the century. So like whoever migrated there, you know what I mean? That's what they started doing right away. Anyway, and then all of a sudden California started doing mass agriculture, like growing all kinds of things, but they started doing a big push for dairy. and they actually became known for being the biggest scary state. And it was kind of this big deal because Wisconsin, you know, it was like, this is all we're known for. Wait a second. That's why I mean the cheesehead thing. Like, we took it very seriously. Anyway, it's a whole, you know, it's like, anyway, if they probably did get it from somewhere else, I'm thinking maybe I don't know who knows where it came from anyway. It doesn't make it any better. Sorry.
Yeah.
But the deep fried thing is kind of a disgusting, very common practice in America. And good.
They deep fry
Deep fried
everything.
brie. I'll just deep fried brie, man.
And it's gross because you guys, you want to go out to eat. There's towns where you can't find anywhere that doesn't, like, all they have is pub food, which just means that it's fries, tater tots, or anything else they can fry. Mozzarella sticks, which I guess is like a cheese curd, right? Like a giant cheese curd. And then it's like burgers, pizza, maybe some different kind of sandwiches that they can fry up. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not good. And then there's,
bars,
you know what my favorite
bars and fucking
Even butter.
bananas.
Fried butter. It's
And
crazy.
Oh, well, see, I do think there's some hype with butter. I mean, I think you know what's gross is how much butter and sugar you will see them put in their recipes. And it's funny because I almost end up cutting it in half. I am actually going to cook. I'm going to cook almond flour cookies for you guys on one of our Sundays too. And Manny, if there's anything you want to do like that, you know, to film like for a Sunday show, that would be that would be great. Richie, what are you going to do for us?
Come again?
Well, you going to make some food for us on one of the Sunday shows?
I can make yeah. I'll have to a little think about that.
Hot chocolate.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do hot chocolate. I've already done a video on making hot chocolate, the best hot chocolate, how to heat the milk the best way without burning the milk, burning it on the pan.
Nice.
You have to have it set on 7, not 12. You have to hop set on 7, and then it takes about 4 minutes. But yeah, other than that, I guess I could do I could do my version of a tuna pasta, like a tuna pasta bake, but without it being baked, not baking it. Just I'll cook up pasta, like pasta shells or tortellini, not tortellini, penne pasta or something, and then basically mix it with green pepper, olives, mushrooms, onions, capers, and tuna.
Wow, that's a lot of taste in there.
And then maybe just a little dash of hot sauce in there or something.
This video, Jim, by the way, I just tried to link it. I'm going to double check, but it just said it's not available.
Tartarian cheese and tomato curry for the battlefield.
What I am going to do that I didn't realize is I'm going to sub to you, mister. Who else have I not subbed to that's in the chat right now?
Yeah, Shari, if you're talking about that tuna bake, you know, pasta thing, it's not like it's really easy, man. That's what, because you know it's easy because I can do it and remember it. And you can have it with or without mayonnaise. I quite like it with mayonnaise.
Yeah, sounds good.
But it's nice without it as well. Like, you can have it with oil. Like, do it with instead of mayonnaise, use extra virgin olive oil.
Sounds good too.
Yeah.
But it's also very much money. I don't know which one it is, but a lot of flavors in there. Strong flavors.
Which is where, you know, if you grew some herbs, that could be potentially
Oh, a
cost.
bit of mixed herbs is nice, or a bit of oregano.
And then things like medicinal, because it's not only can be used in cooking. Sometimes you can use it to make a tincture, or something. And this is something I just wanted to throw that out there because this is something I'm going to try to do. And I feel like if we are actually going to deal with a real famine here, like this might be little quick, easy ways for us to get started and get our feet wet with testing the waters. Little
Do you
tiny.
I feel like because my eating habits really changed before any of the lockdowns or anything, before I was actually in a position where I couldn't afford to buy food anymore. My eating habits had already changed, which made it easier when I didn't have food, made it easier to just fast or, just live off fucking coffee and milk. And that's basically continued. Like I haven't ever got, like I'll eat, but then when I've eaten, I don't get hungry again for another fucking 2 days. I don't feel hunger pains for another 2 days after I've eaten now. So I still, nothing's. I don't know if I had the money to eat 3 times a day. I'm not sure if I would eat 3 times a day anymore. Maybe I would because I do want to bulk up a little bit, but it wouldn't be it wouldn't be for long. It wouldn't be forever.
I think I have to. I think I actually have to discipline myself, but I have to be really good about getting myself set up with a really good amount of food, like a lot of raw fruit in there too. But I think I fasted like too much for too long, and then I started getting this habit of almost fasting every day. And I feel that I had issues with my metabolism like reverted, and it might actually be. I have moments where I can lose a little more weight than I'd like in a quicker amount of time, but I also am wondering if my body is like personally like knows something's going to come up where I'm going to need to have a little bit extra to get through
Yes,
that.
of course. Yes.
I'm wondering.
I think it, especially when it doesn't happen that often, it react like that. But if you do it more often, it will get used to it and not like um having like a backup of um
Yeah.
fat, I think.
Yeah, I have, and especially with women. So here's the thing that I've been reading too about is that men have an everyday cycle and women have literally the monthly cycle. So we are very different with like how we're supposed to be working out. Like you're not supposed to do high intensity workouts in the 2 weeks. I think it's before. So 2 weeks after ovulation, and like because your body will store, it will go into survival mode and it will store the fat and your metabolism will change. And I know I've messed something up at some point. You know what I'm saying?
What? Sorry, I was wondering what trapped with this.
Like I can't talk to this. I
Never
was
mind.
saying, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Huh?
Tell me what you didn't hear so I don't repeat myself so much. Sorry.
The last part, I think, because I was distracted by Andrea's comment.
Now I forgot what I said.
Sorry. You were talking about the cycle and the end of the month. And
sorry, with working out and the same thing with fasting, and that's something I wanted to look more into is that so men are supposed to work on a 24-hour cycle and women are supposed to be on a 28-day cycle, like the days of the month. And that women, I think it's like the second half of your ovulation, if you work out high intensity, that your body goes into survival mode and starts storing. And I think it would be worth it to do more research, but I feel like I messed things up or something. And that's what I was saying, like I feel that I feel I fasted too much. And I was addicted to the 3-day fast. And I was doing them actually kind of a lot for a while. And then in the last in the last year. I did fasting all around when I had to get the you know what, and then and and then I stopped. I was doing it for a while and then I stopped. And honestly, like I feel that I can almost eat or do anything as long as I drink lemon water or have some kind of lemon in the day. And then I like to eat vinegar. I'm just been like that anyway, you know, like I had all I ate this morning are pickles.
What vinegar?
Like anything like fermented, you know, vinegar. And I said all I've eaten today are pickles.
But were you still working in the hospital back then? When you
Yeah.
did the fasting?
Yeah.
Oh,
And I was seeing patients and I was like I'm kind of known for running in the office. And
All right, Joe.
I would
You
go
like
to get
Joe Biden.
Am I no I didn't trip at all.
Joe runs everywhere.
They all do. They all gotta look like they gotta go and get somewhere important.
he stumbles everywhere too.
Yeah. Seriously. Oh my god. This is
My
such a
last
funny
3 posts on Twitter have been ripping into Biden.
Well, you know what, Rich? Fuck them all. I'm over it. Like that's why I love talking about.
Let it go.
You can't live too much in the future either, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let it go. You're 7 hours, 6.5 hours in. It's getting loony time. Richie Rich.
Yo, here we go. Right, I'm just gonna share this. Quick clack. Because I think I'm really funny, and I don't think enough people appreciate just how funny I am.
Richie, I laugh at your jokes all the time, and your videos. Oh, what was the one I really liked? Oh, it was the height one was hilarious.
And the unicorn farts.
Oh, the unicorn farts. That's the one. Specially crafted space unicorn farts.
All right, here we go. This one he said, whatever it is. So I'd say, come on, man. Nancy wasn't even driving, and Trunk tried to take the wheel and steer into the Death Star, man. And her husband, Ronnie, he had a ray gun. Did you get that? Nancy's husband, Ronald, had a ray gun. And he had a ray gun. But it was all the Poontang's fault, man. Right? That I just wish I could do his voice. And then Joe says, my message to companies running gas stations, put your prices down, bring down the prices, man. You're charging the pump to reflect with do it now. I say, yes, Joe. War and peril. Have you had your ice cream yet? And you got your teddy? Come on, Joe. Let's get you off to bed now. There's a good boy. Nurse! Has Joey had his tablets? Make sure he's got his bedpan where he can reach it, all right? And then this one, under my plan for the economy, we've made extraordinary progress. We've put America in a position to tackle the worldwide problem of inflation from a place of strength. The problem is Republicans in Congress are doing everything they can to stop my plans and bring down costs. And I just say, yeah, somebody needs to tell him, man. Let's go, Biden.
Oh man.
Hey, by the way, this makes me think of the Simpsons. What do you think of these episodes showing stuff that's happening now, like they knew it before it happened?
Yeah. The Simpsons, like they have.
I don't watch it.
About that Trump. This is how you know Trump is a show, because they have the picture of him when he met the Saudi Arabian family, and he's sitting around. What is that? The globe thing, the shiny.
Palantir. That was
And
all about Palantir, which is part of the 500 gigabytes of information that was deleted off of my fucking hard drive.
oh man, well, look that up again. See what you can find. I know you won't be able to find everything, but don't go down that rabbit hole. Just see if you can find a good picture. See right now if you could do me a favor, and if I can look it up too, because I was going to. I have something where it shows both that Simpsons picture next to the Trump picture, because it's really that. That's the biggest thing that goes. We have to either be in a simulation, or we are being controlled by some like what else is it? Because that's creepy as fuck. And like the fact that the normies ignore that. How many conversations have you had with quote unquote normies and showed them that picture and they still don't get that we're like, what does that mean, man? And they're like, no, I gotta still go buy this like, $20,000 gaming system because that's what's important. Sorry, that was judgy.
I'd just like to say the Kappa says he eat sunflower seeds in Russia and Balkans in Turkey. Yeah, and also, can I tell you where else they eat sunflower seeds and who it is particularly that eats the sunflower seeds?
Baseball players.
Girls in Portugal eat sunflower seeds, but it's actually the strippers. Strippers eating sunflower seeds all night long.
Are you a stripper?
The strippers and the prostitutes, they just, you always know where the prostitutes have been because there's a big fucking pile of sunflower seeds. And someone let their parrot out. Fucking hell.
Follow the trail.
Yeah.
Where the strippers go? Okay, dude, that's hilarious. I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh so hard because it's a big thing here in America, like to go to a baseball game and eat sunflower seeds. And so baseball players here are known for leaving piles of, in the dugouts for leaving piles. Yeah.
Sounds kind of disgusting.
because they're always spitting it out.
Okay, you guys.
They do it with they do it in their mouth and they spit the shell out, don't they?
It's sunflower seeds, nothing else.
You get a guy from Amsterdam. If people understood the strippers like sunflower seeds too, you get the skit is that you get a guy from Amsterdam. He's visiting America, and he all of a sudden sees a trail of sunflower seeds, so he starts following it, and it leads him into a dugout, and he runs into this baseball player, and he goes, "Oh, you seen the stripper?" And then he realized it's a baseball player. No, that's not that funny, is it?
So Kappa, the reason I know this is because when I moved to Portugal in 2009 with my girlfriend, the ballet dancer at the time, the thing was like she'd looked online and she saw a job advertised while we were thinking about moving over there. She saw this job advertised and we talked about it and she said, "Oh, it's a pole dancer." And I was like, "Is that like in a strip club?" I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Man, you can make some bare money doing that." And she said, "Yeah, and I can pay for everything while you get your music off the ground." We went, "Yeah, let's do it, rah." So we went out and she stopped being a ballet dancer and teaching ballet and she became a pole dancer and stripping. And she actually, like the first time I ever went to a strip club was with my girlfriend to go and check the club out, go and have a look around, see where she was going to be. And then I dropped her off every night, picked her up every morning for like 18 months, I think. And yeah, it wasn't as cool as I thought it would be, man. It's definitely not as cool as I thought it would be. And then just by chance, this wasn't by design. Well, maybe it was by design, but not my fucking design, right? I finished with her, rather she finished with me. Because I wasn't earning 100 grand a year, but she finished with me. And then the next girl that I had a little bit with used to be a stripper. And then when we were we were just like fuck buddies, and we knew that. She knew it. I knew it. We were fuck buddies. And then she being with me gave her the confidence to go back in the club again. And she went and got a job in the club, and yeah, and then I went to the club, and one of the other girls gave me a free dance, and she got jealous. And I said, right, it's gone to feelings now, isn't it? And she was like, yeah. I said, yeah, not for me. So I'm really sorry. Like, we'll have to end it there. And we ended that relationship there. But and then the girl that I fell in love with and nearly destroyed myself over here in Tenerife, she was a stripper, and she was a really, really, like, so my ex-girlfriend who I went to Portugal with, if she was an 7, mate, it was all right. She was a 7, and Sephora was a fucking 38. I'm not talking about age. Marks out of 10, like, you know, marks out of 10. And she was but she worked in Amsterdam. She didn't work in any of the clubs here. And the trouble is with the clubs here in Spain and in Portugal, the clubs aren't just strip clubs. The girls in there, they're not all just strippers. They do their business out of the clubs. They're fucking brothels as well.
Oh yeah, that happens a lot here too.
So I mean, I'm sure it happens but in Amsterdam, the strip clubs are strip clubs,
God, yeah.
and the brothels are brothels, and they're very strict about it. And she worked in a strip club, so I was kind of cool about that. But she was their top girl, man. She'd get called out to do private parties and get paid fucking shitloads of money. She'd work for like 3 weeks, and then she'd come back here for 3 months.
Should you write a book about it?
Did she?
I'm being an asshole. I'm kidding. Anyway, no, that's interesting.
I'd write a fucking book about it.
I never did well. I've been to plenty of strip clubs. I helped one of the coolest. Oh my God, you just brought back memories.
Is it coming out?
It's all coming out. I'm just kidding. But I did clean a strip club with my couple times with my old roommate. And the interesting story about this old roommate, she was really
wear a hazmat suit.
It was.
I hope you didn't get the black light out. Fuck.
No, there was black light where we were able to see. But I didn't have to. What did I end up? I ended up having to just clean like the dressing room area or something. It wasn't a big deal.
Oh, it's just cocaine then.
And I was just trying to help a little bit. Like she wasn't. She kind of just wanted me to come along, and I was allowed to like smoke weed in there and stuff at the time. And this is like early college. This is so long ago. But anyway. And she's the one that introduced me to chakra points because she was actually 18 and I was like 22. So yeah, and she had the chakra tattoo down the back of her neck, and she was going to massage therapy, and I'm sure she had said Reiki to me, and I'm probably sure that's like the first time I had heard about it. But just like, first she was very young and spiritually awoken, and it was really cool. But yeah, and then the other funny thing was every Sunday, our group, we had this band that lived with us too. We called it the Holy Trinity, and it was we would go to church to go get free food because we were broke as fuck, and they gave out free somewhat expired food. Then we would go, and then we weren't broke as fuck because we were going to places we shouldn't have been going to and buying cigarettes and stuff too. And then we would we'd go get Bloody Marys. So this is all part of the holy, right? We'd go get for breakfast. We go get breakfast and Bloody Marys. And then it was like
this Bloody Marys just always make me think like, it's fucking. What did you want to drink woman period for? Ugh.
And then we'd go to the racetrack, and then which I don't know what was holy about that. And then we would go to a vegan strip club.
It's amazing how many girls actually want to go to strip clubs watch girls strip. Like my ex.
I actually wasn't that comfortable with it, just because I went to it. Like, don't get me wrong, there was plenty of women I knew that could get into it. I told you though, like because I feel like I always knew that despite, I'm sorry, but they all look dead in the eyes. Every time I've been in a strip club, I swear to God, every time a stripper was up there, there was no connection at all. There was like dead energy. I haven't been to that many in my life, but I have been to, different ones. Yeah, Cappy in Portland. There's not like only in Portland. The other thing that's only in Portland is the Unipiper, who now lives by me, and I should show you guys a picture of the Unipiper. But anyway, I'm sorry I cut you off, Richie.
No, you're all right. You're all right. I'm just Hippie Shake said that she opens the door and it looks like an aviary, and I just said, "Do you mean aviary?" Because an aviary is a bird cage. Aviary is I'm an aviary, and the only reason I say it is because that's what the bullies used to call me at private school. They used to call me bird cage. And it just wasn't accurate because my name isn't spelled Aviary. It's spelled Avery, but it doesn't matter how many times I told them, they still call me Birdcage. You still there?
I am. I need.
That was a complete conversation killer, wasn't it? Those absolute dead silence afterwards. I was doing a fantastic impersonation of my former self as a little, sport little shit. Actually, I was never spoiled. That was not right.
What's happening? We're all ADD now. It's over. We're ADD now. Okay, but I have to show you this one picture because it's hilarious. And I just need to, so you guys all understand Portland. I guess there's two, but there was a meme that used to go around, and it was like, meanwhile in Portland, and it was this guy. He's on a. Okay, ready for this? This guy.
Are you ready for this?
Okay, I gotta find
you
better.
Ready for this? Sorry.
I'm trying to. No, you're okay. Literally, he rides around in Portland. This is the best picture. On a unicycle in a kilt. The Darth Vader, the top part of him is a Darth Vader outfit. So he's got like the cape and the mask. Playing a bagpipe that's flaming. Welcome to Portland. Meanwhile, in Portland.
Oh, wow.
All right. No, that's not. That's a rocket-powered bike, man. That's a rocket-powered bike.
With his burps. With his flaming burps.
That's awesome.
Right? This is like why partly I decided to move. I had the opportunity to move to Seattle or here. And at the time, Portland was a lot smaller. And though it was a very liberal and very like open LGBTQ community, or sorry, LGBT community, it wasn't and it wasn't pushed. It wasn't pushed like it is now. And yeah, like you could be freaky, but it was like, I just feel like there's like a whole new weird movement with it, like we've talked about. We all know the difference, right? We all have seen this. We totally respect and understand people's decision to like the same gender. We're not like super hardcore on that. It's the problem is that how they're pushing it on children and this weird like drag queen push.
Should we catch up with Dave?
Yeah.
Dave's gone live. Look, it's gone live.
You tell Richie, are you trying to say I'm talking too much?
No.
Kevin, or you want to throw a bomb into the scrapyard and build a Ferrari? Not possible. He needs to go in there very clever and build that thing piece by piece.
What God are you talking about, boy?
What
God are you talking about?
What?
What God are you talking about?
I don't know. Whatever God is, the Most High. I don't have a name. I don't need to. I don't need to find it. It is the Most High. Earth is flat. We don't live on a globe. Earth is flat. Did you know this? Yep. You know what? The sea is level. The sea is level. The sea is level. No matter where you go, you get the same sea level. If a mountain is 100 meters above sea level,
Hang on, are we in
where's the sea level? From
London?
America
Or
or
Baghdad?
Saudi Arabia? Or where? It's the same sea level, my brother. You know what? If I took this water bottle and I made it level, you would know when it was level because the water would be flat, level like that, yes? If I took 5 bottles and I put them all like this, that bottle of water would be parallel. Earth is flat. Go wild. Go wild.
Something else, like, you know, the show Greenland is bigger than, like, you know,
Greenland, yeah.
It's 2 million, more than 2 million square kilometers.
Yeah.
It's the same size now as Saudi Arabia or Algeria.
Yeah.
But when you see it in the map, it's as big as Brazil.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So,
Crazy, man, the Earth is flat.
This is fake.
Earth is flat, not a globe. We live on a flat ocean. We've got one sea level on Earth, and all the mountains are given height above that sea level. You know? Awesome. We are electromagnetic beings. The source. All right.
I think you've lost her, Dave.
Look, guys,
I think you've lost her
I'm
there.
absolutely cream crackered here, so I'm gonna. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll say goodbye and thanks for stopping by. Bye.
The water bottle, actually, that's really good. Because think about it, even when you tip it slightly, you know, so that just to have that and this, you know, say water always levels, you know, we don't live in the construct that we've been given.
Yeah, but they also give a lot of reasons why it's possible to have curved water. So it's not that easy to convince.
That is, like, he should actually back it up with a flyer specifically on that, with a little more in detail on the science behind it, so that people can go, okay, this is something I can stand behind more.
Another good way would be to scale. You scale down the speed, but you spin a sphere, right? At a scaled down speed of 1,000 miles per hour, and then try to get water to stick to it.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah. Exactly.
7 fucking hours.
We got 24 people here still.
I know. Well, it dropped down to about 18, but it's back up at 24.
Man, our crew is the best. I'm actually loving the Sunday show now because I feel like timing-wise for everybody, it's kind of a beautiful thing.
I love the fact that, because Cam comes in.
Yeah. And now, Manny, you're always available too. It's really nice. Like on these mornings, it's sort of like this chill atmosphere too.
Yeah.
And people that have been busy during the week, you know, maybe like to chill out, just like sit down on the sofa or whatever and listen and chill out, engage with, you know, with people, and it's a social event.
I think this is why your show is such a success, because again, I've talked about this. It's the way that you work with people. It's you have a presence about you with just like how you bring us all together. It's like this camaraderie thing. You're very engaging, and it makes for really good conversation. I feel like we can talk about so many different subjects. So it's
let's just put it this way: I wouldn't be able to do it without any. I wouldn't be able to sit here. I wouldn't want to sit here on my own doing it.
Yeah.
I did it. I did it a lot. You know, I did it for fucking 3 years or something. Did it on my own a lot. But yeah, I've never done this sort of thing. Like that's why I liked it when me and Rox started working together, because I like collaborating. I like collaborating with people because it just makes it more interesting, doesn't it? You know, if you've got a good dynamic between the people that are presenting, it just makes it so much more interesting. That's why I like watching Timcast.
Yep.
because he's always got good guests on there, and they've always got, you know, everybody's got something good to contribute to the conversation.
Yeah.
Sometimes though, I don't know, Manny, if you've ever watched Timcast. Sometimes it pushes too right for me with the crypto talk, and I mean, there's good. They would at least talk about legitimately about survival, but Tim, he's too obsessed, and they're too into. I understand the game world a bit. Okay, so
He's all about. At the end of the day, he's a businessman, isn't he? Tim is a businessman. He sees everything as the bottom line kind of thing. Like he's still, he wants to bring the truth, but he wants a successful business at the end of it.
Yeah,
and he's doing well. I mean, you can't say that for him.
And they still have a good. There's like I really still enjoy it because sometimes there is a good atmosphere and back and forth play, but their views and the people he's had on the show, it does push towards like a little more of a hard religious, harder right, where they still are pushing the text.
That's the funniest thing, right?
And I can't get into it.
That's the funniest thing. I never used to like him because, or I didn't think that I'd like him because I heard that he was a progressive. He was like a liberal progressive. And
libertarian.
I started watching him, and he's even said it himself. It's like, it's not that he's moved. He hasn't changed.
Yeah.
It's the parameters have changed.
Okay, yes. Now the reality has changed, and that's the problem. And people aren't taking responsibility for becoming more aware of like the placebo effect, like the blatant or ghosts, like blatant shit. And like he'll tell you, I don't believe in it because I haven't seen it, because he won't take a minute to try. There's too many fucking stories, dude. You got to take a step back and look at it further. And that's my problem with these people. It's like you're not breaking boundaries. You're just staying in the same fucking box. I'm getting swear wordy.
I don't think I have watched them, but I have been watching. I think it was Spartan Red. That's it, Spartan Red, and that's also very relaxed and funny and just people coming together. I've seen different faces as well, and there's also there's always a nice vibe.
Yeah. And Richie, I'm sorry because I've kind of been snapping at you a little bit today, haven't I? I feel like I've been shutting you down. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Well, I just earlier I was like, yeah, I don't know, I'm feisty. I've been saying
I must be tired. I didn't even notice.
Maybe it's just, I forget it. It's what time for me, and I'm drinking a little more coffee. It's noon now.
We've been going for, listen, we've been going for 7 hours. So it's a lot of, like, it is. Doesn't matter what anybody says. There's so much fucking energy. Like, it's weird how much energy it sucks out of you.
Oh, dude, I'm going to be done all week. I'm going to probably tell you let's not schedule anything this week, other than some personal one-on-ones. But yeah.
I can't believe I've jumped up to 28 for a second then, and now it's flipping down to 23. But we've still got more than 20 people in here, man. After 7 hours, it's going to be fun sifting through this to take out clips. And also, it's going to be an extremely large file to download. It's going to be like 14 gigabytes or something.
Oh, yeah.
Are you going to download it?
Well, in order to edit it down into smaller sections, yeah. Because people look at a 7-hour stream and they'll be like, "Rah, yeah, maybe not." But if they get a little clip and they're like, "Wow, yeah, this is really cool," and it goes and it ends and says, "Watch the full video at right?" Then it's like a taste. We can give tasters out of the video.
And like,
I can't remember what on earth we've talked about, but I'm sure there's some good shit there.
You have to remember that the reason we're going so long is because it's more about the live than what comes after. It's like Bernie, I've noticed, has apologized for that too, but because like people are like, well, I'm not going to watch a 7-hour video, and I do get that on the playback. Do not get me wrong, because I'm there too.
So the best thing we could do is try to be more ideal about like what segments are at what time, but at the at the same
Yeah,
time,
that requires discipline, darling.
and
Good luck with that.
Richie. I don't want to do it either, and it's like we got too many other things we want to do. We gotta try to focus on getting the healings that are put together. I don't have time to go through all this crap. Hey, if anyone wants to do it for free with the idea that we would pay you once we were able to, that'd be awesome. But right now we can't do shit.
What do you mean, like a producer? A producer basically that says,
like more of like a production manager.
that's the thing on that, you know, on that riverside.fm. And you can actually invite somebody to have control over the volumes and everything.
Oh.
So they don't take part in the actual conversation, but they do have control of the desk.
Well, I would want the person that we bring in to have access, you know, that we would have trust in them that way, that they'd be like a secondhand man to help us with things, you know?
Yeah.
Do you mean an online platform or something?
Like to help with messaging too, to be like, hey, you know, to like help us sift through that kind of stuff, but then also to like go through our clips and help us pick out like good little bits to make videos out of and stuff, and then we take and edit them, you know, because
like, even if it was, you know what? Even if all they did was give us timestamps.
Yeah, exactly. It's somebody who likes that kind of thing, who, you know, because it can be a very tedious thing, and sometimes I do actually really enjoy trying to find that myself, but what happens is I'm so ADD, I'll just forget that that's what I was doing. I'll get into it, but I won't write it down, and then I'm like, I gotta go back, you know?
Yep.
I'm like, damn it. Because I'm a creative mind, so that's why I'm not as disciplined. I'm more creative than analytical.
I have the same.
I don't think anybody here probably wants that job. We're like, what the hell? Fucking sit for hours listening to a cackle.
That's the
Well,
sort
I
of thing
probably
we need someone like Lunderground from Roxanne's channel, because Lunderground is he's good at that sort of stuff, man. Because he's
doing it for
autistic.
Roxanne, tell him to come over here and do it for us.
Like people, if you measure somewhere on the autistic scale, you enjoy that sort of thing, get in touch.
We are saying there will be money in it for you. Not right now.
Jim, you're making me hungry, mate. I don't know what it is you're talking about. I don't even know what it is you're talking about, but just reading that, I'm making myself hungry again. I suddenly got hungry.
Get some food, dude.
Get some food, dude.
They sound Californian when I said that. Get some food, dude.
California, baby.
Got a surf tab. Yeah, bruh. Yeah, bro. What's up?
What I wish is that actually, no, to be honest, I was going to say what I wish is that like we were all in the same room.
Oh, God, right?
I didn't have to focus on one point all the time. But then I thought, no, probably I'd still tell you to fuck off at some point. All right, guys, it's been awesome.
This was good, and honestly, we were talking about only keeping it to 4, which is what I think we're going to stick with.
I think actually, I'd said a little while before that we should keep it to 2, but then that was just then it moved to 3, and then it moved to 4, and now fuck it, let's just keep it right. Let's just not go longer. Let's not go longer than.
Other thing to the toilet. We'll just do this 24/7. You can, yeah. You want to go? We'll go on a walk together. Let's go, guys.
It's like because Chris joined us, right? And he said, "Well, 5 hours," but I don't know when he joined us because he said we're going 5 hours. When he joined us, we'd already been going for 6 hours. So it was like, yeah, you got 6 hours to catch up on, man.
You don't need to. Oh, kitty. You don't need to catch up. The first part is pretty good. Then there's a part where it gets kind of weird. Then man,
Before I go. I was like this, but like I've been like this most of the time when the camera's been off. I've just been like this, like.
I don't want to go on camera, man. I mean, I will, but I've been off for so long. I was going with the flow of not being on. We should end with the camera. All right, fine. Manny, next time.
You don't have to put your camera on, Manny. You don't have to put it on if you don't want it, babe.
But next time, you do. Oh, Manny! See your face better. I'm coming on. Hold on.
Chocolate cake and
I don't know what it looks like right now.
You know what I've got? I bought prunes. I bought prunes and custard because I thought, oh, I'm constipated. Just going to make prunes, and then I realised, no, just stop drinking all that hot chocolate and drink some coffee, and that dealt with it.
And he's constipated again.
No. The coffee's a diuretic, isn't it? So.
Yeah, actually, I feel like the smell of it makes me have to in the morning. All right, anyway, TMIs. If you want more Sarah TMIs, please join the Goonies. Because Manny knows I shared a big TMI one day. And everybody's like, can we stop talking about shady? Sorry, that was hilarious.
I'm not even going to go there.
So, right? Hey guys, thank you. Thanks for coming on, Manny. I really appreciate it. And
yeah,
we want you on, more. So Sundays are always obviously a great time too. And at any time, can you please let us know, because I can give you a valid time if you do a little talk about what we started talking about today, because we kind of ended up diverting subjects like we always do. But we'll make sure we actually take some like at the beginning of it too. We'll like bring in and take some dedicated time is what I want to get at. So just let me know. Especially when you have a video, we'll load it up and we can share it.
I will. Thank you.
You got it. Awesome.
So, ladies and gentlemen, 7 hours.
This is what I look like.
This is a record for me. The record. I've been on streams for longer. Like Bernie, I was on Bernie's stream for 8 hours or something once. It was insane.
Oh, I've been on one of his like long ones, but I came on at the end of it. Oh, he had like a 14-hour one, and I was on it for like the last 2 or maybe 4 hours actually.
There was one that we were on together that was fucking hours, like 5 hours or something we did.
Well, there was one. Was that the one when Kevin was on?
Or it was the one when I came off and you stayed on.
Yeah. Yep. So that's why we can do this every once in a while, but this is like special for us, right? This is for our career.
Listen, if next week it turns out we end up doing another 7-hour stream, that's just the way it is, isn't it?
It's just the fucking way it is.
Just the way it is. That's just the way it is.
All right, Manny, we'll see you next Sunday.
Something will never change.
You don't have to do your presentation. Hop on.
Okay. I missed that part. What did you say?
I said, we'll see you next Sunday. And then I said, you don't have to do your presentation, but you can hop on.
All right. Great. Thank you for having me again.
Oh, no, thank you. Thank you for being there, Manny.
Love having you here. And
I love spending the time with you.
I don't want to be the
These guys go and sub Manny's channel.
I have it right here. Hold on.
I had it, but I've gone into a couple of different.
and I'm not going to post it as mindful exposure. So again, if you guys go over to my channel, I have a ton of links. I posted over. I mean,
Have you been typing it? Where have you been typing it into?
I'm like, I was posting Sven's channel. I was posting.
Yeah, but where were you posting it? In the StreamYard or on your channel? In your chat? Were you in your chat? Because it puts it says it's from you if you do it from StreamYard.
Okay, because we're talking about this, I have to pull this up now and show you what I was doing. I was literally talking to myself and Book of Eli, and then Book of Eli didn't understand because I kept talking to myself and not responding. But then you saw him, thankfully, and you responded to him vocally. Because otherwise he's like, hi, can you?
You're just talking to yourself and he's trying to talk to you. Brilliant, man.
And then I think I'm talking to everybody else. So the whole time I'm like, oh, I'm being so helpful. I posted so many links. To nobody. Oh, can you tell? Okay, did I post? Yeah, I did. That was Manny's channel that I just posted. Sorry, guys. I usually do Manny's channel, and I didn't do that.
Thank you.
I don't want to watch myself.
Jim Dillinger, are you saying that you did this all in the time that we've been streaming? You cooked twice, rolled about 10 spliffs and fell asleep and then woke up all in the time that we've been streaming. Is that what you're saying? That's pretty fucking awesome, man.
Look at this freeze frame. Look at the freeze frame. Yeah. Okay, real quick. Look at this. Ready, guys? See, look at it.
Oh, thanks, Lizzo. Best Sunday for a long time. Do you know what? I swear to God, if all it was us and Lizzo, I'd be happy with that. Like, I'd keep streaming if it was just, if it was just Lizzo that was watching, I'd be happy to, because
Lizzo, you have to come on again.
Sharing time with people. Maybe not everything we're talking about is interesting, but it's nice to. It's the only way that we can actually be in each other's company, in a sense.
Yeah. This is why we were talking about, like, that we were joking we were waiting for Hippie Shake, because it was like there was something like missing. It's sort of like when India's not here sometimes too. Like, I haven't seen her all that as much, but like I was like, oh, I hope India shows up today.
Oh, so, holistic media, yeah.
I'm gonna close this. Sorry, but there was more than just these messages, by the way, that I met, because like I just came in and out.
Oh my God.
There was way more. There was way more links.
What do you like?
Oh my God, I love it. Oh, this is my life.
So much fun.
Thank you, guys. All right. 20 minutes later.
Should we keep going until it says 777?
That's what? Not possible.
Oh shit, I forgot to turn my camera off. Fuck it, we're at the end of the stream. Oh, do you know what as well? Do you know what I've gone? Oh no, I've still got 50 minutes. Oh, I forgot to go to the shop. I didn't go to the shop today. I was meant to go to the shop to get some refreshments, right?
Fizzy pop.
Eh?
Fucking fizzy pop, Richie.
I'm gonna get some strawberry Fraser Clipper.
Fucking fizzy pop.
Yeah, fizzy pop, man. It's just I don't need it. I can stop anytime I want.
Richie, I'm giving you shit. You don't have to. It's okay.
It's fizzy pop.
All right, Manny. You have a good day and don't drink any fizzy pop, okay?
I don't think we have that here, but thank you, and you too.
All right. Appreciate it. How do you go out?
Should we play out with a video?
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna play out.
Happy birthday, Kevin.
Happy birthday, Kevin. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday. I kind of can do it.
I'm gonna play out with. Oh fuck it. Should we play out? No, I've already played Morally Bankrupt, haven't I? Yeah, I've already played that. We'll just play out with the intro. See you later.
Okay.
Love you.
I have a request tonight. When you hear this, that is the introduction.